2 weeks ago, the first annual Bird Burger Awards was held live here on YouTube. We had over 600 amazing submissions and narrowed it down to 40 finalists for the live event. But I wanted to extend an offer to all who submitted to be able to still get their photo reviewed by me during a live follow-up event. In addition, for all of those who just wanted to see every photo submitted to the event, I'll be going through every single photo today to show them all off. Let me know what country you guys are watching from right now in the chat, and I'll be hopping into the photos in just a few minutes. Before we hop into the photos first, I have a surprise special guest on today, the podcast. We have Gary Farber from Hunt's Photo and Video, who is our main sponsor for the event this year. Gary, thanks for being on here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for having me on this session, and I'm honored to that you actually thought of me to do a critique session. So thank you so much. This is a true honor.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm excited to have you here. So Gary is the owner of Hunt's Photo and Video, which is an awesome family-friendly camera shop and someone that I've gotten to know personally and work with over the years. I trust him a lot when it comes to a lot of the gear decisions that I make. And Hunt's was actually the main sponsor of the competition, which is who you represent. And you're on here today because we're going to be going through one image in each category together that was your personal favorite from the finalists before we hop into all the rest of the photos today. And so this should be a fun time just to kind of talk about some of your favorites and kind of get to look at some of the best from the event in our opinions. So yeah, without waiting any longer, we're just going to hop pretty much straight into it. Thank you, everyone that's in the chat. Again, feel free to comment about things that you like throughout all of the event today and put in your input as well. So we're going to start off with Gary's favorite new photographer image right here out of the finalists. And this one was one of a mallard. And I really like that you picked this one, Gary, because I felt like because it was a mallard, sometimes it could be overlooked. But it was a very beautiful, beautiful shot. What was it that kind of stood out to you about it?
Really, what stuck out for me that shot was more the lighting, the lightning on the shot. What I really was powerful. The reflection. I think the water in the sunset, the water going down.
Mm.
It was just for me. It was just I looked at there was a lot of good shots in that thing. And I honestly I was going back and forth like several times. But this one was just a very powerful image that really stuck out for me. I was looking for in a lot of the stuff that I was looking for in all my images I select. I was kind of looking for creativity. I was looking for pop. I was looking for fire. I was looking for something that stand out. That's what made me choose the photos that I selected today. So that's kind of what I was looking for.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think the thing that stands out to me the most on that new photographers one is just the amazing amount of detail in the eye specifically of that image. And yeah, and the way that the water droplets all complement that is really, really quite outstanding in that photo. So yeah, I loved that about this shot. Yeah, we had some amazing new photographer category submissions this year, and I was just super impressed by the quality of images we got from people who had been doing wildlife photography for 2 years or less, and it's pretty cool to see. So
Yeah, no, that was just no, I just love the shot all around. It just there's nothing I didn't like about the shot.
yeah, most definitely. Yeah, let's move on to that creative one that you liked. The creative one with all the bird trails going on. Man, what an incredible image there as well. This one actually won our popular vote for the creative category as well, to no surprise. What was your kind of favorite aspect of this image that you liked about it?
What I really liked about it was just really just it was it was different. It was thinking I picked it because it was thinking outside the box. It wasn't just your normal shot that I see every day on social media. It
Mm,
really just was different, unique. It had a special eye. It was just the creativity and just I mean it was just different. And again, I was looking for something that stands out, that pops, and something that shows some electricity and just some a different type of creativity to it. And so that's why I picked it.
yeah, it's not something that you get to see enough. And Yeah, I really liked how they decided to showcase the whole behavior of this colony, right? Because you think of birds a lot of times as individuals, but when they come together as a group, I love how this photo represents just how they kind of work together as a group and how they function in their habitat as a group. So that was very, very cool about this image. And I couldn't agree more with your pick there. So, yeah, I love that shot. Yeah, and then when it comes to
Yeah,
your
I've actually never seen anything like it. It was just, I've never, honestly, I mean, obviously, I've been in the industry for 20 years and I've seen a lot of photos, but I actually just started doing photography in the last 2 years, and I just there's something different about it. And that's kind of my
mm,
style of photography. I kind of look for different. I try. I don't just focus on one thing. I focus on a lot of different subjects, and I love shooting. It was just different things. So that's why I picked it.
totally. Yeah, that makes sense. That's good.
Mm.
Yeah, your birdscape pick was the one with the very orange kind of whole scene and aesthetic. It looks very almost cinematic. I think someone described it like that during the live. And yeah, it just looks almost like a takeout of a movie scene. What was kind of what appealed most to it about you? Or what appealed about it most to you?
What I really loved about this shot was the detail. The detail of the shot. The you know the detail of the shot more like just the powerful image, the description, the color of it, seeing the eye of it, and just the pop, the fire.
Mm,
It really stood out. It just all around. It was just it was just a great shot all around. But again, is the portrait shot, the detail and everything. That's what really stood out. I looked at all the other stuff and I kept going back and forth. By the end of the day, I went for this stuff 10 times, this specific thing, and I kept going back to that shot.
mm. Yeah, there's something more to always look at and experience with it. And yeah, I love that. Yeah. And finally, your portrait selection was one of the ones I actually placed. So Nathan actually got second place with this image during the live. What was it that stood out to you
Wait,
about?
wait. Before we go, can we go back to Nathan? I just want to go back to that one shot one last time.
Oh, sorry, we are on Nathan right now.
No, sorry. Go back to Gregory for a second.
Gregory.
No, this was yeah. This was the yeah. What I also loved about the shot is for someone that's brand new in photography and a newbie in photography. He was just had all the he just was it was a different type of shot. He was someone that was looking detailed, looking at all the stuff. For someone who's just getting photography, that was a really an amazing job shot
Mm,
that he did, looking at all detailed, and that's another thing I was looking for as a newbie. I was looking for something that really stood out as a first time photographer, and that's this shot really stood out for me
mm.
as someone who's just starting out.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of small details to pay attention to in this image that you can miss if you're going through it quickly. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, so your portrait image, like I was saying, actually won second place during the live from the judge results. The two images of that baby darter with the parent. Man, what an incredible image there. What was it that stood out to you about this one?
What really stood out with me was I loved how the beak was just opening up, and how the shot of the beak was really opening up, and the little and the underneath the beak, the reflection of that. I don't know what that is, but the reflection of that popped up. Just the color, again, the color of it, the background, the texture, the
Mm,
fire, the pop, all that stuff that I kind of look for. It really stood out. It really stood out for me. And that's kind of that's kind of what I like about just all around. Yeah, it just kept, again, I kept going back to different photos, and I kept going back to that one. It's all around just a incredible shot.
yeah, yeah. This one really stood out to me in the way that it's just so perfectly backlit in the rim lighting on this image, but then more so the way that the lighting is shining through the skin of the throats on these birds is just absolutely incredible, and it's something you rarely get to see. And in combination with just the overall really beautiful aesthetic. Someone mentioned in the chat the sharp angle and the compositional framing. Totally agree. It's just very, very unique, and so it's a very cool take on on a portrait image that you don't typically get to see that much. So yeah, I love that. So
Is there
yeah,
anything specific? Is there anything specific that you look for when you do a lot of photography? A lot of different things. Is there anything specific that when you're out there shooting and out there shooting, is there things that you what as you're doing photograph? Is there things that you kind of look for when you're out trying to take that shot? Is there things that you focus on?
yeah, I'd say if anything, I probably find myself, if I had to give one specific technique, I find myself focusing on trying to use foreground to enhance scenes the most. Or the aesthetic, or maybe give context to the scene. I really love a good use of foreground, so I'm a sucker for that personally. Um, but yeah, beyond that, I'd say something that is like different is something I'm really trying to get into more. Like rather than just always zooming in, you know, full 600 millimeters, 800 millimeters to the subject, trying to back out a little bit and see if I can compose something with the scene is something that I'm trying to do a lot more of. And yeah, but on a basic fundamental level, I think I'm always looking for a good foreground and background, and then trying to figure out, excuse me, trying to figure out where I can place a bird or a wildlife subject amidst that. So yeah, but yeah, that was a great question. So Gary and I are actually going to be spending about 5 to 10 more minutes with you guys, just to answer any gear questions you guys have. Gary, like I introduced earlier, is the CEO of Hunt's Photo and Video, which we already have someone in the chat saying that they bought all their gear from Hunt's, as did their father back in the 70s. So we already got some fans here, but Hunt's is a great camera shop. So go ahead and submit your photos into the chat. And while we're doing that, I will allow Gary maybe to talk a little bit more about Hunt's Photo and Video, kind of what you guys do, what your guys' vision is with the company, so on and so forth.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. I've been in the photo industry. I've been in the photo industry for 30 years. Can't believe it's been 30 years. I started when I was like 15 years old, working for my dad. He kind of allowed me to, kind of create my own. He didn't really tell me what to do. He kind of allowed me just to give my space and create my own little division or my own little thing that I wanted to do. And
Hmm.
um, I won't go into history of what I did. Think what I did, the little things from my start into that. But my vision as I grew in the business. My vision was to make Hunt a national company on and really specializing on niche markets, specialty markets, rather than trying to be everything to everybody. I really wanted to focus on niche markets and be there for everybody, and how I was gonna and figure out how I was gonna separate myself from all the other competition that was out there. So I really went out there and really provided to try to provide the best personalized service, the personal touch. And I did that by joining associations, joining different associations to get their membership list, and then I would just take the membership and call people over the phone to check in, see how you're doing, and I would stay in touch with them. And back in the day when people actually picked up the phones, I would call people like once a month to say, "I'm Gary Fowler, checking in, see how you're doing, anything you need." And that's how I developed my reputation, and that's how people knew me. And then I started doing trade shows around the country. I probably did every single camera club event that I probably existed, and I really got involved with the nature photography community and went to shows. Kind of in the very beginning, I kind of had to prove myself because nobody really knew hunts around the country. They knew people in New England, but they had no idea who I was. If I went to Boise, Idaho, or Texas, or wherever I went, they're like, "Who are you?"
Hmm.
So I kind of had to prove myself. And it took me about 5 years to establish my rapport. But once I established my rapport, I had a very, very fortunate to have a great loyal base of customers that did shows, and I knew them very well. For me, I know a lot of people will say go to the, you say you go to the big shows that 20,000, 30,000 people at. For me, I took a much different approach, and I went to the smaller shows that only had 150, 200 people, because for me, those work better because because I'm so about building relationships and
Hmm.
building that personal touch. I was able to do that way. I was able to do that way much more thing at a big show. You get overlost. So I did this niche market small shows, and I was able to establish myself. So at the end of the day, when I left to go home, um, people either loved me or they hated me. But when I left, everybody knew who Gary Fowler was, and about 99% of the people at the end of the day ended up, I made an impression on it and they liked me.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I that's kind of how I build my business. And obviously, I've been able to adapt to today's era and keep changing with the times. That's something that's a lot of how people have been able to do that successfully, and I keep changing. So that's a little about me and what I do. But personalized service, personal touch is what I specialize in, and building those relationships. And you can, if you want to follow me, I'm on Instagram and I'm on Facebook. My Instagram account is G Money Boston. I just changed it, but it's G Money Boston, and my Facebook's Gary Fowler. But same thing on my social media, stuff like that. I really try to do something a little bit different than other people. I try to build a community. Besides sharing my work and sharing what I do, I like to try to share work of other photographers and build a great tight community. For me, it's really not about the number of followers I have. It's more about the quality of followers I have and building that tight community. That's really my approach to social media.
Yeah, totally. And I have to say, yeah, that's the thing I've appreciated most about you guys is that you guys have a very intentional and caring customer perspective with your people, and it definitely shows in everything you guys do. Every time we have a conversation, and whether that's you guys as a sponsor or just talking casually, it's always you're always asking me how can I be providing value to the customer, and how can I be making sure that the customer knows that we care about them. And so I love that. And we even have some more people messaging into the chat, Hunt's customers as well. So you guys have definitely made an impact, and I love what you guys are doing. So here's a question for you. What separates Hunt's from maybe going with a different type of camera shop? And I feel like you've already kind of touched a little bit on that, but maybe you could expand a little more.
Sure. Honestly, I think what separates us from another camera store is the fact that you can actually pick up the phone and call me or DM me or text me or whatever you want to do, how
Mm.
you want to get a hold of me. You can get in touch with me, and if you have any questions, and I'll get back to you right away. Sometimes within seconds. I pretty much for me. Another thing how I build my relationships is for me follow through is really my dad taught me that follow through type of thing.
Mm.
So I make it pride to get back to my customer within 24 hours or sometimes literally within seconds. But follow through is key for me. And really, if you text me or email or message me, I'll get back to you again within seconds or within minutes. But it's more about not for me. I can't really stress enough for me. I don't want to have you just call on the phone and say, here's the order, here's the credit card, see you later, take you off the phone, shake hands, and
Mm.
see you later. It's more about building that community, building that friendship, building that relationships. That's really what I strive on. So hopefully that answers your questions, but it's more about not the one-time sale, the long-time sale. Is someone strictly looking for price and then that's all they care about? To be honest and frankly, that's not my customer. But if you're looking for someone that's going to build a relationship, build a friendship, and be there for all levels, and have your back. If you get stuck, you can text me, call me, and I'm going to be there for you to do whatever I can to help you out. That's the clientele that I that I build, and I have very passionate about doing it. And if I do something wrong or I upset someone, I want to make sure I take care of the customer. And I have passion about doing that, and I care about my customers very much.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Someone commented in the chat that everyone at your Melrose store location has been awesome and super helpful while they're there. So that's good to hear, I'm sure. One last question for you before we wrap up the questions. What if you were trying to recommend gear to someone trying to get started in wildlife photography? Maybe what would be a route that you'd suggest going in that?
If you're just getting started in photography, depending where you are, what level, and what type of thing, something I would start off with would be a bridge camera,
Mm.
just to get you started,
Test
to
it
get
out.
you type of thing, something basic use type thing, and then once you grow as a photographer, you maybe step up to like to a mirrorless camera. If you're looking for like a Canon, I'd probably step up to like an R7. If you're looking at a Nikon, I'd probably step up to like a maybe like a Z5 type thing. As far as the general lens goes, I'd probably start off with maybe like a Sigma 150 to 500 or a Tamron 150 to 500. But I'd probably just start small, go basic, or you can buy something used, see how you like it, see if you're really into it and you really love it, then I would upgrade to something else. But I want to emphasize, I know a lot of people, there's a lot of pros out there, a lot of people out there. Jeremy, you could probably think and maybe talk about this a little bit, but I want to emphasize that um, you don't need to you don't need to spend $10,000, $15,000 to buy gear and think you're going to become the best photographer. It's really about knowing your gear, knowing how to use it. That's what's going to make you better. Taking classes, and that's what's going to make you better photographer. Not having the most expensive piece of gear
Mm.
to do it. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen people that do workshops out in the field, and students that go in the workshops and they have $10,000 worth of gear and they have no idea how to use it.
Mm.
They have no idea what to use, and so that's really what I emphasize on is knowing your gear, knowing your equipment. That's going to make you think. If you are going to, and as you grow as a photographer, I think the best thing to you is to upgrade. I would upgrade your lens. I would upgrade your lens before you upgrade your camera. But that's just my opinion. But you can speak on that and what on your thoughts, Jeremy.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. There's so many times because I live about 4 hours away from SoCal, Los Angeles, and all the surrounding cities. And there's so many times that when I've gone down there and gone to different places, I've gone there and I've just seen people, with $10,000, $12,000 lenses walk up to the side of a pond, just set up a tripod at full height, and then just start shooting straight down into the water at the ducks in the pond. And yeah, that's an example of gear doesn't necessarily make you a good photographer. And I think in a lot of ways, when you start out with a lower level of gear, it can train you. It can like kind of teach you how to learn the skills to almost like I don't want to call it cheating because it's not cheating, but like cheat your photos to make them look better than like the gear you actually have. And so when you do that, and you learn that from that basic level and you're kind of forced to do that, it just teaches you how to be such a good photographer so quickly, as opposed to many times where I've seen people start out with the highest level gear, but not have the initiative and not have the desire to really grow in their skills first. And they could be getting worse shots than the guy with, like you said, the $1,000, $2,000 MFT setup, so on and so forth. So I love that you shared that. And I like that you shared that.
You don't have it. Actually, if there's no more equipment questions, I could end it. If there's no more, I can end it with a funny. Speaking about gear and stuff, I can end it with a funny story. With a funny story.
Yeah.
So RC, man, I just got him talking the last 2.5 years. Stuff that I love it, but I have a house in Delray, Florida. So before I did photography, I used to walk this place called Waxahachie. It's in Florida. It's a beautiful boardwalk. If you've ever been to Florida, if you go to Florida, if you're doing bird photography, what I love about that place is it's so small, so you can get really close to the bird. It's just a beautiful spot. But anyway, I was walking the thing. I was walking, doing the talk, walking, talking to different photographers of that, and I saw this guy out there with like a $3,000 lens and had like a $50 tripod on his $3,000 lens,
Yeah.
and a ball head, and his lens was his lens he was complaining about it because his lens almost fell into in the water.
Mm.
And I just kind of shook my head. I didn't say anything. I felt like saying anything, but I just kind of walked away. But he was complaining about the lens and stuff like that. But really, if he had a better tripod, that probably would not have happened. So I know tripods are not what they used to be, but you're going to invest in a good tripod. If you're going to invest in a tripod, invest in a tripod that don't invest in a tripod that's $50 to $100. Invest in a good quality tripod. Do it once so you don't have to keep upgrading. But he was complaining about the lens type of thing. It wasn't a good quality lens, and was not the lens. It was because he had a $30 tripod and a $30 ball head and $80 tripod, and it was putting on $3,000 lens. But so anyway, that's my closing.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it shows a lot of times where the priorities of a wildlife photographer can be. Yeah, but it's important not to forget about the small things, like you were talking about, basically. Yeah. Well, thanks, Gary. Thanks for coming on. It was great having you to talk about some of the photos that you liked, and we're gonna hopping into all the rest of the images right now. But it was an honor having you on, and Hunts does have their specials. We're going to be still extending them a little bit further. And so their specials will be linked in the description below as well for you guys all to check out. And you guys can also contact Gary through the description as well. And he'll be more than happy to answer your questions and talk to you just like he talked about. So thanks, Gary, for being on here.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks, everybody. And reach out to me anytime you ever need anything. I'm always here for you guys. Thank you so much.
Yep, most definitely. Thanks, Gary. Have a great day.
Yep, thank you. You too. Bye.
All right. So it is time, you guys. I'm going to get set up just for 2 seconds. Okay, let's see. Sorry, give me one moment. Rearrange some things. Okay, here we are. Okay. Well, thank you guys for sticking around. I am super happy to be here with you. This is going to be a long day. I'm going to be doing my best to get this done as quick as possible. Because of the 656 submissions that we had, I will be saying one thing that I think that this photo did well on each photo that we go through. And one thing that maybe could have been changed about it in regards to being a competition photo. And then we'll just keep moving through all the photos. So for sake of time, just one and one. And if you are in the chat, though, however, you can request, let me know you're in the chat when your image comes up, and I will talk a lot more about it. We could talk a lot more details about it. So for those of you who are actually sticking around, you'll get to hear a lot more feedback on it. And so, yeah, please let me know if you are in the chat and your image comes up. That way we can talk more about it. And you can ask more, too, if you'd like more specific kind of like critical feedback. I don't want to naturally be too harsh on anyone. Like, I don't want to discourage people that haven't been asking for it. But if you do want some feedback that's more like, hey, what could I have done better? Please let me know, and I will be happy to lean into that a little bit more. So, all right, let's get started. Okay, so we got the images coming up on the left side. We're going to start off with the new photographers category, and we'll be going through from there. So, okay, so to start off with the Anna's Hummingbird, this was by Ris Petite. Phenomenal image here. And I think the thing that I like most about this image is the amazing attention to detail that you can see right here. With capturing, I don't know if that's dandelion, what would that be called? Foliage, or what? But that was an amazing little catch here in this Anna's Hummingbird. And I think that was great on this image. I think if anything, this image really could have used a more out of focus background. Because the background is pretty textured still, I feel like my eyes not being totally drawn to the hummingbird and the flower as much as it could have been. But it's still pretty good. So that's that image. Let's move on to, this is still Ris Petite. Hope I'm pronouncing the last name right. But their image of a red fox. What a beautiful image here. I think the most engaging part of this image for me is the eyes. Very nice and in focus. And there's a lot of detail in those eyes. I like almost the red and the orange that you catch in the bottom, but then the blue sky that you kind of catch in the top. Looks really good in this image. And I think if anything on this image, what I would have improved about it is getting a little bit down more ground level in this shot, because you have more of this in focus than I think there should have been. And if you would have gotten down ground level, you would have gotten that blurred out more, and you would have gotten even possibly some foreground elements that would have looked really, really nice. Let me know in the chat as well as we go through these images, just like during the live. Let me know in the chat what you guys like about these images, or any that particularly stand out to you. I know there is a lot, so you don't have to comment on every single one, but I would love to hear some of your guys' feedback on your favorites at the very least. Okay, so we got a tree swallow going on here. This is same person, Ris Petite. And I think the thing that stands out most to me about this image is the contrast between this beautiful kind of like almost violet, but it's more blue, in the tree swallow and the background. It's really nice. I shouldn't say contrast. It's more of an analogous color, but it looks really, really good. And I love that color palette here. And it's also very nice and tack sharp. The thing that I think I would have improved about it is I'm not a huge fan of the composition. It's not quite on a thirds, it's not quite in the center, and it's also a 1-to-1 aspect ratio. And overall, I feel like there could have been a better composition picked for it. Either maybe you could have gone the option of centering this completely if you wanted to keep the 1-to-1 ratio, I think would have been better. Or if you went for more of a 3-by-2 ratio, putting it on a right thirds might have been the best option there. Yeah, awesome. And let me know in the chat where you guys are from as well. I know some of you guys were mentioning that when you first logged on, but if you're just coming on a little bit later, let me know in the chat where you're from. Looks like we've got some from Wisconsin, Switzerland, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, all over. So I'd love to kind of see where you guys are from today joining me on this. So this image here is by Miguel Torres. And this is of a goldfinch, I believe American. I think this is American goldfinch right here. Yeah, I love, again, the detail in this image, kind of similar to that hummingbird image a little while ago. I like the detail of how these strands are all kind of caught around its head, and it's very unique and very interesting on that image. And I think that sells this image. I think if I had to pick something to be improved about this image, I would have liked to see kind of just this isolated branch in and of itself. I think that this is a little distracting over here. And I think that if we would have been able to get rid of that, that might have helped quite a bit. All right, same person, Miguel Torres. This is still new photographers category for those of you just joining. This image, I think the thing I like most about this image and the selling point is the purple background is unique and different. You don't often get purple flowers in the background of images, and so I like that a lot about this image. If anything was to be improved about this image, I think that there's maybe this distracting element right here, this slight silhouette of something that was either way in the foreground or way in the background, I would assume foreground. I think is a little distracting, and I would have liked it to be a little bit cleaner personally, as this doesn't feel like it adds to the story too much of the image or the scene. But great image right there by Miguel. Okay, gonna go to the next image. So this is also by Miguel Torres. Shirley, I'm just seeing your image in the chat. Again, guys, there's about a 15-second delay between the chat and me, so sorry if I catch those a little late, and I'm also distracted. Shirley said, can you explain what you mean by 1-to-1 ratio? That is referring to the aspect ratio, so let me go back to that image really quick. This means that for every pixel there is across, there's a pixel down. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So for every 1 pixel across, there's 1 pixel down. So 1 horizontally, 1 vertically. So if you stretch this whole image across, it's a perfect 1-to-1 ratio, as opposed to, for example, a 3-by-2 would mean that there's, for every 3 pixels across, you go 2 pixels up in terms of your resolution value. So that's what it refers to when it says 1-by-1 ratio. Great to have you, Matt and Sarah. Got people from Kentucky and Venezuela in as well. Great to have you guys. Miguel Torres also shot this one. So once again, back to Miguel. This one was of a tern. Didn't say what type of tern, and I'm not sure off the top of my head, but beautiful, beautiful image here. I think my favorite part about this image is probably the use of foreground down here and how that really helps get everything else isolated. And the background is very nice and blurred out as well. And so really all the attention is on the tern, which I think is done pretty well. I think if I had to change something about this image, I would maybe change the aspect ratio, but even more so, I'd just crop this down. Even if I didn't, I'd probably pull from this top right corner, pull it down a little bit. And that way we have less of this up here, which I feel like is kind of dead space. It doesn't feel like it really enhances the aesthetic too much and not too much purpose behind it. So that's what I would be doing there. All right. So next image we have by Sofia Giordano or Giordano. Probably pronouncing that wrong. This one is of a song sparrow right here. And I think the thing that sells this image the most to me is probably these green little puffs in the foreground. Maybe these are, no, this is definitely foreground because it's in front of this. Those little green accents really look nice in this photo. And even though they're subtle, I think they really pop this image very, very well. And so I really like that about this image. I think if I had to get rid of something, it definitely would be this white twig going up right here with the song sparrow, because it almost feels like it just meshes into the song sparrow and it's very distracting. That specific white twig right there kind of distracts in the image. But otherwise, phenomenal, fantastic image. We got a question in the chat from Shirley, more related to cropping. Yes, in terms of that 1-to-1 ratio, yes. I assume they probably did not actually shoot it in 1-to-1. You could technically shoot that in your camera as well, but probably in the editing, they cropped it to be a 1-to-1 ratio. Got some people from Maine and Colorado joining, along with Walks on the Wild Side, which he was a judge. So Scott Walker, thanks for being here today with us as well. Thanks for judging the competition. All right, we're going to move on to the next image. We have same person, Sofia Giordano, and this person's image of the little goslings here, along with the Canada goose. So I think the thing that stands out most to me about this image is this really intimate and cute action we have going on here with the tongue being stuck out and a little bit of almost like grass on the beak of that gosling. And also they did a very good job with making sure that the focus is placed on this specific gosling, none of the others, not on the adult. So fantastic job there. I think if I had something to improve about this image, it definitely would have been getting down lower and more water level. But it is also hard. I mean, I guess saying that in retrospect also, you'd have to switch up your angle. So maybe if they were able to get down low, get more this angle over here and capture the side of the head as well as that gosling, I think that angle could have looked really nice, because unfortunately shooting down into the water is just a little bit much with all these ripples going on, a little distracting. On maybe to give one other piece of feedback, since that is a pretty drastic change to the image, it's totally changing how it was composed. This up here could have been cropped out, and that feels a little unnecessary up there. So if that would have been cropped out, that could have focused just the overall scene a little bit more on all of this. So this is the same person, Sofia Giordano, and this is of a red-winged blackbird. So I think the thing that stands out most to me about this image is this very interesting kind of clump of twigs that the blackbird is on. I actually really like this clump of twigs, and I think it adds a unique composition element to this subject layer. However, I think the thing that I would change is this background does get pretty distracting up top specifically. Maybe not so much down here. I would have actually been fine if those are all left in it, because it's all the same leading line in the same direction. But up top, it does start going all over the place and a little haywire, and it is a little distracting in this image. Next image by Sofia Giordano once again. And this image is of a green heron. Beautiful, beautiful shot here. I think the thing I like most about this image is just the immaculate amount of detail in this bird, and then it's already blurred out by the time you get to the end of that twig. And really everything else is blurred out enough to where all focus is on the green heron. So that's probably my favorite part about this image, as well as the slight tint in the light. I like that a lot. I think if I had to pick something to be improved, it's a little difficult to tell on this larger kind of showcase here, but you can really tell it very well in the smaller kind of thumbnail up here. But both ways you can't tell, and that is the vignette. I think the vignette is a little bit too harsh in my opinion. I would have liked to see a less harsh vignette, or maybe to do a subject mask and invert the subject mask and darken everything else. That way it's in direct, it directly falls off right after the border of the bird, rather than kind of getting that subtle vignette that you're seeing. That kind of almost looks like a dehaze effect in this image. All right, next image, we have Sofia Giordano again, and beautiful, beautiful shot here. I think my favorite part about this image is the action that's going on. It's a very cool pose, and you actually don't get to see hummingbirds turning in flight very often. They're usually kind of head on or a side angle, but they're still kind of as if they were flying straight or hovering in place. But I like how this shows the turning action going on in the hummingbird. So that is very cool. think in terms of things I would improve on this image, it definitely would be the amount of in focus or slightly out of focus stuff around the hummingbird. It's pretty distracting and definitely pulls my eye away from the action of the image, unfortunately. So, yeah. This is once again this is the last shot by Sofia Giordano. And this image here is of, I believe this is a Wimbrel. It's a Wimbrel or some type of curlew, but I think that's a Wimbrel. Yeah, I think what I like most about this image is I like this kind of layer in the background. I like the green layer, and then it goes to the tan layer, and then you have the subject layer right here. Then you have a foreground layer. So all of those three layers being distinct adds to a very simple yet elegant composition to the image that I really like. I think if I had to pick something to be improved about this image, it definitely would be this twig though sticking out in the foreground. That twig is not my favorite, and definitely pulls my attention away from the subject a little bit and doesn't balance it out very well. Maybe getting that clone masked out or content aware filled would have been nice, or just cropping to avoid that. Couple ways you could have gone about it. But great image. All right, next image here by Harold Jason, I believe is how you pronounce the name. Awesome image here of a kangaroo. I think my favorite part about this image is I like the moodiness of it. I like the kind of the dark scene and the backlighting that's being cast onto the kangaroo. Kind of gives a different take on a kangaroo I have never personally seen before. So I like that about this shot. If I had to pick something to be improved about this image, I think it would have been the visibility in the right side of the face on the kangaroo. It's definitely really dark there, which is not bad, but it's so dark that you completely lose the eye detail, for example. And I would have liked a little bit of that to stay, enough to still be able to make out the detail in it personally. But great shot there. Okay, this next image is by Jerry Ling. This is of a blue whistling thrush, and actually a really phenomenal image. I like this one. I think what is very cool about this image is, oh man, I'm going to say two on this one because it's really hard to decide. But either the action, the wings spread out over the stone border is very, very interesting and unique, and I like that a lot about this image. And I also like the amount of bokeh in the background. They have there's some really nice sparkling bokeh in the background, from whether that be water particles, dust particles, bugs in the air, whatever it may be, and then some light reflecting off maybe the trees in the distance. Makes for some really nice lighting in the scene. I think if I had to pick one thing to be improved about this image, which is kind of impossible, but I think, well, actually, I'm going to say something different than what I was going to say. I think if I had to pick one thing to be improved, sorry, I am thinking this through. This is very overexposed right here. So any part where you're seeing like this is overexposed, but this isn't too bad because it kind of adds to the feeling of the whole photo. But this is a lot more obvious and a lot more in your face. And so if I could, I would have either found a way to get this exposed properly while still keeping everything else nice, or seen if there was a way that I could get that out of the image so it's not so distracting. But that is pretty difficult to do, so I'm not saying that's easy to do, but just what I would notice. And I can't remember if I said the person, but this was by Jerry Ling, who actually won first place in our photography competition this year. Very cool wing position, like Matt Knuckles said. Yeah, that is awesome about this image. So this is also by Jerry Ling. This is a mute swan image here, a low-key style, and I think that's what I like most about this image is it's low-key. I think for a new photographer especially, doing a low-key style is not necessarily common, I'd say, and so it provides a really good isolation to the swan, and I like that about this image. And then if there was something to be improved about this image, I'd say right here, the darkness going along the eye right here, it kind of makes the eye disappear, and that it just blends into all this black, and then even the almost pure black behind it is pretty dark as well, to where you kind of lose a lot of that eye detail. So that is what I would improve about this image. This is once again Jerry Ling, and this is his image of a red-winged blackbird singing at either sunrise or sunset. This one made the finals. as well. And what I like most about this image is the perfect backlighting here. So you have the rim lighting on the bird and the twigs, and it's really nice. That rim lighting is beautiful and fantastic. I think if I had to pick something to be improved about this image, I think that I would have committed a little bit stronger to the silhouette and rim lighting effect, or I would have made sure that you could see more detail in the blackbird. It's very hard to do with a bird like this, so granted that, but that is definitely the thing that makes this image the most difficult to me, is it's not quite completely one way or another. It's not completely committed to the rim light and silhouette effect, but it's also not completely committed to recovering the detail in the darkness. So that would be my thought there. This is by Miguel Torres once again. So Miguel's back with some more submissions, and this is of some sort of sandpiper on a shoreline. And I think what I like most about this image is the interesting kind of green and orange contrast in whatever this vegetation is down here. Not quite sure, the aquatic plants or whatever washed up to shore, but it does make for a very interesting color scheme for a shorebird shot. I don't feel like that's something I see hardly at all in shorebird shots, so I like that. I think if I had to pick something to improve about this image, maybe moving your body positioning a little bit and capturing it so you don't capture whatever this is in the background. Definitely pulls my eye away a little bit and tilts the balance of the frame. And so if the frame was balanced in the center before, now it feels very heavily tilted to the right top corner. All right, so we have once again Miguel Torres, the beautiful image right here of a black and white warbler. I really like this one. My favorite part about this image is the contrast between these blues and greens in the background. It looks very, very good. So phenomenal shot here in regards to the color scheme of the background. And if I had to pick something to be improved, man, this is a hard one. I guess if I had to pick something to be improved, maybe contrasting out this bird a little more. Rather than it is maybe just ever so slightly flat, and that feels picky to me. Really, I think this image is almost as good as you could have gotten for the style of what he's going for. I think maybe if I just have to say a general thing, it just lacks a little bit more pop beyond the background. The actual subject layer just lacks the type of pop that I would be hoping for. But yeah. Excuse me. All right. So next image, also by Miguel Torres. This is of a hummingbird. I'm not sure which type here, but beautiful shot here. I think what I like most about this image is the detail in terms of focus capture and how they were able to get the eye so beautifully in focus, but by the time you get to the back of the tail, it's completely out of focus, and that is very, very nice looking on this hummingbird. This definitely could have been a finalist image as well for the new photographers. But yeah, that would be the thing that I think I like the most about this image. And then in terms of things that could be improved about this image, I'd say that it does feel like it's a little bit heavily tinted. I'm not quite sure what they did in their editing here, but it does feel like this side of the frame is tinted very purplish, and even on the bottom of the hummingbird. And then this side of the frame is tinted very green. And it's a little bit, I'd say it feels, regardless of maybe how it was actually captured out in nature, for some reason it just feels almost like there's a tinted gradient. And so I'm not sure what the reason for that is, but maybe there could have been something that could have been changed on that. All right, I'm going to take a sip really quick. Thanks you guys for joining me. Again, if you guys want to participate in the chat more, I'd love to see more, especially when your image comes along. Please let me know. And I'll probably, because of the delay, I might miss it for a second, but I will come right back to it if I do miss it, so don't freak out, don't worry. But yeah, glad to have you guys here with me. What an amazing competition we had this year, huh? All right, so moving on. You got Miguel Torres still with his image here of, I think this is a sanderling, but I could be wrong, some type of sandpiper. And I think what I like most about this image is a small attention to detail down here with the shell right by the feet of the sandpiper. think it's interesting. It adds a new element to the frame that is very clearly kind of meant to be part of the subject here in this image. So I like that a lot. In terms of things to be improved, I think that I would have given less headspace over the sandpiper here, and maybe cropped in a little bit more to get rid of that headspace, maybe change the aspect ratio to a portrait image and then left the headspace. But I feel like this amount of headspace in a 16:9 with this small amount of foot space here, I don't know if that's a thing, but I'm calling it a thing right now. Foot space feels a little bit awkward, feels a little bit disproportionate. So I would have corrected that. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Moving on to Hannah Klein's image here of the American Robins. This is by Hannah Klein. The thing I like most about this image is the nice contrast between the orange of the robin and the blues of the sky. Provides a very nice contrast in color between the two. In terms of things I would improve about the image, it definitely feels overexposed. So it seems like it was probably shot slightly overexposed as well. But in the case that this was done in editing, I definitely wouldn't have done it that much. And even if it was shot slightly overexposed, I think you could probably recover the detail a little bit better than it was recovered here. That is probably what I'd change about this image. Next image by Hannah Klein as well. And I'm glad to have you here today, Shirley, and the live as well. So Hannah Klein shot this image here of an osprey. I think the selling point of this image is undoubtedly the amazing behavior and action we have going on here with the osprey digging its talons into the fish. Just a super cool moment right here. So that is definitely the selling point on this image. In terms of things I would improve on this image, to give the very obvious, getting a better eye level image would have been, I think, fantastic on this shot. But that's a very drastic change to the photo, so I'll give one more. I think getting a better background would have been largely helpful for this. I don't know if there could have been a different angle that could have been used to get more leaves in the background or something, but this overexposed and overcast background definitely doesn't complement the osprey very well. It just kind of blends into the osprey. All right, so moving on to the next image. This is by Erwin Warsing. And this image right here is of two types of, I believe, avocets, but I'm not sure. Definitely not one we have here in America. Yes, it says avocet in the description. So some type of avocet. What I like most about this image is probably the dual composition of these two subjects right here. As they both are dipping their beaks in the water at the same time. So the action's pretty cool. I think in terms of things I would improve in this image, I think that probably getting down closer to water level would have been a huge upgrade for this image. This kind of like layering of overcast water, then like brown, then overcast water, then brown, just doesn't really suit this image very well and is very distracting. There's a lot of clutter going on, and if you would have gotten down perfectly water level, you would have been able to get a lot more separation from the background and probably just a single brown background rather than these 4 layers going on in the image. So that would have been the big thing there. This is also by Erwin Warsing, and this is a really good shot of a damselfly here. I really love, actually I really like the composition here. I like the 1:1 aspect ratio choice, and I like how the subject goes diagonally across the frame almost perfectly with this twig included. And so very, very good use of composition right here. And I really like that about this shot. Yeah, beautiful shot there for that. In terms of things I would improve, this would be in, this is a hard one too. I don't know how I can say one about this one without being too picky. This is quite good. I think that, there is some things with the background. This feels very picky to me, but there's some things with the background. So like this kind of cutting off right here, the shadow, the shadow, instead of extending out through the whole frame, kind of cutting off near the edge right here is a little awkward. Typically you don't want elements to end while they're touching the edge of the border. So something like that is slightly distracting. I wish it could have been just slightly more isolated, the whole background. But yeah, again, those are being very picky. I think next year we will have our macro category. This image would have done phenomenally in that. I have no doubt. And even for this new photographers category, this definitely could have been a finalist. So this is a good shot. Yeah, even Scott mentioned in the chat, I noticed that he said this was one of his favorites when he was judging it in the new photographers category. So yeah. This is also by Erwin Warsing. This is of two goldfinches. And beautiful, beautiful shot here. So for this image, I think the thing that stands out most to me right here is the whole subject layer. So I really like this, these kind of thistles that the goldfinches are on. Makes it really nice. And then the double subject composition with it is just beautiful. I really, really like that about this shot. They're both facing the same way. They're both engaged, following the 90-degree closer rule. So it looks fantastic there. I think if I could make a change to this image, I just would have pulled down the crop just ever so slightly in the top left corner. That way, this whole subject layer is a little bit more centered in the image because it's slightly set off to the side, but it's also not enough committed to one side or another to give like a feeling of intentional composition. So it feels slightly unintentionally composed in the crop, but that is a pretty minute change. All right, moving on here to Patrick Coate with his image here of a common yellowthroat. Patrick is actually one of my students, so I did a mentorship with him for like 6 months or so. He's a phenomenal guy. This is a great image here of the yellowthroat singing. I think what I like most about this image, and this was a finalist image actually, what I like most about this is actually these leaves going on in the surroundings around the yellowthroat, with the yellowthroat singing in the middle. Provides a really nice scene going on in this image, gives a lot of context, and it's also very beautiful the way those leaves are shaped. I think if there's something I'd pick to improve on this image, it would be that I think the vignette is a little bit too harsh, and the light masking here. And I think I would have done that a little bit less drastically, so it doesn't feel like it's edited so much. This is again by Patrick Coate, and this was an awesome image of a white-breasted nuthatch here. I think the thing that I like most about this image is kind of how this image almost feels like a black and white image. It's obviously, very obviously not, but it has just the tonalities of gray throughout this whole image, but enough differences in the exposure to really allow those grays to pop. So I like that a lot about this image, and really good take here. The thing that I think I'd like to be improved, this is hard because obviously I have no control over this, but the subject is slightly turned away from the camera. And so if there was a frame that was slightly more turned towards the camera or something like that, I think it could have helped with subject engagement quite a bit more in this image. But it is a very minute turn away. Like it's enough. This is still very passable, but if we're being picky, that could have helped engage the viewer just a little bit more to the nuthatch, I'd say. And next image by Patrick Coate once again. And this is an image of a song sparrow singing off of a perch. The thing that I like most about this image is just the very nice subject layer here. You have the song sparrow singing very beautifully. It's very nice and in focus kind of twig and branch here. And then you have this moss ball here, which is very interesting. Makes for a really good composition here for a new photographers category. This also made the finalists. And if I had to pick things to be improved about this image, I think that the subject masking on this image is a little bit how would I say it? Could be a little bit more refined. So for example, if we go down here to the moss ball, you can see that there's a little bit of the subject masking that got selected around the fringes of it that aren't actually the moss ball, mostly in the bottom right here. And so that creates some slightly weird effects when editing and changing the exposure levels between the two. So that would be my upgrade there. All right, this is by someone named Dror Levy, and this is an image here of, I believe, a double-crested cormorant, and very cool image. What I like about this one is the wingspan and the spread is a cool take here, so good shot. And then I think in terms of things that could have been improved, definitely getting some type of background that's more than just these ripples in the water, I think would have been nice. And also the pole is a little bit, how do I say it? I'm trying to think of the word. It's just basically the horizon line is not quite level in this image, and the pole is a little bit slanted. That could have been corrected in editing pretty easily. Moving on to his next image. This is also Dror Levy, him or her, sorry. And this is of, I believe, why am I blanking on the word right now? I'm totally blanking on the animal name right now. But yes, very beautiful image. I think what stands out to me most about this image is just the very interesting jaw composition right here. We have the top teeth separated from the bottom teeth at kind of like an angle. So it's showing that it's munching kind of like in that pattern that will grind up the leaves that he's munching on right there. So very cool take there. Yes, beaver. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting aspect of this image. I think in terms of things that could have been improved, it's definitely very cluttered with all of the foliage going on around it, and somehow finding a way to isolate a lot of that foliage out, whether that be foreground or whatever that may be, would have been massively helpful in this image so that all the focus could be on the beaver. All right, next image by Dror Levy as well. This is of a egret, some type of egret. I think this is a snowy egret flying in a grayscale image. What I like most about this image is the reflection in the water. I like how you kind of get to catch that nice little accent in the image. So good shot there. In terms of things I think could have been improved, there is, for being a grayscale image especially, you really need to be careful about isolating your image on an exposure standpoint. And there's a lot of different exposure distractions we have going on around the egret in this part of the image. And so it really doesn't allow you to concentrate on the egret as much as I would like. All right, so moving on to the next one. This is by Aiden Keller. This is an image of a tree swallow here. I think what I like most about this image, I mean, action is kind of an obvious one, but I actually really like the background, and I like how there's a lot of, it's a very smooth and clean green background, but there's an exposure kind of gradient and difference to it, almost like a radial exposure starting around here. And it actually looks nice in the background here, I'd say. Gives a lot of good texture. In terms of things that could have been improved about it, I think the amount of blur on the subject definitely needed to be a little bit more still, so probably just cranking up that shutter speed a little bit more. Or actually, I think it's slightly out of focus. I think actually the shutter speed is a little slow, but back here it's pretty tack sharp, which means that probably up here there might have been some focus problems there. But either way, the face of the tree swallow is slightly blurry, and that distracts from what could have been a little bit better of an image. This one was by Edwin Mahano, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. Really cool image of a puffin here, a slow exposure shot. I really like, first of all, the take on the slow exposure. I like the wing positioning for that slow shutter speed. It looks very interesting and unique, kind of like a torpedo flying through the air. So I like that. In terms of things that I think could have been improved about this image, it's hard because this is a slow exposure shot, but ideally you need that face a little bit sharper, the whole body, but really the face has to be sharper. And the face is also pretty blurry, which if that could have been landed, I have no doubt this could have been a finalist image easily, because otherwise it's very good and very technically impressive. But yeah. We had a comment in the chat. Contrast is a bit much. Yeah, maybe slightly on that tree swallow image. But I would argue it's not over the top either. But yeah, maybe in the subject it is a little bit much there. Swallows are very difficult to photograph. You're totally right, Matt. Not easy. I have whole videos on that. All right, so moving on to Andrew Ellis. We have an image of 3 elephants walking through this awesome plains right here. Man, what a great image here. I think what I really like about this image is just the overall appeal to the cuteness of the moment, kind of the tenderness of the moment, and the three subject composition is very sound at a side angle. So phenomenal capture in regards to that. I think if anything, in terms of things to improve, um, I think I just would have liked to see this one. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to debate. There's two different things I'm thinking here. Maybe a little bit lower, maybe not perfectly ground level, although that could have looked good as well. But I kind of like the mountain layering in the background, so possibly getting a little bit lower. But also this bush is kind of a problem. So that would be the other thing, is getting that bush out of there, which obviously if you would have gotten lower, at least at that exact angle, that bush wouldn't have served you well. But maybe if you had time and knew this was coming, you could have gotten around the bush. I'm not sure what the solution is, but that bush and maybe getting slightly lower. But very cool moment though. Yeah, just like was mentioned in the chat, I like the three different sizes of these elephants as well. That is a good point. It's also by Andrew Ellis, and this is a black and white rhino image. Man, this image really stands out to me in the way of texture. I think that this image, the texture in the rhino, just all the rough skin and the horn and the mud on the horn and all of that looks very, very good in this image, and very much stands out with all of that. And so that is a phenomenal use of black and white there, is really to draw all the focus to the texture of that skin rather than getting distracted by any sort of color in this shot. In terms of things I think could have been improved, maybe getting a little bit more ground level. That way you get this a little bit more blurred back there. Maybe you could have gotten something more interesting in the background as well. But ultimately, I think just getting that a little bit more out of focus so we could really keep all attention on the texture of the rhino would have been nice. One more by Andrew Ellis. Apparently he must photograph in Africa a lot or have gone on a safari. What I like most about this image is the engagement probably from the subject. Both eyes looking at the subject looks really good here. The turn over the shoulder looks really nice. And composing that kind of in the corner I think was a good choice. In terms of things that could have been improved, I would have chosen, or I would notice this twig right here. It's definitely a little prominent. There's a twig back here that's slightly prominent coming out of the head of the lion that's distracting. There's a twig right here around the jaw that's a little distracting. And even the foot here I think could have been cropped out just slightly. That way the foot doesn't distract at all, that different exposure value there. But there's just a couple of elements that are a little distracting. And they're small, but they do make a big difference. Moving on to John Langton here. This is a really cool image right here of some sort of parakeet. Yeah, what I like most about this image is the color scheme going on. It's really all grays and this kind of green look, and that is really cool. I like how it really is almost like a duotone type of image in terms of the coloring. You do have some of this bluish sky in the background as well, but I think it's muted enough to where it doesn't take you away from that duotone. It kind of blends in with the gray. And so overall, I think the color palette on this image is just phenomenal. So great capture there. In terms of things that I think could have been improved, I mean, it's hard, but this branch up here running through the back of the head on the parakeet is a little distracting because it comes through the head. If this branch was above the head, I don't think this branch would be too distracting. It's actually kind of nice, but because it goes through the head of the parakeet, it is slightly distracting there. So this is also by John Langton, and this is an image here of a turtle, some type of turtle walking through maybe a park or a field. And I think what I like most about this image is the lighting. There's some beautiful, beautiful coloring and lighting going on here in the image, and so love that about this shot. I like the lighting here. I think in terms of things that I would have improved, definitely the blue color temperature on this turtle I think could have been improved a little bit, whether that's subject masking it if you had to isolate it, or just warming the overall image, because of how probably the blue sky, the cold blue sky, was reflecting on the shell. It kind of just, it doesn't feel like it quite matches what could be warmth of the scene very well here, and I would have liked to see that kind of color match a little bit better. All right. This is also by John Langton. And this here is of I believe this is a mallard chick, but could be wrong. Yeah, I think that's a mallard. Or maybe a wood duck. I can't remember. But regardless, it's a little duckling. And I think what I like most about this image is just the immaculate attention to detail in the droplets, in the mud, on the feathers of the duckling. Looks really, really nice. And I like that. I like those little small attentions to it. The mud around yeah, that is cute. The mud around the bill of the bird. It kind of looks like a kid smashed his face into a chocolate cake. And so those are some really cool things about this image. In terms of things that could have been improved, it's a hard one. This one is pretty good as is, but I'd say maybe the composition. I'm sure this was already captured pretty tightly because of the depth of field is showing that. So you probably couldn't have backed out that much, but if you could have, I would have either framed this on a solid right thirds, or I would have framed it more in the center by pulling this out. Or if you can't pull it out, then maybe pulling it in to frame this completely centered. I'm not sure because the background isn't bad. Foreground isn't bad, but I just know that I don't quite like the positioning here. It feels a little bit awkwardly placed. It's not quite on a thirds. It's not quite following like a golden circle, but it's also not quite centered correctly. So that would be my feedback on that. All right, moving on to Isaac Boardman's image here of a meadowlark. So for this meadowlark image, I really like the backlighting here. I like how it's providing a really nice little cast on all of these kind of elements that are in focus as well. These plants. It looks really nice here. I think in terms of things that could have been improved, this image is very noisy. I don't know if you could tell on the live, but it is very, very noisy. Definitely could use some denoising, or maybe, camera settings wise, could have shot it a little bit slower of a shutter speed. I think you could have afforded that and then shot at a lower ISO. But yeah, that's probably the biggest thing in regards to this image. Also, the subject is not very prominent, and it's really hard to fix that in this image without taking away from some of this beautiful lighting, but that is a problem. All right, this is by Prithvi Murthy, I believe is how you pronounce the name. Not quite sure. And this is of a black bulbul. And for this image, I really like the color tones in this image. You got the nice warm oranges over here, and then you got the nice deep, deep dark blues. And so that looks really good in this image, and I like that a lot. In terms of things that could have been improved, while I do like the nice oranges over here, maybe getting a little bit lower so that this is really all that's in the image. I don't know what's down here, but using this, because this twig is pretty distracting right there, just that individual twig. So maybe there's a way you could use this but not that up there. I'm not quite sure what the scene looked like in person, but the contrasting kind of color, the warm and cool, is very nice here, but this twig in particular is pretty distracting. This is also by Prithvi Murthy. And this is an image here of, they called it a pied bush chat. This looks like a black phoebe in North America. I don't know if they're the same bird or different birds, but gorgeous image. I think what I like most about this image is this beautiful kind of stand perch that this bird is on. I kind of like this one as well. Kind of debating if it's just distracting or nice, but I think it could provide a nice accent if it was composed correctly, which would lead me to the thing that I think could have been improved. I would have definitely gone for a portrait crop in this image. I would have tried maybe a portrait crop that is framing the bush chat on the left third in a 3:2 ratio, or a 2:3 ratio. Or I would have tried one that centers this bush chat and is a little bit more close up and focused on that bush chat, and also a 2:3 ratio. I think that would have looked a lot better. Next one, also by Prithvi Murthy, and this is of a rufous-bellied niltava. That's what he said it was called. Gorgeous bird. I think what I like most about this image is how much the bird stands out from a color aspect. as opposed to the scenery around it. There's no doubt that you're going to be seeing this bird, and it's going to be very obvious, and it's going to catch your attention. So from a color aspect, this is nicely color isolated. But in terms of things that could have been improved, definitely getting down a little bit more eye level. That way you don't have so much in focus in the background, and maybe you could have gotten a nice scene behind the bird as well. But shooting down into the ground is definitely a little distracting here. Feel free in the chat, you guys, to let me know if there's any questions you have. Like, I know Shirley was asking a question earlier about aspect ratio. Someone else asked a question earlier as well. If you guys have questions as we go through, feel free to ask me. I'm trying to, go through as quickly as possible, but I also want to give you guys some good feedback if you have questions that would actually help you improve your photography. All right, so going on to Bill Martin right here. Bill Martin's image of a brown pelican. So for this image, what I like most is probably the separation from background to subject layer. Is very nice. Really keeps the attention on the subject layer, and this kind of twisting twig is very interesting as well, or twisting branch, dead branch. Very, very cool. I like that. In terms of things that could have been improved, I think that unfortunately this bill bending back in the way that it did, the pelican, I think, overturned his head to where it just feels disengaged with the viewer number one. But the bill also blends in very strongly with the wings, and it makes it hard to tell where the bill is at quick glance. So maybe a different subject positioning. I don't know if he was looking different angles, if he got a burst of photos, but that would have been my biggest takeaway there. All right, we got Bill Martin with his burrowing owl image. For the burrowing owl image, I really like this double subject composition, them both big-eyed and looking over in the direction of the photographer. Not quite at the photographer, but in that direction. Looks really nice here. In terms of things that could have been improved, definitely, I know it, nothing from this angle you could have done, but maybe there's a different angle you could have found that would have worked. But this grass in the foreground in front of this owl definitely is distracting from the owl. Doesn't allow the focus to be on the subject as much as I would like it to. So finding a way to get rid of that. Bill Martin once again with his Venezuelan troupial, I believe is how you pronounce it. So the troupial, yeah, cool bird. I think what I like most about this image is the orange from green contrast and colors. Very good environment to be capturing this bird in, and I think it looks really good from a color aspect. In terms of things to be improved, I think the biggest thing that stands out to me is the slight bit of overexposure. All these kind of pins on the cactus are kind of blown out and overexposed, and definitely doesn't feel like it's quite as professional of a take because of that overexposure. And you get some fringing along those kind of needles as well. All right, moving on to Michael Koch or Coach, or I'm not quite sure how you pronounce that last name, but Michael Koch, his image of the northern shoveler right here. I think what I like most about this image is the very, I guess, vivid capture of the colors on the northern shoveler. Looks really nice, and it's nice and in focus. So that looks good on this image. In terms of things that could be improved, the biggest thing for me is definitely just the distracting elements of all these leaves around, and even the ripples in the water are too sharp. They're overly sharpened to the point where it just is really popping in my face. And so it doesn't allow me to keep my attention on the shoveler as much as I would like. Michael Koch's next image of I believe this is a great horned owl chick, some type of owlet. And so this is a really beautiful image. I love the engagement here. I think that's definitely what stands out to me the most, is subject engagement. The eyes staring directly at the photographer, and just this overall scene looks very, very nice and intimidating, which is cool. Oh, there was a watermark still left on this one. Yeah, in regards to things that could be improved, there's a twig here that's in front of the owlet that definitely is not not welcome, and distracts away and cuts off some of the attention from the subject. So that is definitely the thing that is not ideal here. And I know that there's not much you can do to fix that in the moment. But it is kind of just the reality of the photo, I guess. Maybe you could have backed up further, see if you could have gotten a better angle or gotten closer up. That way the twig would have moved above its head. I'm not sure, but maybe there's some ways you could have at least gotten it to where it's not quite so much at the throat right there. Once again, this is Michael with his image of a white-fronted bee eater. What I like a lot about this image is probably just the bill, the composition where it's it goes kind of diagonally across the frame is pretty nice, fills in the space diagonally, good composition, and the bill is very prominent here and very cool. So I like that capture quite a lot in this image. I think in terms of things that could have been improved, the overexposure on the front right here where the light is hitting, it just should have been exposed a little bit darker, and in editing you could have kept both of it very well, I'm sure. But that front is just too bright and definitely doesn't feel like it's exposed properly because of that, unfortunately. But I do like that twinkle in the eye, on a side note. That twinkle's nice. But cool image. Very cool image. Love that bill. All right, going on to Sebastian. So Sebastian's Simoncy. And Sebastian's image right here. Beautiful capture. I like the behavior of this bird and kind of being flipped upside down under the perch or under the twig. That's very fun about this image. That's what I like the most. Things that could be improved. Definitely some of these distracting twigs around the main one they're just distracting. And so it doesn't make for an ideal image. And also the gradient going across the image is definitely too harsh. So not doing that so harshly, I'd say. All right, moving on to Sebastian Simonson. His image of a red squirrel here. Really, really cool. I like the color contrast between the red and the green of the environment. So that is awesome about this image. And I'd say in terms of things that could be improved, once again, there's a lot of clutter going on in this image. Finding a way to isolate that, whether that be with foreground leaves or finding a different angle. Not quite sure, but there is a lot of clutter going on, which doesn't allow the attention to be on the subject very easily. All right, we got Barry Dugan. In Barry's image here, we got a blue tit. Or is this this might be a great tit. I can't remember. You European people should let me know. I like what I like most about this image is the color palette. I think I like the yellow and the green down here and All right, can you all hear me now? Let me know in the chat. Cool. All right. Sorry about that. Apparently the battery died in that thing, and I wasn't quite ready for that. So, all right. So let's go. Keep going. So it sounds like it was a great tit from what what you guys were saying. So let's get back into the images. All right, so we got Ronnie Roberts here with his image of a European starling. And what I like most about this image is the iridescent feathers that were caught here in the bird. And yeah, looks really nice in terms of the color palette in that bird. And getting those iridescent feathers is not always easy, especially as a new photographer. In terms of things that could be improved, there's definitely a lot of the person pulled down the clarity a lot in Lightroom. And it has that very distinct kind of pastel-like look. And so it looks like it was a mask, and then it was pulled the clarity down accordingly, but even a little bit in the face here. So being careful about that with the clarity would have been the biggest takeaway. We have Ronnie Roberts once again with two European starlings here. I think the thing I like most about this image is probably the bird in flight. It's a interesting kind of action going on here, right? And also the triangles in the bird are very the points in those feathers are captured very nicely. In terms of things that could have been improved, once again, this one has that same pastel effect, but it's also very like flattened around the subjects. Like it was almost as if the subject mask was inverted and then flattened. I'm not sure exactly what they did there. But yeah, it definitely is, it looks a little bit ghostly and it doesn't look very natural. So yeah, working on that. Okay, this is by Adeline Heath. Adeline's image here of a white-breasted nuthatch. So this white-breasted nuthatch here, I think the thing I like most about this image is the interesting subject positioning on this nuthatch, because usually you don't get this type of an angle on it where its legs are spread and then it's looking kind of out over in your direction at that kind of side angle. So I think this is a very cool pose and hardly ever seen on a nuthatch. So I like that. The thing that I think could have been improved in regards to this image is definitely in the background here. I don't like the blue sky a ton, but even if there was a blue sky, it'd be better without these twigs going on or whatever these are. Definitely pulls away a little bit into the background, pulls your attention away from the subject layer. All right, this is Raymond Irwin. I think the thing I like most about this image is the cool positioning. Got the right moment where the hawk's kind of bringing the wings in. And you got that nice kind of U shape in the wings going on, and the talons full spread out about to land. So that looks very cool about this image. In terms of things that would have improved on this image is definitely the shutter speed. It's pretty blurry in regards to the bird. And so it definitely needed to be a little bit sharper to look good. And if you were to do a slow exposure, you obviously have to follow the bird so the bird stays sharp, or certain parts of it like the head, the eye, or make it so blurry that it's very obvious it's supposed to be abstract. All right, moving on to Leonardo Gonzaguirre or Aguirre of two cardinals here. Beautiful, beautiful birds. Amazing creature. Thing I like most about this is the double subject composition is just fascinating. I think that you have the one with that beautiful crest, very clear in focus, looking back at you, and you have a second one looking back at you, kind of as like a hidden treat, hidden surprise. So this is great composition for a new photographer, and I really like this shot. Yeah, it's very, very beautiful. I think that the biggest thing this image would benefit from is probably a closer crop. There is a lot of dead space around these two birds, and because they're centered, this dead space feels very unnecessary. And so just cropping in a little bit from really all four corners just to keep them in the center, but cropping in a little bit would have given more attention to the subject, because really this is a portrait image. And so you want to keep all attention, give as much real estate as you can to the subject. All right, moving on to, this is also Leonardo Gonzagheri. I won't hold back on you, Matt. Don't worry. Leandro Gonzagheri. So this is of a Naranjero, I believe. That would be how you pronounce it. I'm not quite sure. But beautiful, beautiful bird. I think the thing I like most going on here is the belly in contrast with the green. Looks really, really nice. And I think just overall the colors are pretty palatable in this scene. And so I like that. But the thing that definitely could be improved the most is this is like a drastic up angle. And in general, you're trying to avoid up angles. That way you don't lose subject engagement as a wildlife photographer. So the viewer doesn't lose subject engagement. And so having this drastic of an up angle definitely is a little rough. All right, so we got coming up here, Matt Knuckles, who was one of the winners of the new photographer category. He won second place with his hummingbird image that is down here that you guys remember from the competition. So I actually got to chat with him already and have a little session with him last week, but awesome image here of a deer. I think the thing that stands out to me most about this image is the very nice soft rim lighting you have around the deer, the fur here. It's very subtle, but without that, especially against the background that's pretty in focus, that subtle rim lighting really helps the subject to stand out, really helps keep my attention on the subject a little bit more than otherwise. So I like that most about this image. I think things that could have been improved would be then the inverse of there is a lot that's in focus, and a lot of these twigs are pretty distracting. And so obviously that's not something you probably could have changed from this kind of focal or this kind of distance from the deer. You really couldn't have got these much more blurred out, but maybe if there would have been something in the foreground, like I think I noticed some foreground grass here, that could have helped at least isolate up below the bird and get all that blurred out. Maybe, sorry, not the bird, the deer. Maybe you could have gotten all of that blurred out down here. That way it could have been a little bit more isolated on the deer. This reflection, while it's cool, you kind of miss the head anyways, and it's too choppy in the water. It doesn't really pay off. So I don't think you really need to concern yourself with keeping that. So using the foreground to blur that out a little bit more, I think could have paid off quite a lot for you. In terms of this exact moment, I don't know if there's much more you could have done there in the moment. But yeah. It does sound like, Matt, you're saying that you had on F11 on accident instead of 7.1. Yeah, that definitely could have helped a little bit. I don't know how drastically that would have helped because it is, pretty far away. But yeah, definitely could have helped a little bit. But yeah, cool shot. All right, this is also Matt, once again, who's in the chat. Also, since Matt's in the chat, let us know, guys. He's got 4 images here, so let us know at the end of the 4. Let us know what your favorite is. Let Matt know in the chat. That way he can get some feedback on that too. So for you, Matt, in this image, what I like most about this one is definitely this interesting subject composition and the composition of the whole frame. I like how it's coming out of the corner, kind of stretching across almost diagonally once again, but that S curve is very captivating in the neck of this gray egret. And so that is very captivating. And the tadpole, is that a tadpole or is that a fish? I can't quite tell from the angle, but you can probably let us know in the chat if you could figure it out even. But that whole neck curve into the capture is just absolutely stunning. Undoubtedly, the action is just phenomenal here. And the composition is very good as well. As a small, it sounds like it's a fish. As a small improvement to the composition, I would have pulled down ever so slightly, maybe like that much, to to where you see my cursor right there. I think that would have filled the frame just a little bit better, but that is a very minute change. I think the biggest thing that this image could really improve from, which is something out of your control in the moment, is it just is very basic lighting. So the background, this blue in the background, just feels very kind of normal, hazy day. And maybe there's a way, if you would have gone out earlier in the morning to get the same type of shot, right? Later in the day to get the same type of shot, you could have gotten some more interesting color in the background. Maybe you could have gotten more of a exposure separation between the subject and the background, could have isolated the subject more, maybe went for like a low key type of background exposure. So in the moment, obviously those things are out of your control. But obviously setting yourself up for the best success possible at good times of day in terms of lighting is massively beneficial there. But again, the action and composition in this is just phenomenal. So that really does sell this image well, and that makes this a very good image. So good job on that, Matt. And I saw your message too about Sarah, so I will make sure to do the same for Sarah. All right, now we got the green heron at sunset, still by Matt. Wow, yeah, I think what stands out to me most about this image is I like that, first of all, as a new photographer, you went for a silhouette image, because that's not something I don't think we've seen a single time so far in the images we reviewed, and clearly is a hesitation for a lot of new photographers. So I like they had the boldness to go for that, and the silhouette of this subject in particular is very, very captivating. It is very interesting, and so you got a good moment. I'm glad you waited for the crest to raise up there to capture that silhouette. That is the perfect time to capture that. I like the little talons or the little claws of that heron hanging off the front nicely. Looks very, very good there. I don't know how well that can be seen in the live, but it looks very nice when it's viewed nice and high quality. And this tree, I'm not sure if this was a dead stump or a dead tree that had gotten toppled or what, but I like how there's kind of the three splits to it. The 1, 2, 3, actually kind of 4 in a way, and it makes a really nice kind of like elevation as you walk up it, kind of like stairs. So overall, this is very fascinating right here. I think in terms of things that could have been improved, I totally 100% think this image would have been better if you went into portrait crop and got rid of this, because I don't think this is really that exciting. Went into portrait crop and kept all the attention right here, because this is really where all the attention deserves to be kept. All this is dead space that is not necessarily helpful in this scenario, and this is not very exciting, I would say. Really, this is the exciting part, this whole composition. So if you go into a portrait crop, cut it off right about here in the image, you will get some really, really nice focus on the silhouette. And I think that will look really nice. So I'd encourage going back into the editing and doing that yourself. Yeah, dead tree in a swamp I saw, and that's what Sarah said. Yeah. Smart to follow your wife sometimes, huh? Awesome. Okay, we got Matt's last image here of the hummingbird that got second place in the new photographers category. So congratulations on that, Matt. What I did like the most about this image, just like the judges said and I said during the live, is that color repetition going on throughout the frame. These reds matching the subject throat, the gorget, is really, really nice. And so phenomenal job there. And it just really makes for a nice, like, kind of little hidden treat in this image, I'd say. And then beyond that, the only other image or other color you really have beyond white is these greens. And you have this kind of nice and light yellowish green, but you also have a little bit of the deeper green, but they're close enough to where it really makes this image feel almost like it's a duotone image, which is really nice. And it's different. And from a color aspect, this image stands out very, very nicely. So I love that, just like we talked about during the awards. So yeah, in terms of things that I think could have been improved here, it's a hard one. I don't really know in the moment what you could have done, and these moments happen so fast with hummingbirds. But I do know that I wish we could have gotten somehow like a different angle on this hummingbird. But again, these moments happen so fast, and I understand that, and that makes it hard. But maybe if you would have been prepped at a side angle right here, I don't know what your background would have looked like, but I think that at least the subject layers would have looked nicer. I think having this kind of like this twig, if you imagine this off to the right side of the frame, and then this bird more on the right thirds of the frame, and those two balancing out each other, this kind of in the bottom middle, maybe bottom right, somewhere like that, could have been really nice. And I think would have been a little bit nicer than this, where you have this one off to the side. This one is a little bit awkwardly off to the side. And this is being picky, but it is a little bit awkwardly off to the side. And this bird also could have been, I think, more nicely composed on a thirds. Typically, hummingbirds look very good on thirds, I would say, if you follow the rule of thirds, as opposed to centering them. Only rarely, if it's very clean, very close-up portrait shot, I would say that they look better often on centers, or if they're going dead on straight at you, but that is incredibly rare. So, yeah, that'd be my feedback there. Very cool. All right, so if you haven't already, let Matt know in the chat what your favorite was of his 4 images. He had the hummingbird, green heron silhouette, great egret eating, the deer off in the distance. Now let's go on to Sarah, who is also in the chat with Matt. So we'll do the same. Let her know what your favorite is at the end of the 3. But we're going to go through them. So this first one is Sarah Knuckles' image of a baby goose here. I think this is a Canada gosling, but not quite sure. But yeah, gorgeous capture here. I think what I like most about this image, Sarah, is this very deep dark blue background, in contrast with how bright everything else is. This very deep blue background looks really, really interesting and unique. I don't think you very often capture this kind of dark blue, navy blue background in wildlife images so vividly, and it makes it a very interesting wildlife photo because of that, and it just looks really good. Also, compliments on getting perfectly ground level. I mean, the grass is barely even here, and you still managed to get foreground grass in it, which is impressive. So great job, Sarah. That really, really makes this image a lot better. If you would have been even 6 inches higher in this image, I have no doubt this image would have been half as good. So great job on making sure to really commit and get ground level there. In terms of things that I think could have been improved for this image, Sarah, is number 1, I think it is slightly overexposed. I don't know if it was captured so much that way that you couldn't do anything about it, or maybe in editing you could have brought down the exposure ever so slightly. It's not too much overexposed, but it is a little bit. I would say, because I do like the depth of the background, the exposure level of the background, I would say just pull down your highlights like an extra 50 points if you can in Lightroom. Or maybe pulling down the whites a little bit, although typically I like that contrast in that white. Maybe pulling down the whites like -15, something like that could have paid off as well. If you needed to, you could have pulled down the exposure a little bit more overall, but that would be the biggest thing, I think, in regards to this image. Let's see. Yeah, on the ground. Sorry, I'm reading Sarah's comment really quick. Don't know anything about editing, yeah, don't know anything about, with the exception of cropping and editing. Yeah, that's a great thing to learn more about then. And I know talked with Matt quite a lot about it, so I'm sure he can share a lot with you now. And I know you have my Lightroom course, so you can go through the Lightroom course as well and learn from that. If you guys just a quick note on that, if you guys did want to support me while still learning something from it, feel free to check out my Lightroom editing course. It has a lot of good stuff in it to learn, especially if you're from this new photographers category. There's a lot of really valuable stuff that I teach in there. I mean, I really go from ground level, from the theory of understanding kind of like what an image is and how exposure works, how color works, so that way you understand the fundamentals and the reasons why you edit and how to edit with those things in mind. And then I teach you the technicalities of actually how to do it. So it's not just like a thing of teaching you the technicalities, but not teaching you the reasons. And it's not a thing of just teaching you reasons, but then not teaching you the tools to actually do it. I teach both. So it's very helpful. It's an hour and a half long. It's split into 3 parts, so 30 minutes approximately each. And Matt went through it. So Matt gave me some really good feedback on it, I know already. So feel free to ask Matt in the chat. I don't know if Matt can say anything about it, but if you guys are looking to up your editing game, I'd highly recommend that. Okay, let's get back to Sarah's image. So Mallard image by Sarah. So what I like most about this one, Sarah, is probably the pose is very interesting here. It's always a fun day when a duck gives a pose like that. And so I think that that's probably the most captivating part about this image, as well as I do like this kind of this trunk that's coming out of the water, this waterlogged trunk or tree that fell. And so it makes for a nice little perch for the mallard to be on. So good job with that in this image. In terms of things I think could have been improved, I would say, I mean, you did it so well on your Gosling image, but getting down in water level or finding some way to get a little lower here could have been massively beneficial. And possibly also, I don't know how possible this would have been with the pond there, but getting more at a side angle, I think would have provided a much better composition as well. Getting more to the side of the bird rather than having to shoot from behind it. In general, there's something called a 90-degree closer rule, which this is kind of weird because its head is turned back, so it's not quite breaking this rule. But in terms of its body positioning, you want a subject to be engaged as a viewer with the subject. You want the subject to be turned 90 degrees or closer to you in terms of its eye contact, its head with you. And so the body doesn't necessarily have to apply this rule, but it also does look nice typically when the body follows this rule, but mostly the head, which in this image, because its head is turned back, it actually does follow that rule. But yeah, just as a general rule of thumb, shooting from the side there could have been better, and then also getting lower, I think, are the two biggest things about this image. I'd say. I'd also say it's ever so slightly overexposed, but very minutely. Not as much as the last image, but it is slightly. So again, figuring out how to get that exposure down a little bit and maybe contrasting it out a little bit more would have been helpful. So yeah. Reading back. Cool. Yeah. Waiter boots. Okay, cool. Sarah's last image. So an image here of, man, I can't remember if this is a barred owl. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's a barred owl. You guys in the chat, Sarah, if you know. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot here. What I love most about this is the engagement with the owl. The engagement is really awesome. Very, very cool, intimate moment with this owl. And I love that you captured that there. I do like, so I'm going to talk about some pros and cons here. I do like how some of these leaves are going across this part of it because it adds some nice foliage, some nice scenery to the image. But these ones behind it, because they're coming directly behind the head of the bird, I don't like them quite as much. If they would have been arching overhead, could have been nice, or around the side, could have been nice. But these ones are a little bit distracting. Again, that's something in the moment that's really hard to do anything about, but maybe if you would have gone more to the right, maybe you could have found a correct angle. I'm not quite sure. Or just being aware of that, maybe this isn't the right perch. Maybe there was a better perch that the owl was going to fly to later on. These are all a lot of variables that you can't control very easily out in the field, but I just wanted to bring them up anyways. Beyond that, there is quite a bit of, I'd say a lot of this is pretty in focus in the background too, and getting that more blurred out would have been nice. That way you can keep more attention on the owl. But yeah, I think it really comes down to the biggest thing hurting this image is the clutter, I'd say. It doesn't allow as much attention to be on the subject as I would like. With that being said, you did expose it very well as opposed to the last two images. I think this is exposed perfectly. Maybe you could have added a little bit more contrast or pulled down your blacks a little bit more. That way the darker parts of the background could get some more contrast. But yeah, it's pretty good in that aspect and the coloring. So good job in regards to that, Sarah. So very cool. Let Sarah know in the chat, you guys, if you like the baby gosling, the mallard, or the barred owl the most. And great images, Sarah. Thanks for joining us in the chat today. All right, moving on. So we got Michael Brook now coming up. So Michael Brook with this image here. I'm not sure what type of songbird this is, but it's beautiful. What I like most about this is the foreground elements right here. Also matching the subject layer leaves. So all of that color is very beautiful, and the foreground really adds a lot of kind of mystical feeling to this image. So great job with that in this capture, Michael. In terms of the something to be improved, personally, I don't think I would have chosen the 16:9 aspect ratio. I feel like it's a little bit unnecessary in terms of how much space is going on. But it's not horrible either. I think mostly because of the space up here. So maybe even more so than the 16:9, maybe pulling down from the top middle to get it a little bit closer up. Not much, because the scenery is nice, don't get me wrong. But maybe pulling down a little bit from the top, or maybe changing this to a 3x2, and then after you change it to a 3x2, pulling down from the top once again. Yeah, that would be my thought on this image. We're going to keep going through them a little bit quicker. Again, for people who are not necessarily here in the chat with us, just for sake of time. Yeah, I'm glad you're here joining us today, Scott. It's really great having you. So thanks for being here. All right, Michael Brook again, and this is of a golden rabbit apparently. And what I like most about this one is, once again, the use of foreground. I like how they're used in foreground in their images, Michael, and it looks really good. So props on that, and I hope he continues to do that. In regards to things that could have been improved, I think that the foreground's nice, but the background in some parts, it seeps through the foreground a little bit. Mostly in these parts right here, where I just feel like it's a little bit too much detail in the blurriness, so it's a little bit cluttered, or it's just a little bit too distracting. There's a lot of different colors going on, a lot of tiny bokeh balls rather than big ones, just going on all over, and it just feels a little bit like it's pulling me away from the rabbit in this image. Mostly down here closer to the rabbit, not so much up here. Up here is a better amount, down here is a little bit too detailed. But that's hard to get rid of, because I recognize in this moment, if you would have gone lower, you probably would have gotten too much foreground in it. But maybe you could have searched really hard for a gap in the bush or the leaves, and you could have gotten the right shot. All right. This is Michael Brock once again. And for this image, what I like most about this one, probably the low-key exposure with this hint of green, the light hitting the leaves and the hint of green up here. It makes for a really nice contrast, the darkness to the light up here. So I love that about this image. In terms of things that could have been improved, I think that it is a little bit weird compositionally, in terms of, like, you have this up off in the corner, then you have this bird kind of on the right thirds, but then there's kind of like an empty gap here and an empty gap here, and it just doesn't feel quite correctly balanced, I would say. Yeah, it's just hard to get the balance right in this image. Like, it doesn't feel like it's balanced on a thirds. It doesn't feel like it's balanced in the center. It kind of just feels like the balance is somewhere weird up here if I had to center out the balance of this whole image. And so overall, I don't know if this frame would have really worked no matter how you composed it too well. But the exposure of this image is very cool, and I like how they did that. Okay, so this is Sean Halloran, I believe. Image here of a great blue heron. I believe they're called gray herons out in other countries. Yeah, beautiful shot here. What I like most about this image is just the beautiful intricate details in all these feathers. So great capture here and how it's puffing itself up. Lots of nice sharp details in those feathers. So phenomenal job there. In terms of things that could have been improved, subject engagement is probably the biggest thing for me. It's turned away from the camera. So ideally, this is nice back here, but waiting for a moment where it turns its head back towards you, so that way the subject follows the 90-degree closer rule, would be, I think, ideal. Maybe it never does that, in which case you have to find more of a side profile on it. But somehow keeping more engagement with the subject, I think, is the biggest thing here that I would want to see improved. Going on to Ryan Nelson's image right here of, I believe this is a Lincoln Sparrow hopping off of a perch. The thing I like most about this image is probably the colors. I like this kind of like nice foreground here, or the colors at least in the foreground. Maybe it's a little bit too dark here with that stem, but some of these colors are nice in the foreground. The thing that needs the most improvement is definitely the shutter speed on this image. This bird is very blurry, and then you kind of even lose it behind the foreground up here. So getting a faster shutter speed is just necessary for an image like this, or just taking it when it was on the perch there and doing the portrait image. But yeah, this is also Ryan Nelson's image here of a moose. And it's a pretty cool image of a moose right here. And yeah, I'd say that the thing I like most about this shot is probably the scenery with the flowers around it. It provides a nice context and scene for this image. But in terms of things that could be improved, it definitely is pretty cluttered all around. And everything's in focus. And so there's very little incentive for my eyes to be drawn to the moose. Really, the only incentive for my eyes being drawn towards the moose is the exposure value being much darker here. So that is the one thing that pays off for it. But otherwise, everything is pretty distracting around it. So while the scenery is nice, there needs to be a way to simplify it more, whether that be using foreground, whether that be just waiting till it gets to a more open clearing, something. Ryan's next image, probably of the same moose, maybe a different one, but crossing the river. This one actually did make it to the finals. And what's cool about this image is, I guess, the story kind of behind it and the things being shown in it. Obviously, you have a moose swimming through a river, which is already cool in the first place. But then you also have this beaver dam back here in the background, which is also pretty dang cool. So there's a lot of kind of cool features to this image like that. And then in terms of things that could have been improved, I would say definitely getting down water level would have made a huge drastic improvement in the aesthetic of this image. And isolating that moose a little bit more. And then also, I'm not sure how possible this was, but yeah, getting a better depth of field here. I feel like maybe this was shot with something like a bridge camera that just really doesn't have depth of field. But even on Micro Four Thirds, theoretically, you should be able to get a much better depth of field than this. This is very wide. So I don't know if it was impossible and due to the gear, but I would imagine that they probably could have brought their f-stop down more and gotten a better shallow depth of field. And that would have paid off a lot in this image. So, I would have done that. And also someone mentioned in the chat, crop in. Yeah, I don't know if that was in reference to this one or the last one, but yeah, I think a crop in could have benefited either one of the two. You're correct. I still don't think it would have fixed the problem, but it could have helped. So yeah, that's not a bad thought there. And a lower f-stop in the first moose photo as well definitely could have helped, at least a little bit, I'm sure. Sounds like the last one. Yeah, I think this one could have benefited from a crop. You're right. Yeah. And Matt, in regards to using foreground, your comment on that, yeah, that is a technique I use a lot, and especially because I did start off on cheaper gear, not super cheap, but I started off Micro Four Thirds with not an impressive lens, a 6.3 f-stop, which when translated to full frame, a 6.3 depth of field on MFT becomes a f11 on full frame. So it's a very wide depth of field. And so I had to find ways to cheat, quote unquote cheat, right? And use different elements like foreground to help make my image feel like it had a more shallow depth of field than it really did. And so foreground is a hugely useful tool for that. Okay, next image. Now this is by Michael Vratsinas. And this is of a great gray owl here. So very cool image. First of all, very engaging. No question about that. Very, very engaging shot here with this image. And I love the attention and focus on the eyes. Unfortunately, this image is highly, highly cropped in. And so you just lose, the fine details that make an image look high quality. And I don't know how well you could tell on the live. You might not be able to tell well on the live, but when you look at this in good high quality, it's very the feathers just are not prominent. Like it all just kind of blurs together. It's not sharp because it was cropped in so heavily. So that is the biggest thing that this image could benefit from, as cool as the scene is. So this is Jonathan Miller's image here of a yellow legs, and very cool shot here. I think the thing that I like the most about this image is the reflection in the water. And I think the thing that could be improved the most is either getting down water level. Once again, I know that's my comment with so many, but that really is the biggest thing I see with new photographers. Or this background right here is very kind of, the whole image actually in retrospect is very flat. I think this whole image could have used a lot more contrast. So I'll just say that. Bringing the contrast up in this image would have been massively beneficial. This is Jonathan Miller also with his image of a hummingbird. I think the coolest part about this image is, two things. Action. The action shot is very cool here. But then also the orange in contrast with the green is very nice. Those are great contrasting colors. So it looks great because of that. In terms of something that could have been improved, I would say probably mostly what could have been improved the most is probably just the subject engagement. I'm debating. I was kind of debating saying it, but even though it is it's a cool action shot, because we're from the back of the bird, you don't follow that 90-degree closer rule with the subject. Its head is turned away. So as a viewer, it just feels a little bit less engaging than I'd like it to feel. So that'd be the thing I'd improve on it. This is Cheryl Poto, I believe. And this is an image here of... this is an image here of a squirrel. Sorry, I was reading the comments. And I think the thing I like most about this image is probably, I agree, and I like the way, given the scenario, I like the way they compose the image in terms of putting the squirrel, I should say, in terms of the subject composition, putting it on the bottom right thirds. I agree with that little tuft of grass above it, right spot. The thing that I think I would have liked to see improved the most is probably just, there's a lot of clutter going on, maybe getting that branch out by cropping in. A lot of this grass, we need to find a way to get it decluttered. Again, maybe getting a little lower, using some foreground grass, not quite sure, or just waiting for a different moment. But ultimately, there's just a lot of distracting lines going on in this image. So, yeah. In regards to, we had a comment on the overly sharpened of the hummingbird. I wouldn't say it is, minutely maybe over sharpened, but it does not look too over sharpened to me. It is hard in terms of technical details. I know it might be hard in the live because you're not seeing things at the same quality I'm seeing them. But great for asking that question though, regardless. So. Yeah, always feel free to ask questions like that. The live does compress it decently, but so I'm not sure how it makes that final output look like to you guys. Okay. And Jeff on the Great Gray Owl image, that was a good comment there too. I agree. Okay, so now we're on Steve Glassner. His image here of a Canada goose bathing. What I like most about this image is the low-key exposure on a bathing shot. I think it always looks great for an image like this. And looks really, really good here. The droplets stand out really nice against a low-key black background. Thing I think I would have liked to see improved is, first of all, the horizon level. It's slightly tilted, and is destabilizing. And even though the action it's not the worst because the action is also pretty intense, I just would have liked to see the horizon line still level. I think it would have been better for the image. So yeah. Once again, Steve Glassner, and this is his image of a gull flying, captured from slightly overhead. What I like most about this image is probably the wave that you get in the background here is kind of nice. It's a nice touch to the scene. And I think something that could have been improved about this image, probably, yeah, I mean, the subject engagement, once again, is not really there. But yeah, I'll just say that the subject engagement is not quite there because, again, it's turned away. So if you're going for an overhead image, you have to really, really think through a very powerful scene and shot beyond. Because typically an overhead image will not be subject engaging ever. And so there has to be a very good reason why you decided to go overhead. And the wave is cool here, but I don't know if it's enough reason for me personally. Okay. Shirley has a question. How does one achieve a low-key background? Okay, so a low-key background. Yeah, good question. A couple of different ways. I mean, usually it's a combination of a lot of stuff. It's usually a combination of in camera capturing it that way, and it's also usually a combination of editing. So in camera, you have to look for a dark background as opposed to a highly exposed subject layer. So in this case, the Canada goose isn't too bright of a bird, so really there just was a lot more light on the bird than the background. It looks like an overcast day, which surprisingly, if you get a shaded area on an overcast day, it can be quite dark around. As long as this bird is in the open, everything else is maybe shaded by something else. So that will help. I'm not sure exactly what the case was here for that. What helps the most is if you have a very bright bird. So like earlier we had a tundra swan image. That was the low-key exposure, for example. That bird is pure white, so it's a lot easier to get a black background because of that. So that's half of it. The other half, though, it comes down to the editing. And in the editing, it requires sometimes if you get lucky enough and you have that drastic of a difference exposed in the moment, you can get lucky enough with just making sure your contrast values are high, pulling down your blacks in the editing, pulling down the shadows. On your tone curve, you can, this is a little bit more complicated, but you can make sure to like go to your tone curve and your zero value exposure point, you can bring that up to like 30 or so in terms of where it cuts off. So you can make things darker a lot quicker. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, but essentially just making sure your contrast is high and those black values fall off very quickly in editing. And also through masking. So this image is undoubtedly masked a little bit, which helps because you can tell right here, there's still a little bit of green to this blackness back here behind the bird in the water. But yet when we get to the corners, it's pure black. And that must be because they put either a radial mask on it or a vignette, probably a radial mask, and just ever so slightly fade it off into the darkness. So things like that can be powerful. The most powerful way probably to do it in most images is by doing a subject mask and then darkening everything around the subject ever so slightly. So that it can be done in editing that way as well. Keep in mind though, editing is, while those things always help, it's always, I would always say that editing is very hard to do well if you're not already enhancing what is there. So if you try to take a normal image and then just like let's just say, I don't know, like I try to take this image and then low-key everything around it, it's going to look really cheesy and really poorly edited. Unless you spend literally 10 hours trying to get every little blurry detail, like, you know, just perfectly done. But most likely this image cannot ever be turned low-key unless it looks really cheesy in the process of doing so. So that's why I say it comes down really 50-50 to already capturing an image that leans in that direction and then kind of leaning into it with the editing techniques. So hope that helped. Oh, great point. Scott also said you can also use flash. So yes, that is a great point. In a lot of scenarios, you know, obviously flash isn't that helpful because the birds are farther off or the subject's farther off. But if you can, that is totally true. And the frog image that got second in our portrait category, I believe, portrait or creative, that image was taken as a low-key background there, and because they used flash on the subject. So flash is totally a viable option when you can get close enough. And obviously, ethically, when it works out correctly. You don't want to do that in a nest or anything like that. But yeah, hope that helped. And yeah. All right, so Alex Maleli, I believe, is how you pronounce the name. So Alex, with his image here of a pileated woodpecker. What I like most about this image is, first of all, they did a good job nailing focus right on the head of the bird instead of anywhere else. And the wingspan is just phenomenal here. What a beautiful wingspan on this bird. So good job here by Alex getting that capture. I think the thing that I want to see improved the most is just the overcast sky peeking through the trees is just not super pleasant. And so maybe there would have been a better angle he could have found that would have been pure green above it. Not quite sure, but yeah, unfortunately the sky peeking through definitely distracts quite a lot in this image. Alex with his next image, which is probably the same pileated woodpecker, but different pose, different take. I do like the other one a lot more personally. I think the wingspan is just a lot better, but this one is also cool for the action, and I like how the head of the bird is in focus here, and by the time you get to the back, it's out of focus. So good job on that. That's difficult to do. Good job predicting the way this bird was going to launch in flight and making sure to get the correct part in focus. So good job, Alex. In terms of things that could have been improved, in this one, I think the shutter speed I'm going to mention. The shutter speed is just an awkward in-between of where it's not slow exposure, doesn't look like a good slow exposure, but it also doesn't look like it's captured frozen in action. So getting the shutter speed a little higher would have been good, or getting it lower to where it's very artistic and abstract would have been important. And last, Alex again with this shot here. Apparently he has a good setup with pileated woodpeckers. I like this one for the double subject composition. I like how it feels like there's a story with one looking down upon the other and the other looking up at that one. And these red heads are just beautifully contrasted against that color blue background. So I love that. For this one, I'd say the biggest thing that hurts this image is the up angle. I just would love to see, I know that this is probably happening so high up in a tree, it's impossible to do anything else about it unless you're like climbing a tree, you know? But so regardless of whether this one could be fixed or not, which most likely it couldn't, it just is not necessarily benefiting from the fact that you have to look so straight up at these birds. So here, Devin Doughty with his image of an alligator. Very cool. So for this image, I think the thing that I like most is that it's kind of hidden. Like you have to look at this image. So that's the thing I'm going to say. That's the thing I like most and least. Thing I like most about it is that it's very cool. It's a very kind of dramatic scene when you look into it. But the thing that I do like the least about it is it's very hard to tell what's going on unless you kind of are looking at it and you have a second to register what is going on. So that's the best and the worst part I'd say about the image. Devin Doughty once again with his image of a Gulf fritillary is what he said it was called. And what I like most about this image is I do like the gap in this kind of like U shape, this framing. So it's a good framing here of foliage around the butterfly. And the butterfly looks really nice amidst that. And then the thing that I think I like the least is this clump. I would like that to be a little bit more blurred out or a little bit more in focus. It just feels like an awkward in-between. And this twig over here is pretty distracting as well. So those are the two big things I think in regards to that. Okay, next one still by Devin Doughty. And this one is of a squirrel across a tree branch. Thing I like most about this one is this cool behavior going on here. And then the thing that I think could be improved the most is probably just the darkness. It's just too dark to really get much detail at all in the branch or the subject. while this is still being overexposed up here. So I think just a lot of this exposure was just not quite right on this one. So could have been a lot of improvements in regards to how that was brought up in the shadows and blacks and yeah, and then blending that a little bit better so it's not quite such a harsh blowout. All right, this is by Randy Osgood with two little bison calves. Very cute moment. What I like most about this image is that probably the interaction that's going on. Very nice tender moment here. So it looks really good. Very cool to see. And the thing that I think could have been improved the most is probably getting more down ground level would be a big one. That way it just feels like there's a better scene going on. Right here, specifically behind the bison, it's a little distracting. I would like that more blurred out so you can really focus on the subjects more. Yeah, and also to me, it feels like the horizon line is a bit tilted, but that could just be the subject positioning too. But maybe if that was adjusted, that could have been better. And that little element up there, taking that out. All right, Randy Osgood once again. And this is of a rabbit standing up. What I like most about this one is the subject engagement is really cool with the dead on look and the two black eye bulges going on there and the ears perked up. Very kind of classic pose. And I think that suits this image really well. The thing I think I would have liked to see improved about this image the most is there is quite a bit of clutter going on once again around it. Just finding a way to isolate that more, probably by using foreground once again right here will at least help this bottom half. You could cut off the rabbit right about here, maybe right below the paws, or even maybe at the chest with foreground, and that would look better, I think. Background, not much you could do at that angle besides finding a different angle, but that could have been something too. All right, we got Randy Osgood once again. And this is of some sort of dragonfly. And what I like most about this image, this is pretty cool. I'm excited for our macro category next year, by the way, guys. That should be pretty interesting. What I like most about this image is that, yeah, probably the red as opposed to everything else feeling very yellow-green in this image. And then you have the one subject that is red. That makes for a really nice color contrast, and it really helps to color isolate the subject. So that's my favorite part. The thing that I think could have been improved, man, this is a pretty good image, honestly. Yeah, man, I wish maybe there was a way to get these stems a little bit more isolated from the background. I'm not sure if in the coloring you could have done more to color contrast those and get those separated a little bit. That might have been nice. Or even from an exposure aspect, maybe isolating them a little bit more from each other. But I wish those stems would have been slightly more prominent, maybe. Okay, we got Andre Butka, I believe. Red Darter Dragonfly, Scott says. Andre Butka with some sort of songbird here. So on this image, what I think I like the most is I really like this perch, this kind of twig that he's on with all those little pine needles. That's a really intriguing and engaging twig, and because it's backlit, it really helps to accent just the sharpness of it. It feels very interesting to me. Thing I think I would have liked to see improved the most is probably the subject engagement. This is a pretty good image overall, actually, but the subject engagement is not quite there. It's turned a little bit away from the camera, so it doesn't feel like as a viewer I'm as engaged with it as I'd like to be. Okay. Also by Andre Butka. And this is a cool shot of some sort of goat out in the distance by a tree. What I like most about this image is actually I like this composition quite a lot. I like the choice to put it off kind of in the corner. So I'm going to speak to that aspect of it. I do like the decision to put it off in the corner because this kind of hill behind it looks fantastic. And right here, then you have this tree kind of like arching over it. And that arch over the goat looks really nice for framing it very well. Great composition, honestly, for that. But in regards to what could be improved, I'm also going to talk about composition. I don't think the 16:9 quite suits it as well. I think that the necessary part of the tree ends about here. I feel like everything above that is kind of unnecessary. I think I'd like to see it cut off. And this does look like it's a 9:16 aspect ratio approximately. I would have liked to see a 3x2, which would have just chopped that right there perfectly. You don't even have to make an adjustment if you want. But I think an adjustment that could have been nice is once you chopped it to there, 3x2, taking the top right corner, pulling in a little bit, and or sorry, not the top right corner, the bottom right corner, pulling in a little bit, and now you have less of this space down here, just a little bit less, which then puts this more towards the bottom of the frame and really gets the goat nicely off in the bottom left corner, in my opinion, while still keeping all the essential elements of the frame. So that is what I would have done about that image. But that is a cool image. I really like that one. Okay. Again, Andre Butka. And this is an image right here of a puffin. What I like about this image is the detail captured in it. Very nice and smooth. Looks great. Yeah, just very engaging image with the puffin. I like the angle on the puffin, kind of looking slightly down at it, and it's looking right towards you. Follows the 90-degree closer rule. The thing that I like, I think I would like to see improved about it is just I wish this would have been either front lit, or more softly lit, or perfectly backlit, or something that creates a little bit less shadowing in the face here. That's probably the most distracting part of this image. But otherwise, very cool shot. Kieran Kane with this image here of a hummingbird. This is a phenomenal image as well. I can't remember if this one made it to the finalist. I want to say it did, but I also want to say it didn't. Cannot remember off the top of my head, but beautiful image. What I like most about this one is the mood of this image. The color of this hummingbird very well complements the darkness and the moodiness around this bird. So, yeah, phenomenal capture with that. Man, when it comes to something to improve on this image, this is pretty dang good. Close to as good as you can get with this type of an image, I feel like. I think if I'm being picky, this brown twig in the background, I would have liked to see that blurred out more or not. It just is slightly prominent, and that's being very picky, honestly, because this is a fantastic image in my opinion. But yeah, that is slightly distracting there. So that would be the one thing I'd think about that. All right, and now we're getting to Tianzi Ling. This is also, his name is, his American name is Jerry Ling, so he's gone by both. So if you see Jerry Ling or Tianzi Ling, he's gone by both in this competition. But saw some of his images earlier. So this is of a plover here, and what I like most about this image is probably just the nice ground level. Was very intentional about getting as low as possible, and it creates a very, very smooth image around this plover. So great job there. The thing I think could have been improved is just, man, this is a very clean image, but I think it is a little stale compositionally. And I think even just like cropping in a little bit from the top right, could have framed him on a top right thirds, or cropping a little bit from the bottom and framed him on a middle right thirds. Either of those two options I think would have sold the composition a little bit better. And this was our winning image of the new photographers category, also by Tianzi Ling. Yeah, fantastic image here. I had honestly, looking through these images before I sent them to the judges, I was like, shoot, this image has a good chance of winning. Sure enough, got it back as a finalist result, and with those finalist results, I was pretty confident this one was going to win, and it did wind up winning. And so just amazing shot here by Tianzi. In really every way, it's perfectly technically sound. Like there's almost no improvement you can do about it, whether that be compositionally, subject engagement wise, exposure wise. The action is absolutely phenomenal. That's amazing detail right there, with eating the crab. And the only thing that I think this image would benefit a lot from is more color, which at the moment couldn't have been changed, but if it was a better sunrise time or a better sunset time, this image could have just been even that much better, because the color is a little bit, it's not bad. It is definitely not bad, but it is ever so slightly dull. And because of that, I wish there just would have been maybe some like nice purples or oranges in the sky behind it, and some, something like that, just to give a little bit more pop to the image. Pretty much a perfect image. Like, I was amazed. And this one I think was probably, out of all the new photographers images, I'm not sure if any of the other ones could have placed in other finalist categories, but I'm pretty confident this one could have placed in like the portrait category. Yeah, probably the portrait. Probably could have placed in the portrait category. Honestly, it's amazing. Would I adjust the color temp? That's a hard question. Maybe slightly colder. I'm not totally sure. I feel like I'd have to see it to know for sure if I wanted that, but possibly slightly colder. I think it just really, like, the thing that would have sold it is just a different time of day, like slightly earlier in the morning or slightly later at sunset. But I don't know if the color temp would have done enough, and I'm also not quite sure if I would have done that. But it is a good thought, so wouldn't hurt to try. And yes, in terms of new photographers, yeah, there were some. I mean, really, there are a lot of amazing images in this new photographers category. So good job, everyone. And Aaron, you want to run me over some corn dogs? I won't be opposed to that. Oh man, trying to make me laugh in the chat. I know you are. All right, so back to the images. We have now Rebecca Strickland with her image here of a crow. And a phenomenal shot going on here. I like the color palette and the mood of this image. It's a different take than normal. It doesn't quite look perfectly natural, but it is good, and it's not very unnatural. So it matches the mood of this bird a lot, and I do like that. I think in terms of things I would have improved, things I would have liked to see improved, really, I think maybe cropping in a little bit more, because I don't really care for the wire down here. If you would have cropped right above the wire and pulled down from the top as well, could have been just more of a portrait image, which I think this is really what the image is supposed to be anyways. So that's what I would have done there. Jeremy Anderson with his image here of an owl. Yeah, what I love most about this image is I like the yellow of the eyes that really stand out amidst this whole scene. The brown around it. The colors are very vivid in this shot. So I think the vividness of the colors, even in the foreground right here, is really nice for me. And I think that's my favorite part of the image. In terms of something I'd improve, I think I'd definitely change this crop. I think I'd change it to probably a portrait crop, personally, because all of this is unnecessary. All of that is unnecessary. Maybe it would work in a landscape, but I really doubt this is really meant to be a landscape. I think this is more supposed to be a portrait. Either doing the full height of it in portrait 3x2, or maybe cropping in even closer and doing 3x2 portrait there. All right. Next by Jeremy Anderson. We have this right here of some sort of snake. I'm not a snake person, so I'm not quite sure, but very cool subject here. Something I like about this image, I like how they made sure with snakes, it's always important, capture the eye perfectly in focus, and the rest kind of being out of focus, and the rattler right here. Just a very cool subject positioning. Phenomenal job with that, and love that about this image. So subject positioning is cool. Thing that I think could have been improved on this image is man, it's hard to say. There's a couple things, but I'm gonna go with the most obvious. On a technical level, there's something that they masked out up here that they didn't quite do a good job of, and it's pretty obvious where that splotch is. I don't know how well you can see it on live, but here I can see it, and there's a splotch here where they probably clone masked out a twig, or I'm not quite sure. But whatever it is, it's a little obvious, and just being careful on details like that is important. All right, we got Jeremy Anderson once again with his image here of a, is this a coyote? Yeah, coyote. Looks like a very lean coyote though, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But yeah, so what I like most about this image is I like how this image is very powerfully, like it's very powerfully focused on the subject, but artistic too. Kind of feels like this almost is like meant to be in like a music video shoot, you know, something like that, where the wolf's standing off to the side, but it's very prominent. Everything else is very blurred out, and there's the mountain behind it. So it looks very obvious that this is what we are supposed to be looking at, and it looks very nice and crisply captured. in terms of things that could be improved, the scenery is just a little dry in terms of with the road and kind of the plain mountain behind it. No color there really. There's just some aspects of this image that I just feel like, I just would have appreciated a little bit more scene, I guess, to this image. And I think that's what's lacking the most in this image. All right. So I'm going to take a quick drink here. 1 second, actually. I need to do a switch on my battery. All right. Okay. I have to switch out my video camera battery. Okay, so I think, to be honest, as opposed to last year, I am getting a little bit more in depth with this than last year. So it's going even longer, I'm noticing, per photo than how it went last year when I filmed the recap. So let me know in the chat. I'm going to let you guys decide. Would you guys like me to, for each image from now on, because I'm going to have to change this up, otherwise I will be here literally till midnight. Let me know in the chat if you guys would like me to give one piece of feedback in a positive aspect, what I think stood out about the image most and made it competition worthy, or would you like me to give one piece of feedback in terms of what could have been improved about it and just do that in terms of what could have been improved for competition's sake. Let me know which of those two you find more valuable, and I'll count them up in the chat. Whichever one has more, I will just do that. Again, this is for all people that aren't here live. If you are here live, you can ask me more questions. I'll go much more in detail with you because you deserve it if you've been sticking around. But this is just for all the people who aren't here. I'll give it a few more seconds if you guys want to think about it. Again, if you'd like to see either, I have to pick one or the other, if you want to see improvements, or if you would like to see, hear what was especially liked about it. You guys are going to have to deal with me eating bars. I brought like 4 bars today to power through all this. Give it like 15 more seconds. Thanks, Jeff. Okay. So it looks like improvements was voted for more. We had 2 votes on good. But we had, I think, 4 or 5 votes on, on improvements. So we'll go that route. Just for sake of time. So I want everyone to hear me, especially those watching later on, that me suggesting an improvement for every photo, I really, 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 really hope that you guys all understand that like all these photos are awesome photos. And so I am not trying to discourage anyone in just giving these improvement notes right now. This is just genuinely me trying to share what can best help you guys in your own photography skills, growing in the future, and just genuinely trying to help people to learn. That ultimately is the goal of today. So I hope that you guys already know that I think that all these images were amazing. And yeah, when we get to your image, if I don't talk about the good things about it, it's not because there were none. So that's for everyone watching later on. Again, for you guys in the chat though, please let me know when your image comes up and I will talk about it a lot more because you sat through this whole thing with me and you deserve it. All right, so let's hop into the images again. All right, so we got Tom Lawson here with the bison image. Very, very cool scenic shot. I think the thing that could be improved most about this image, this is a hard one because the scene's very cool, but the depth of field, excuse me. Sorry, I'm trying not to cough on camera. I have been a little bit sick as of recent, or getting over it. The thing that I think could be improved the most about this image is the depth of field. It does seem like this was probably shot pretty wide. I'd be amazed if this wasn't shot at a wide aperture because this is pretty tight of a focal length. So it must have been shot at a wide aperture. But yeah, I definitely would shoot it at a more shallow aperture because the scene is cool, but it's a little bit too distracting. And I would have liked to see it blurred out a little more. All right, we have Tom Lawson again with a deer peeking from behind a bush. Very cool. I think the thing I would like to see improved a little more about this image is probably the exposure isolation. So the subject, I would like to see it a little bit brighter than the whole scene around it. I like the moodiness of this photo, and the moodiness even in the subject in itself isn't bad, but somehow I just think it needs to be separated from the background a little bit more from an exposure aspect. So maybe this should be darkened back here, but not the subject. So we have Tom Lawson with the bald eagle once again. And the thing I think could have been improved the most about this image is there is a lot of clutter right in front of the eagle in the direction it's looking. So it looks a little awkward. And I'd say that that's probably the most harmful part about this image. So again, I know these moments are impossible to control, but this just might not be the right competition image because there's just too much clutter going on right in front of the subject. Okay, we have Sean Lee here. Very cool image of a green heron. I think the thing that this image could benefit from most is subject engagement. Because it's looking away, it really doesn't feel like, as a viewer, I'm engaged with the subject, and it doesn't feel like it's really paying me any attention. All right, now we got a shot here. Sean Lee took the shot of a mute swan. I think the thing that this image could benefit from the most, probably getting down more water level. It's hard, or a little bit, it doesn't have to be perfectly water level, but get maybe some of this in the foreground leading up to the bird, and get a little bit more background, hopefully get some actual scene behind it besides just water, I think would be the biggest benefit on this image. We have Mark Ballou here with this image of an osprey. Very cool wing spread on this image. What I think this image could have benefited from the most is probably just some more scene, honestly, because the actual shot of the osprey is pretty cool. I mean, it's very cool, and it's pretty technically sound, but just the plain blue afternoon sky behind it just feels so ordinary that it takes away from the coolness of the image. So either different time of day, maybe getting some clouds in the sky, maybe using some foreground, something to improve that about this image. Beth's image here of the two bears crossing the road. Very cool image. I think that probably what this image could have used the most is just it's shot down directly from the top on these bears and smashes them into the road in the background. And so it just is not very subject focused in terms of depth of field. And so that probably hurts the image more than anything else. With new photographers, like you guys have been noticing probably, it really is amazing. Like eye level is by far the number one thing that I see in new photographer images, is that need typically. Once again, Beth Hibskman. Yeah. And this image is of some bears chasing after the mother. So it looks like two young bears chasing after probably the mother. And very cool shot. I think what this image could have benefited from the most is probably just subject engagement and clutter. It just feels like the bears are in this image and there's a story being told, but like my eye doesn't really aesthetically care about that story at all. So from an aesthetic standpoint, there's nothing compelling me to this story, even though the story is very, very cool. So I love the story, just aesthetically, it's not quite there. And thanks, Alexander. Good having you in the chat. Alexander was a student of mine as well for a while, for probably like 9 months, almost a whole year. We had a good time. Beth, this was still Beth, an image of a moose here for her. And really, really cool image here. I think what this image could have benefited from the most, probably getting down water level, and again, a better depth of field. The depth of field is pretty wide. I feel like you could probably get better at that than this at that focal length. And if you would have gotten water level, that would have gotten a really nice smooth, like everything would have been blurred out except for the moose. And that would have really sold the image. And even the water, even this nice color of the water, because the color is pretty nice, you still would have been able to get that, but it just would have been blurred out and nice, and you don't have all the ripples distracting you. All right, this is Gregory Mollica, or Mollica. I don't know how you pronounce the last name, but beautiful image here of a gray heron, great blue heron. And I think, yeah, I really like the vignette on this one. That one actually suits it really well. I think what this image could have benefited from the most, man, this is a pretty good one. Probably, maybe a slight crop in. Oh man, I hesitate saying that because the scene is so cool around this guy. And the exposure is just awesome on it. It looks like the light is really peeking down on him. But a slight crop in might help just get a little bit more attention onto the subject. Maybe to be very nitpicky as well, exposure wise, maybe you could have created a radial mask here that just slightly darkens this one spot, because those two branches are slightly distracting right there, but that is being very, very picky. So yeah, that's very picky, and I kind of hesitate to say that because it's so picky, but yeah, and those were some good comments too. I'm just reading them on the bear shot 2 shots ago. So, yeah. Thanks for sharing that, you guys. Laura, Jeff, Matt. Okay, we have Gregory Mollica once again. This image was Gary's favorite in our little pre-show today, and a finalist image as well. Man, this image is just an incredible attention to detail, like I said earlier on. But I think what this image could benefit from the most is, man, I wish the image was just ever so slightly wider. So either changing this to a 4:3 crop or backing out a little bit. I'm assuming this was probably captured like this in frame, but the fact that the mallard head is touching the rim of the border right there hurts the image just slightly. Same thing with this side. I would have liked to see the face just complete. Generally, with a subject, there's something called like body cutoff points, and you don't want to cut off parts of subjects' bodies unless they're at certain body cutoff points that feel very natural. One of those things is you obviously would never want to cut off a face unless you're completely engaged on the eyes or a certain feature, and in that case it has to be hyper cropped in, like a lot more than it is right now. So in this case, just slightly touching that border definitely hurts this image, but otherwise great shot. I mean, it's phenomenal. Made the finals. Very good. So the image here of oh yeah, Beth, you are in the chat. I just saw that. I forgot that you were in the chat. If you'd like, I can share more about your images. Let me know in the chat, and I can go a little bit more in detail. Go ahead and put in a question or two if you'd like about any of your images or all of them, and I can go back to them in 1 second. I'm going to finish talking about this one, and then I'll go back to it once I see your questions in the chat if you'd like to ask any. Okay, so this is Gregory Molika once again, and this is his image of a red-winged blackbird. I think the thing that this image could benefit from the most, oh man, it's hard to say. This is quite an outstanding image, but the way he's turned at the camera, I think I would have preferred a slight more of a side profile, because I feel like it looks a little funny with the angle he's at. He's not quite at a straight on looking at the camera. And even so, the fact that you can see both eyes with the body swinging off to the side, in my opinion, looks a little awkward. That is being pretty picky, but I think that is real. I think it just would have looked better if you could only see one eye and more the beak prominently sticking out rather than the beak smashed in like a nose. Because right here it almost looks like a human face with a nose, and doesn't quite feel as much like a bird to me. So because of that, yeah, I would suggest that improvement. But it really is quite a good image. So all right. Don't see any comments from Beth yet, but again, if you'd like to, you can feel free to put more or a question in, Beth. I can swing back to it. Okay, so we got Lauren Davies here. Lauren with this beautiful image of a barred owlet. I think this looks pretty young. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, beautiful image here. I think that the thing that could have been improved most on this image is easily the crop. That's the easiest improvement that would have made a big difference. This branch up here is not really helpful. I think just cropping the whole image in just a little bit. The center framing is good. It's actually slightly off center, so probably just pulling this in a little bit to where it's centered, and then accordingly just pulling top and bottom down until you get that branch out on the top is the easiest fix. So I think that will do a lot to this image actually. Yeah, but very good image. These colors back there are just, oh, amazing. Great job. We have Lauren Davies still with two ibis, and yeah, I think what could have been improved most about this image is just the twigs obviously are not ideal in front of both of these two subjects. 1, 2. And so those two things are probably the things that are hurting this image the most. Again, at this angle, there's nothing you can do about it, but at least this one, maybe if you moved more to your right, you could have fixed that. I'm not quite sure. This one, I don't know if you could have fixed it all, but those are things to be aware of when you're trying to decide which photos to submit, regardless. And last one by Lauren Davies is one more here of a fly catcher. This was a great image too. Yeah. So this image, I think what I like, or I think what could be improved most on this image, man, that's hard. This is a pretty good one. I think what could have been added to the artistry a little bit in this image is pulling down from the top left corner. That way you can almost frame this bird on a third, left third, and then this twig on the right third, giving kind of some purpose to that twig. I think that could have created a really interesting balance between these two elements in the frame, and would have made it feel a little bit more artsy fartsy. So, so yeah, that'd be my thought there. All right. So still going on. We got Maria Wright with this image of a killdeer here. So I think this image probably could have benefited the most from, yeah, probably just the background is very dreary and purplish gray. So finding a way to fix this a little bit more, bring out some more contrast in this image, bring up the exposure quite a lot overall. The exposure is definitely darker than it needs to be. In editing, that could be a pretty easy fix. And even though that won't completely fix this image and make it, perfect, it will definitely enhance this image quite a lot already, just simply bringing up the exposure. By Maria Wright again with a loggerhead shrike, I believe. I believe that's loggerhead. Might be northern. I forget what the northern look like. We don't have them here. But the shrike, really beautiful. I think the thing that this image could benefit from the most is my brain wants to frame this bird on a right third. If this was cropped in, maybe not crop it in so much and leave more space to the left. If it already is cropped in, then maybe, or if this is already the original aspect ratio, then maybe pulling down from the top right. That way this bird will be framed on the right third. Changing this to a 3x2 crop, because I believe it's at a 4x3 right now. That could be very helpful. All right, this is Stefano Pasquale. He's also a student of mine for quite a while. Actually, this guy, Stefano, was probably a student of mine for almost a year and a half. It was quite a long time. Yeah, just ended recently. But Stefano, yeah, I like this shot. I think what this image probably could have used improvement from the most is, well, I'll say the easiest thing probably about this image to be improved is just pulling down slightly on the crop here at the top. This little bit of brighter sliver up here is slightly distracting, and I would have liked to see that pulled down a little bit more. I don't think you really have the resolution or the quality for it, the sharpness for it, but if you did, you could really pull in and go for a complete portrait here. But I feel like that would be too soft at that point, too pixelated. Stefano's image here of a robin. Very cool image. I think this image probably could have benefited from clutter, decluttering the most. So there's a lot of twigs going all over in this frame and definitely distracting from the subject here. One more image right here by Stefano. And I think this image probably could have benefited from probably getting down water level the most. It is pretty close to water level, but just that little bit more would have been massively beneficial and really help isolate the subject even more so, I'd say. Yeah, especially with the other elements in frame, that could look really nice if it was very down eye level. All right, we got this image here by Jen Terzic. And this is an image here of a bald eagle and a coyote. I actually had to make sure that this was okay ethically going on, but it was. She showed me the whole scene and some behind the scenes footage. But yeah, very, very cool action shot here. I think the thing that this scene could benefit from the most is just, in a lot of ways, aesthetic. I mean, of course, in the moment for her, this happened and she just pounced on the opportunity as soon as she saw it. I don't know how quickly this moment happened, but the aesthetic is definitely a little, it's definitely not intentionally composed here. You can tell there's not much intentional composure here to this whole scene. It's mostly just about the action. Yeah, I guess on a side note with that, it's hard in moments like this to really think through your composure, but in moments like this, I really encourage like relaxing, breathing deep, taking 5 seconds to think about what's going on, and then making decisions before you just start firing immediately, because it's so easy to just fire right away. And there's things and get a half decent image that could have been easily corrected if you would have thought about it for 5-10 seconds and moved your position by 5 feet or whatever. So I'd highly recommend that. This is also by Jen Terzic. She has some pretty interesting wide shots, widescreen shots. I mean, yeah, great shot. I think the thing I would most improve about this image, it's a hard one. This is very unique. I like this one. It's very unique and creative. Yeah, I mean, if we're being, yeah, I think the biggest thing being picky is just the subject engagement with the main subject here. I think this is the most prominent subject with the antlers, obviously. And because it's not turning facing the camera, it is a little bit disengaged, and I wish I would have got that engagement. Even just a perfect side profile honestly would have been ideal. But it's a pretty dang good image, though. I like it a lot. Also by Jen Terzic. This is a great horned owl with an eye closing. I think the thing that could have been improved the most about this image is probably just shooting up at the subject. I'm sure that there probably could have been a better angle, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure you probably could have found a better angle if you were looking from some other type of angle that's not so drastically from underneath. This is very drastically underneath, and it kind of shows, especially with the sky behind it. So, but yeah, pretty cool. All right, we got Brock Pearson. Brock with his image of, I believe this is a red-tailed hawk. Some type of hawk. Maybe not. Maybe Ferruginous. Ferruginous? I think so. Anyways, so hawk, I think the thing that could be improved the most on this image is probably just the clutter. There's quite a bit of going on that's all in focus around it, and it's pretty hard to identify this bird, especially from color aspect. Its wing just blends into the dirt, for example. Its head blends in. So really, if it weren't for the white of the bird, it'd be very blended in. So that's the biggest thing there. Brock Pearson once again with his image of, is this a Anhiga? I forget how to pronounce that. Anhiga. But yeah, cool image. I think the biggest thing here is, once again, there's just a lot going on. I think we just need to declutter it, really get focused on the bird itself. And finding ways to do that, whether that be use of foreground or switching up your angle, whatever it may be. And we got Brock Pearson one more time with a great blue heron. And this image, I think, could benefit the most from maybe, I don't think the center composition quite fits this image. It's hard to find a composition that fits this image, but maybe I would have shot landscape-wise. I don't know what's out here, but shot landscape-wise and framed him on a right third, I think would have been a better choice here. Even in this portrait image, maybe you could try pulling in a little bit, but I'm also not quite sure if I like that. The reason why I don't like the center here is because this twig doesn't lend itself towards a center, because it's kind of, it has a curve and a shape to it that lends itself towards being on a corner rather than being quite, yeah, it's hard to explain, I guess. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like it quite matches. Like, it's not close enough to the corner here, but maybe if you pulled in the crop to be more centered, it'll be more off in the corner to where it'll be okay. But yeah, I think just the composition there. I think the landscape would have looked the best, though, if there was nothing bad out here. All right, going on to Sampo Masala. So here, this was an image of a kookaburra. And I think this image could benefit the most from overexposure. It's definitely overexposed a little bit. And so making sure that exposure is proper here, that way you don't accidentally blow out the details on the feathers, is pretty key. This is also by Sampo. I checked to make sure that this was taken in a proper manner. So yeah, I think this image could benefit most. It's a pretty powerful and cool image here. But I think that there's some bright spots in the leaves back here, but then the rest is dark. I think that if you were able to get this more uniform in the exposure behind the tiger, that would have been nice and not as distracting away from the tiger itself. So that's the biggest thing I would have improved there. Jennifer Anderson with the image of a finch swallowing a big old seed. Pretty cool. I think this image could probably benefit the most from even just a simple horizon line correction. This wooden block is tilted, and correcting that would have done good for this image. Okay, we have Denver Rosario with this image of, I think this is an eagle owl. Can't remember. They're not from here, but I feel like I've seen this before. But anyways, this image I think definitely could benefit the most from getting a better balance in the exposure and contrast here, because it's very bright back here, very dark here. So finding a different angle, or in editing, trying to do your best to compensate for that, but it is very drastically different, and I don't think it really suits the image very well. This is also by Denver Rosario. And This image, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, kind of, where you have a very bright exposure here, but then dark. Maybe, I'm trying to think if in the moment this would have been so drastic, this would have had to have been blown out. But I feel like you probably could have been able to capture both enough to recover it in editing. If you're shooting in RAW, if you're not shooting in RAW, that's all the more reason to show why you should be shooting in RAW. But yeah, I think just that, again, the blown out right there and some parts of the tail is probably the most harmful in this image. But this exposure back here is nice. I like that low key back there. Denver Rosario one more time. Beautiful bird, man. I've always wanted to see this bird. I forget what it's called, but very cool bird. I think this image could benefit the most from a different angle. Getting more of an eye level angle, hopefully, or finding an angle with a pure green background would do wonders for this image. The sky is just very unaesthetic for as a background. Okay, and right here we have Denver Rosario one more time with I'm not sure what type of bird this is. Looks like maybe an ibis. But yeah, Denver's image here, and I would say for this image, just subject engagement is the biggest thing that stands out to me. It's flying away, not very engaged with you as a viewer. It's also being shot down at from above, and get a lot of background in focus. And one more by Denver Rosario. Very cool image here of, I think, a bee eater of some sort. And I think the big thing here is again, that contrast between sky and subject. Too dark on the subject, too bright on the sky. That's a big thing. Okay, we got Jose Neves or Neves. He made the finalists for the new photographer. So congratulations, Jose. It's a phenomenal image. The thing I think could have been improved the most about this image, man, this was a really good one. It's very sound in a lot of ways. I want to say, like, I don't know. Man, this is a hard one. Have to think about this one. Yeah, I'm not really sure too much what could be improved about it. Maybe, I think personally, I'm not a huge fan of the 1-to-1 crop here. But I could also see an argument for it. So I guess this one I don't feel so confident in saying my feedback for, but I'll say it anyways. Yeah, I think this would have looked better in a 3x2. I feel like there's a little bit too much needless space above and below, and a 3x2 would have looked nice. Or even maybe just a portrait, and then you're cutting out some of the needless space to the sides, because this is all nice, but it is kind of repetitive. Like, it's the same thing across the whole frame, so you can easily trim this down, get more focus on the bird, on the plover, and it'll still be just as good or even better, I think. That'd be my thought. Also Jose, right here with his image of an osprey. Yeah, great image. I think the thing that could be improved most about this is we got a really harsh, I think, linear gradient probably that he put here off to the side. Not sure. But whatever that is that's causing the darkness up there, it's a very harsh gradient and looks just out of place. So finding a way to get rid of that in editing, or if that was actually captured in camera, then yeah, trying to avoid whatever it was that was causing that. And you probably even could compensate for it still in editing. But yeah. Okay, we got Lorenzo Benaglio with his image of an mallard here. Like the framing. I think the thing that could be improved the most about this image is just to, I guess, say something a little bit different. There's a couple things, but it's very noisy. So in the shadows, very noisy. Yeah, making sure to try running it through denoise software. It's also pretty soft though, so it's not like, yeah, the denoise software might not do it super well for that either, but yeah, it is noisy, shooting at a lower ISO when possible. Yeah, different things like that. Got Lorenzo again, Benaglio. Yeah, Jerry Ling. I think Jerry. I don't know if he just joined. I think JL is Jerry Ling, right? Let me know in the chat unless I'm saying it wrong. But hopefully you're around when we did yours. We did yours just a little while ago. But I agree. Portrait shots of shorebirds. They're facing you directly. Look good. So this is Lorenzo Bonaglio and his image of songbird here. This one is just too heavily cropped, and it's getting super noisy because of it and getting very pixelated. And so, yeah, unfortunately, as cool as something like this could be, just is too heavily cropped. I mean, actually, honestly, I even actually wonder, it might not be too heavily cropped. It's just really bad quality, unfortunately, if it's not heavily cropped. Yeah, so in this case, this would be a case where like maybe you do need to upgrade your camera body or something like that, because it is very, very noisy. I don't know if you guys can tell in the live, but yeah, something hopefully can be done about it at this point. Okay, this is Lorenzo again. This one's not noisy, so that's good. Very cool shot here. I think the thing that this image could use more is maybe a little bit more color. Feels like all these colors could be a little bit less muted if you put some work into doing color editing on it. You can maybe get some more vibrancy out of it, or even you could go for like a grayscale if you didn't think the colors were recoverable in editing. But yeah. All right. Yeah. Jerry, I think, so we've been in, I was just reading your comment right now. We've been in the chat for, well, your first set of images came up almost right away, like maybe 45 minutes approximately. That's a really rough timestamp. Maybe about 45 minutes into it. And then your second set of images probably came in about 2 hours into it, 2 hours, 15 minutes into it, something like that. If you want to go back and check them. All right, Bridger. This is Bridger Bird. I don't know if Bird is actually her last name or not, but that is super cool if so. Bridger Bird with her image of an American coot. This one, the one thing I think it could benefit from is probably getting the foreground's nice, kind of interesting, but there's just a lot of this brown grass, marsh grass going everywhere, and it just gets to the point where it's distracting, even if a little bit of it is nice to kind of give a peeking through the swamp feeling. Finding a way to get rid of some of that by switching up the angle, maybe moving to the left and getting just this more open snow patch, or you could even just heavily commit to all brown everywhere and then avoiding that. Then you have a very uniform image with only the coot standing out, but a couple different routes you can go there. Bridger Bird once again with her image of a frog coming out of the water. Pretty cool. I think the thing that this image could benefit from the most is more engagement onto the subject. So maybe cropping in a little bit more. This is kind of unnecessary and ugly down here. The mud, that's kind of unnecessary and non-aesthetic up there. So you can crop in a little bit more already to help. And getting, or even better yet, again, getting eye level. That way that is isolated and you have a background would help a lot too. Bridger Bird one more time with a red-winged blackbird. And for this image, we have, let's see. I think this image probably could have benefited the most from, I think, composing it off on a left thirds, pulling in that top left of the crop. You'd get it on a left third and keeping that 3x2. I think that would just make for a better artistic composition. It doesn't feel like it's super intentionally composed right here. And so I think that would help quite a lot. All right, we got Lake Martin here with an image of a bison. And I think the thing that this image could have benefited from the most is the bison head right here is really dark. You kind of lose a lot of the detail in it and the prominence of the horns. So that's something that definitely I think you should have had more contrast in the subject, specifically, even the whole image, but most specifically the subject. That's something that I noticed too in my time in Yellowstone is that bison heads are way darker than I realized, I guess, initially. And so I had to do a lot of work with their heads specifically in editing. In my Lightroom course, I actually have an image where I go through a bison shot and show you how I do that. So that is a good way to figure that out if you wanted to check that out. We got Lake Martin once again with an image of some sort of sheep or goat. And I think this image could benefit from, either a color and an exposure isolation. From a color aspect, it kind of just blends into a lot of the browns of the trees and stuff. And then from exposure, it blends in pretty well to a lot of the leaves and the trunks, once again, the wood. And so it all feels like it kind of blends together. And I would have liked to see a little bit more isolation, color and exposure wise. Next, we have Macintosh. And Mac's image here of a violet green tree swallow. I think this image overall could have benefited probably from a more natural color scheme. And the editing, it seems like this person went very cold and pretty green with the tint. And I think if you would have kept the colors a little bit more natural, it probably would have looked a little bit better. Here we have Salvatore Armetta, and Salvatore's image here of a butterfly. And I think this image could have benefited probably the most from this wing, very brightly exposed. This one, because you're seeing the underside of it, not so brightly, but I wish I still could see more. So maybe subject masking this butterfly, bringing up the shadows specifically only. That way you don't bring up the highlights too much, but bringing up the shadows. That way you keep the detail in the bottom side, and also to keep the detail in the body, which is pretty much completely lost in the shadows, close to. So, yeah. Also Salvatore Armetta, and this is Great Blue Heron shot here. What I like most about this image is, or what I think could be improved about this image, is probably, we just have a lot of clutter going on around it, particularly this, and this down here is probably the least pleasant. So finding a way to crop in a little bit to get rid of some of that, but also just taking a different angle. If you would have gone more to your right side, you could have shot less of this in it, I'm sure. I don't know what's to the left though, might be a problem, but at least you would have gotten less of that. But yeah, finding ways to get some of that clutter out of there more. Also by Salvatore Armetta. And this is an image here of a little duckling. And I think the thing I would like to see improved the most about this one, probably getting down more water level, because the scenery back here, I'm thinking about it, it is kind of distracting, but if you got perfectly flush with the water, it could be very pretty actually kind of behind it, as long as this was isolated more and there wasn't all these ripples. The ripples really distract a lot as well. So so I think getting down perfectly water level would have been a huge help here. Ravindra Wimalawera, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, but really cute shot here, man, of a bunch of those songbirds. That is super cute. I think this image probably could have most benefited from probably getting a little bit out. This is kind of nuanced, but getting a little bit of this darker. So what I would have done is created a radial mask, like right here, made it really skinny, kind of to where it just kind of gets a little bit of this in a circle right here, and darkened it just ever so slightly, feathered it out nicely. And you probably would have brought that down maybe like -20, -30 exposure just in that one radial area. That would have kept your eye from bouncing up here, kept it on the subjects, because right now my eye just slightly deters and bounces up here because of the light. But it's pretty small. All right, we got Ramon Arellano with an image here of a scrub jay. So for Ramon's image, I think the thing he could have benefited from the most was probably subject engagement, getting it turned just a little bit. It's ever so slightly turned away, but that does make a big difference. So just a little bit more subject engagement. Also this gray off to the side here. I wish that was not in there. I'm not sure how you'd get rid of that. You could try moving to the right. I don't know what's back here, but that gray is not, I think it's a little distracting, personally. It's Ramon Arellano again. A really gorgeous image. I like this one. Yeah. Um, so I think the biggest thing this image could have benefited from, honestly, was just a better time of day, which kind of sucks. There's nothing you can do about that sometimes in moments like these. But better time of day would have just made for such a more beautiful scene. The harsh lighting is kind of keeps the scene from reaching its full potential. But on a note of something you could do, I think the sky is a little bit too dehazed. It looks like it was dehazed at least. If not, then whatever you did to it at least gives it that effect. Maybe you pulled down your highlights just too drastically, or selected the sky as a mask and pulled it down a little too much. But I would like to see it just ever so slightly brighter. Not blown out, obviously, but it just does feel like it's not quite natural. John Miller asks, could you achieve the same thing with just a fuller vignette on the last one? Good having you here, John. So on the last one, talking about this one, I'm assuming, John. I missed when you put the comment in, but if you are talking about this one, the three birds, yes, perfect. Okay. Yeah, there is a delay in the chat, just as a reminder. You not really. The reason being that then you'd also darken this out more, which is already darkened quite a bit, and I would argue that you'd lose this too much, and it'd look I think it'd look a little bit too harsh on the left side of the frame, the fall off to the darkness. So that is why I would not use a vignette personally. And yeah, with those goat sheep images, that would be amazing sunrise sunset. All right, we got Ryan Moongan. I hope that's how you pronounce the last name. Ryan's image here of a hummingbird on a nest. Super cute, man. Those little leaves are just adorable. I think the thing that this could have benefited from the most, oh man, this is a hard one. But probably just some of the distracting elements that could be easily clone stamped out right there, like that little twig there. Some of these leaves maybe aren't so easily clone stamped out, but those are a little bit distracting as well, in my opinion. I would have liked it for it to be just totally green, kind of, and then this isolated. Also, this one down here can be clone stamped. But yeah, I think even just honestly cropping in more on this one and keeping this guy on the third could work pretty well too. Okay, we got Ryan Moongan once again, the image of the geese. This one, I think, good job getting water level. Looks great. But I do think this one could benefit just from subject engagement the most. They're all swimming away, which just doesn't feel appealing as a viewer. Or engaging, I should say, as a viewer. So that would be the biggest thing for me. That really is a big thing for guys. Like when you're shooting, like, I mean, people talk about not bumping birds, right, for ethical reasons, but even for photography reasons, like, it doesn't look engaging with the subject when you constantly are pushing them away from you. I'm not trying to say that this is what Ryan did here. I don't know. But that is something just to be aware of, is like you don't get your best shots when you're pushing a bird to its limits anyways. So, because you get shots of their butt. Ryan Moongan once again with an image of a blue indigo bunting, blue bunting. I can't remember. Someone will know from the East Coast in this chat probably. Yeah, gorgeous image. I think the thing this image could have benefited from the most, probably just less harsh of an exposure in the blacks. I actually would have brought up the shadows a little bit, maybe even the blacks a little bit, because the fall off on the side of the bird is a little bit too harsh, and up here obviously it's very harsh. I don't know how much of that could have been recovered. But if that couldn't have been recovered, maybe cropping the whole image a little bit to compensate for it. But hopefully even just some of that bird could be recovered regardless. Some of the shadows and leaves. All right, we got Nick Teague. Awesome shot here. Yeah. This guy's actually very good. I forgot. Yeah, he has some good images, and I was surprised that none of his made the finals. But yeah, so we got first here of a raven. Nice landscape shot here. I think what this image could have benefited from the most, it's hard to say. The composition was very intentionally thought through, you can tell. maybe, man, it's hard to say, but I guess just like, yeah, a different time of day, really. Yeah, because I mean the very kind of bland blue sky and orange dirt in the distance, in the exposed areas, doesn't feel very appealing. And so yeah, I'd say the biggest thing is really just time of day. Like at sunset or sunrise, this would have been phenomenal, but in the afternoon, it doesn't quite look the same, you know. Indigo bunting, apparently it was. Thank you. This was also Nick Teague with his image of a mallard, and man, what an awesome shot with all these raindrops coming through. Or if this was a bird bath going on, amazing job. I think this image just could have benefited the most from being able to see the eye of the subject here, because we don't see any eyes, and so it kind of just you lose all the detail there, and because of that, unfortunately, you just really can't tell what's going on with the bird specifically. Okay, next image by Nick Teague again, and this one here, phenomenally thought through in terms of composition once again. I think the thing that this image could have benefited from the most, there's a fish right there in his mouth. I didn't even catch that the first time I looked at this. That's awesome. There's a fish caught up in some of that aquatic plant. It's a phenomenal image. I'm amazed this one didn't make it either. This would have been a good birdscape image as well. This image probably mostly could have used some work in terms of the coloring. I'd say this whole image is a little bit cold. I feel like you don't get the green of the heron because it's so cold, and even the background feels pretty cold. I would have liked to see this all a little bit warmer personally. So just literally just bring the temperature up warmer for the whole image, I think would have benefited it quite a bit. Looks like a shrimp, Jerry said. Yeah, maybe. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it does look like a fin on the back, but I don't know. Maybe. It's very hard to tell. Yeah, maybe it definitely could be a shrimp. Anyways. Okay, we got Lorenzo Ramirez here. I think this image probably could have benefited the most from a good background. Whether that be getting more, just finding the right angle, getting eye level, whatever it may be. But the background definitely could be the most beneficial in this image. Lorenzo Ramirez once again. With an image of a cliff swallow. This image is a little soft, so I think it was taken a little out of focus. So being careful and tacking focus is pretty important. And just as a general note, if getting technicals down like shutter speed and focus and noise, things like that, judges are always keeping those things in mind. I mean, that's like kind of base level. So making sure that those things are at least passable always is always important for any type of shot. This is Johan Morrison with an image here of a sanderling, or not sanderling, a sandpiper of some type, which I am not sure, and pretty cool here. I think this image could benefit most from a horizon line correction, where, I'm not sure if this was actually the horizon line, because they did horizon line correct to the sand. But because the bird is tilted, this is kind of actually an interesting case of I would have horizon line correct to make the bird not tilted, made sure the bird looked like it was straight up, even if this was all on a slope. It might have been that way in real life even too, I don't know. But that's what I would have done personally, because it does feel a little awkward that it's tilted. The bird is tilted off to the side. Next image right here by Lorenzo once again. Of a rabbit. Very good use of foreground. This is a good, even though this image isn't ideal in its foreground, I do want to compliment this image and say how even in a horrible cluttered scenario like this, this person was intentional enough to try to use foreground to compensate for it. Even if it wasn't perfectly blurry and everything, at least there's some intentionality to it, and I want to give them props for that. So that's a good takeaway for everyone. I'll just leave that as the takeaway for it. That's a good use of that, but also it is still pretty cluttered. So ideally, if he could have gotten up even closer and used more of just this corner right here, I think that would have looked even better. but that was pretty good and good framing there. Okay, got Patrick Franson, image of a mute swan here. This one, I just say the vignette is too extreme here, so that's probably what it could benefit from the most, is correcting that vignette a little bit more. This is cool. This must be an icy pond all around this little patch of water, so that's pretty dang cool. The vignette is definitely obvious, and we'd want to make our vignettes only enhance the feeling of what's there and not make it like that is the feature. So, yeah. The beach might have been sloped, like you said, Matt. I think I mentioned that, but definitely could have been the case. Patrick Franson, once again, with an image of, what type of hawk is that? I don't know why. I want to say that's a goshawk, but I'm not sure. This image, there's just a lot in front of the subject, and I think that's definitely the thing that hurts the most, is it's too cluttered in front of the subject. Doesn't allow me to pay attention to the subject directly. Okay, and then we got Hector Borgs right here with an image of a butterfly. I think my favorite part about this image, doing things we like. Getting delusional. So the thing that I think could have been improved is actually this right here. I wish they would have moved 3 inches to the left. I don't have a problem with these being in the frame too much, but the fact that they're touching the wing, they're just a little bit too close up to the wing, and it makes it feel a little claustrophobic. I would have liked this whole subject layer to be completely isolated, and then I don't mind if those are off to the side. So if they would have moved literally like 2 inches to the right, that would have been a huge difference there. In that, I think. Tiny things can make big differences. Thomas Palomera. This is a great image too. All right, so Thomas with his image right here of some type of deer or elk. I'm not quite sure. Maybe someone could let me know in the chat. I'm mostly a bird guy, as you guys know if you've been following me. Great shot. Oh man, in terms of something being improved, it's pretty minute, pretty picky, but this tree right here, the brown in it, I wish there was some way, I'm not sure, maybe if they were more to the left, shooting against more of this, but this brown is more prominent than all the rest. I wish that was whited out like everything else. I don't know if there would have been a background that you could have taken in that moment, but something to consider. Thomas Palomera once again. Red Stag, Jeff says on the last one. Oh, Hector's here. Sorry, Hector. Let me go back to this image. Hopefully that feedback was helpful for you, Hector. Hopefully the feedback was helpful for you. I really like it. What I think you did very well is this background, the sweeping kind of background, all heading in the same direction. From a leading lines perspective, they're not leading lines, but they're patterned lines all in the same direction. Very good here, Hector. And like I said, the subject layer is very well isolated. If it wasn't for that little bump there, like honestly, this subject layer would have been pretty much perfect if it wasn't touching right there. These, I don't know if I really like them in the photo, but I'm also not opposed to them. They are kind of a cool feature, even if they are a little distracting. But yeah, it is just moving off. I think if you would have moved those 2 inches, 3 inches to the right, would have been hugely beneficial. On a very small note as well, if you wanted to hear one other thing that could be improved, I think that the darkness in some of these areas probably could have been slightly brought up, in my opinion. It is a little harsh, distracting me just ever so slightly to the background. I really want all attention to stay here and the background just to be aesthetic for the most part, with maybe this one feature. And so that might have been helpful right there. But really, it is a fantastic image. You captured the detail very well. Focus was nailed. The colors are fantastic in this image, and I really like it, Hector. So good job on that. All right. So this was Thomas Palomara. So thing that could be improved. We've had some people join recently, so I'll just restate this really quick. What was I gonna say? So this has been going pretty long. We're almost through the new photographers category. Not quite yet. And then we're going to be hopping into creative, which will be very quick. There's only 67 images there. New photographers had like 200. And then we're going to do birdscape, which will be almost as long as this one, but we're going quicker now, so it'll probably be half the length, honestly. And then we'll do portrait at the end, which is the biggest category. So yeah. Yeah, it's been a long day. I probably will be around for another 4 or so hours. I got to find a way after this category to get this even quicker, I think. So yeah. All right. I think after this I'll say it afterwards, but I think I have a way I'm going to get through this quicker after this category. All right. So Thomas's next image. This one was phenomenal. Honestly, I was pretty amazed that Thomas did not make a finalist submission because, man, he had some really good ones. Yeah. This image, what could be improved about it? Whew, I don't even know. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I actually see something as I'm looking at it. The horizon line of the water is tilted. Yeah. That could have definitely helped. But this image is so good regardless. I am actually quite amazed this did not make the finalist image. Now I'm like remembering this image because I haven't looked at these in a while. This is a very good image. I personally definitely feel like this could have placed in new photographers. So I'm not sure. I'll have to go back to the judges scoring why it didn't, but yeah, phenomenal image, Thomas. That's really incredible. This is also Thomas Palomara. This is a really good image too. Yeah, I think in terms of what this image could benefit from, this is a hard one too. I think maybe a slightly better composition. I think I would have liked to see the wagtail slightly like on the right thirds because it's a little bit awkwardly positioned between the center and third. And so, yeah, I think the composition just doesn't quite feel as intentional as it could have been. So maybe pulling in just the right side of the screen ever so slightly, maybe to there, about there, I think would have benefited a lot because you don't really need this side of the rock, and pulling it to there would have been good for the composition's sake. Okay. Now Thomas's last image, which is also quite amazing. I'm amazed did not make it. Yeah, personally, I think this one could have placed too. Oh, masking around the Gannett. Actually, Scott commented. Let me see that. Yeah, I do see that. I didn't catch that at first. That's a good catch, Scott. I can definitely see that. There is some masking around the wing that darkens it out a little awkwardly. Yeah. That's good, man. This is such a good image still that I'm like still kind of bummed about it. But I guess yeah, that little technicality and then the horizon line, I can see why the judges would say that. So thanks for your input there, Scott. This one also by Thomas once again, really good. Yeah. I think this is a very good. This would have been great for the creative category. Like honestly, this should have been submitted for the creative category. I think. Just such a unique take. Man, if something could be improved on it, it's so unique and interesting. It's hard to say anything that should be improved because it's just different. But I think that ultimately this side of the frame is not super beneficial. Like I feel like it kind of is just wasted space in a way. Like this whole ridge where the light is hitting and then not hitting, this whole top ridge is really beautiful. Maybe potentially going to a portrait crop and trying that, although I am very hesitant on that as well. Maybe doing a 1x1 crop. But this Gannett in the foreground is also kind of cool. Sorry, booby. I think it's a blue-footed booby. No, I don't know. We don't have more on that, but let me know in the comments if you know. But yeah, I think ultimately this side of the frame is a little bit unnecessary and a little bit wasted from the real feature. And then also on a small note, there is some green thing here that could have been masked out. Green stick. I don't know if you can see that on the live, but yeah. I do not know what Thomas's IG is for asking in the chat. Okay, so now we're going to go to Leia Lopez, who Leia did place in the competition. Not this image, but she did place with her hummingbird one later on. It's pretty good. I like this image a lot, but definitely the biggest thing on this one is there was a obvious photoshopped or masked out blurring of the background here. So the background got blurred out, and it's pretty obvious if you know what you're looking for as a judge. So I think that's probably what stopped this image. It's just making sure if you do blurs in your images, like they have to be very subtle and they have to look very natural. But this one was probably all selected, the background, and then just majorly blurred. And it's very obvious that because a normal blur would be less blurry here, more blurry up here, but it's all relatively the same, which tells you that it's masked or photoshopped. This is also Leia Lopez of a baby fox. Super cute. Unbelievably cute. This image probably could have, man, this is a very solid portrait image. This image probably most could have benefited from maybe a better color isolation from the fox in the background. Because of the colors blending so much, it doesn't pop quite as much as I'd like, and the shape and silhouette of the fox doesn't pop quite as much as I'd like. This is Leia's image here of a white-crowned sparrow. What this image could have benefited from the most, I think she did the same blurring in the background as well after the rock. So it becomes a little apparent there. There's a harsh cutoff and a little apparent here. I think maybe it actually was, I don't know. Maybe it was taken that way. I could be wrong on that actually. It does look like a little bit unnatural, but maybe it was just that crisp and shallow and she was that close up. But yeah, if that was the case, I don't know. Then that would be my feedback. But in the event that I'm wrong, then that's a poor assumption on my end. So I apologize on that if so. But yeah, pretty good image. All right, we have Leia Lopez once again with a kingbird of some sort. Yeah, great image here. I think that really this image could benefit from, I mean, the overexposure is just a little bit harsh, especially on these flowers. They create some weird shapes and objects in the background. So I think I'd prefer a method of capturing this bird that does not have overexposure. Leia Lopez once again with a black and white of some geese. And I think this image could benefit the most from the subject that's in focus is slightly turned away. So subject engagement is slightly off. And the harshness of the shadows are a little bit too harsh, I think, on the geese to a little bit too distracting. Leia Lopez once again with some sandpipers. I think a type of dowitcher, but I might be wrong. And I think this image could probably benefit the most from getting, it looks like they were ground level, but then because of the slope, then the sea just kind of probably extends over. I guess just, I don't like the background, but I don't really know what you could do about it besides repositioning, maybe going off to the left or right side of this shore, shooting up and down the shore. Typically when you're filming shorebirds, you do get better shots when you're shooting to the sides, like up and down a shore rather than, or like from side, like imagine if you're off to the right side or left side, right? Those sides, instead of shooting straight at the water, typically you'll get better shots. So that's the biggest thing I'd say there. Then we have Leia's image, third place image in placements. Fantastic image here. Great job again, Leia, and congratulations on that. But yeah, we have her image here of a hummingbird. And man, what an incredible image. I mean, this image is just very technically sound. And it's also very beautiful and artistic and moody. And so it's hard to say really much about this image at all. But maybe if I was being picky, if I was being picky, I'd like for the shadows in the leaves to be less harsh. But I like the background as dark as it is. So that's really hard to do in editing. That is incredibly difficult to do in editing, but maybe there's a way she could slightly compensate for that. But that is being pretty picky because this image is already very good. So good job with that again, Leia. Okay, we have Leia two more times. Leia with her image of the two pelicans. I think this image probably just could have benefited from being water level more than anything, honestly. So that'd be the big thing there. And then we have Leia's image right here, Leia Lopez, of an American Robin. This image, I think I'd like to just see a more crop on this image. It's the first thing that comes to mind. There's just a lot of empty space that's just all the same grass around it. I think maybe framing it on a bottom right composition in portrait might be interesting. So kind of like starting there, going down, going across, going up, right? That could be kind of interesting. I think might set up for the best, because this light dynamic, the change in lighting is nice, but a lot of it is just kind of the same otherwise. Okay, we have Shea Vavra, I believe how you pronounce the name. So Shay's image here, kind of almost a silhouette, not perfectly a silhouette, but almost a silhouette of a pelican flying over the ocean, and a beautiful gradient in the sky behind it. I love the colors in this shot. This is really good. I think the biggest thing about this image is just making sure that the pelican actually gets silhouetted. That's really easy if you just do a subject mask, select the pelican, just pull it pure black, because it's almost there, but the slight details in it are there in some spots, the brighter spots of the feathers, and I'd like to see those kind of disappear. We have Shea Vavra once again. Really good image. Man, what a cool pose. The hummingbird is stretching here, which is very, very cool. Looks like stretching both wings. That's incredible. It's not something you see a lot. Beautiful colors in the shot. I think the thing that could have been improved the most about this image is getting, it's really hard because this image feels torn to me between, there's a nice framing with it, which is absolutely beautiful, but it's also not quite, like the hummingbird just needs to be bigger in the frame. And so I think because of that, I'd either I don't know. It's really hard to say because this framing is so nice, but I think if you crop in quite a bit, you just get better detail on the hummingbird, which is so beautiful against that green background. So as much as I hate to say that, I'd probably crop in, but if the hummingbird was bigger, obviously that would be ideal because this framing is really nice. So good job on that shot. Now we have Aaron Mazzo with an image of a ladybug. Would have been great for a macro category, man. Very cool shot here. I think what this image could have benefited from the most, honestly, is just some sort of like, I believe this is sidewalk here, some sort of concrete probably, maybe it's a rock. But I think I wish I could get something else just with a little bit more life in the scene around it. Not a lot at all, but just a little bit more. Like if it would have been a leaf, that would have been so much better, or just something tiny like that. But it is a pretty dang good image as it is. All right, and next we have Parth Mahaki. Sorry, I can't pronounce the last name. Mahaskke. Yeah, because I'm just going to butcher that. So Parth's image here of these three osprey, probably chicks. And pretty cool shot. I think the biggest thing here is the harsh contrast of the lighting, like just getting a better time of day, or making sure to bring up the shadows more in this image, because the dark parts of like the face and stuff like that are just too dark. You don't get the details. All right, Parth once again with an image of a bison swimming across a river. That is super cool to see. Overall, this is a cool action and behavior shot, but finding a way to also make it aesthetic is important. I think getting down water level would have been huge. Yeah, I think just the reflection of these browns and greens in the tree just are not that pretty. And so finding a way to get down water level, get a background behind it would have been huge. Parth one more time with some pronghorns. Very, very cool animals. I think this image probably could have benefited the most from better depth of field isolation of the herd. So whether that be like, it looks like it was shot at a hill, but whether that be getting towards the base of the hill more, if that was possible, using some foreground elements, whatever is possible to help get some more isolation here. But really, I think the thing would be getting more towards the base of the hill. All right, we have Christina Fulton of a burrowing owl. Yeah, beautiful shot here. This one is pretty, I think it's pretty heavily cropped, or if not, the resolution's a little low on it. And so that would be probably a big thing for me, is that. But actually, even beyond that, I'd say just more contrast. The image feels a little flat, and I feel like you could benefit from cranking up the contrast more. Christina Fulton, once again, with her image of a otter. And actually the same thing. I think the contrast is pretty gray here, pretty flattened. And so getting more contrast will help really pop out the colors and get you a better exposure range in an image like this. And Christina again. I think really all your images, Christina, if you watch this later on, hopefully, could benefit from more contrast. I think that's a big thing I'm already noticing with all your images, because this one, same thing. The vividness of the colors could be largely enhanced if you just contrasted the image out some more. But this one also, again, the resolution, pixelation is pretty high, and so making sure that you're not cropping it too much, or if you're not, like, because this doesn't necessarily look like it probably is cropped because you're already wide and it's pretty blurred. But maybe the way you're exporting it is poor. So making sure you're exporting with some good settings. This is Christina once again. This one's better in terms of the resolution detail. Still a little soft, but better. But man, what a cool shot. I mean, I've always wanted to see this myself, the prairie chickens. So that is very cool. I think this one could benefit a lot from some sort of like color isolation. The background, it just blends right into the bird. So giving some sort of color isolation is very, very, very important. Oh yeah, and Parth, you were here. Sorry, it's hard for me to remember all the names of everyone who's in the chat. But if you have any other questions regarding your 3 images, let me know. And we had if you guys want to let him know what was your favorite, you guys who are in the chat, let him know which one was your favorite of his 3. He had the osprey, bison, and the pronghorn. But yeah, let him know in the chat. Give him some encouragement. But let me know if you also have any questions, and I can go back to them in a second, Parth, if you'd like. This is Christina once again with the prairie chickens fighting. Very cool action in the shot. But I would just say, like, yeah, just scenery was definitely second in terms of the composition here, and not necessarily thought through, which I know it's hard to do it in these moments, but would have been a big thing. I think getting down ground level would have been a great preparation, just right over the bushes for a shot like this. Even I assume you're probably in a blind because there's no way you get this shot otherwise, but yeah, maybe positioning the blind, making sure you have like a lower slot in your blind you can shoot from, or I don't know. Christina Fulton one last time with her sea lion pup. For this image, I think this is a very cute and tender moment. The biggest thing I think it could have benefited from is probably there's a little bit of overexposure on the front of the eye here. And so making sure to expose that properly. And then again, contrasting out the rest of the image really well. All right. And then we got Asher Lee with the image of the dipper, and really cool splash of water going up here. Yeah, I think this image could have benefited the most from these kind of distracting elements in the background, these twigs. I don't know if there was a way you could have repositioned yourself to capture a different angle. That would have been nice. Not quite sure. Or maybe you probably shot as shallow of a depth of field as you could, I would assume, in this scenario. But if that was the case, yeah. All right, then we got Holland Galanti, I believe is how you pronounce it. All right, for Holland's image, this was a very unique take in terms of the urban. I thought this was Photoshop, to be honest, because like everything's so in focus, but he sent me over the raw files and none of it was, and it's all barely even edited. Yeah, I think, I don't know. It's interesting. It's very interesting and very different from anything we typically see in wildlife photography. So there is that value to it, but it also is so in focus in the background that I'm kind of like, I don't really know what I'm looking at in this image. I feel like I'm looking at a lot of things. So I guess just like making it more clear what the purpose of this image is, which is probably the bird. And you could still leave this not completely blurred, but just a little bit more blurry could have been helpful. Also by Holland, same bird. I would say the same thing. Giving a bit more depth of field, I think, could be nice. In regards to just getting it more attention on the subject. But I did like the clouds in this one. Those look really nice. And I'd say also in the bird itself, just recovering a little bit more details in the darkest parts would be a big thing. All right, again by Holland Galante. And this was a multiple exposure image of an eagle flying by. I think the biggest thing this could have benefited from was just a better scene. Like, it just is very simple in the sense of it just looks like it's doing exactly what it does, which is just capturing each different wing beat of the bird flying by. Not much beyond that. Cool. I'm looking at the comments really quick. So, Jerry, you mentioned benefit from having more of the stream in the frame. Not quite sure what you mean by that, so let me know what you mean by that. Parth asked for the bison background to the river, just a small 10-foot crevice. I'm not sure what the word is. What would be the best way to have improved that image? So going back to your image, Parth, you mentioned. So it sounds like he was maybe in like a gorge or like a canyon. I think, I know these things happen fast, but probably just going like, if you shot, it looks like maybe the gorge was here, right? Like I'm assuming it was probably somewhere around here, but out of the frame, obviously. So you're probably shooting like pretty head on across the gorge or down across the river. But maybe if you would have positioned yourself more to the right, you could have gotten more of a side angle and you could have gotten slightly down in the gorge. Or maybe you could have gone for, what would have been really interesting is if you would have gone for like a wide shot. You can kind of like hang your camera off. So let me actually in the frame, I'm trying to picture it. Like if you just kind of like even just took out like a wider angle, that way you don't have to worry so much about being super steady with it for image stabilization, stuff like that. And then you maybe hung your camera off the side if you couldn't go down into it. And then maybe at like 100 millimeters, 50 millimeters, something like that. And done a wide aesthetic scenery shot in a portrait composition. And you could have gotten a lot more that would have felt just more unique than being necessarily so straightforward on with this bison. So I hope that makes sense. A little hard to describe when you're not here physically with me in person, but hopefully that could be helpful. I think just ultimately thinking about a different way you could shoot this photo is important because this photo, the action is very cool, but the photo doesn't look like anything I haven't seen before. So how can you do it differently? Maybe going for a wide shot, maybe going down the gorge, doing sideways up the whole river. Eye level, obviously, if you can, but it sounds like maybe you couldn't do eye level. So just some different thoughts there, but great question. And for Jerry, that makes sense now. I thought you were talking about the stream as in like the live stream, but now you're saying the stream is in the river. That makes sense. But yeah, great job, Parth. Okay. So, Moose, again, Holland, Moose in the Tetons. Pretty cool image here. I think this image could have benefited from a little bit better composition, maybe pulling in from the right side or pulling down from the top right side. The ripples kind of make a natural composition where the frame feels like it should be centered around them. And so that's what I would have done. I think that would have made a much better composition. This feels like dead space up here. That feels like dead space on the side. Now this was a cool image. Technically, unfortunately, it's not super sound, but it is very cool. So I was amazed he was able to get this shot. Um, uh, but yeah, the overexposure is definitely the big thing here, along with the pretty harsh vignette on the corners, I'd say. Yeah, you're welcome, Parth. So yeah, that's what I'd say in regards to that image. Sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. All right. And then we have Holland again with this image, Holland Galante with this image of a red start fledgling, apparently, is what he said it was. Can't quite tell personally, but I think it's just the really blown out background and the harshness and then the lost in the details down here. So that's the big thing on this one. Figuring out a way to do that where you can edit to have both of that in there, or finding a different background, because that background is drastically different. It might have been too hard in that scenario. All right, and then we got Holland Galante with his last image here, and the final image of the new photographers category of these two kingbirds together. I think this image probably could have benefited the most from maybe a tighter crop in on them. I don't feel like the scenery is necessarily that special, so just focusing more on the real focus of this frame, which is the subjects, could have been beneficial there. Woo. Okay. Yeah, well done, everyone. Thanks, Scott. Well done to everyone in the new photographers category. That was just phenomenal. Yeah, good job to everyone. I was amazed at how many amazing images we got in that new photographer category. There were definitely like a handful of those images, like 5 or 10% of them, that easily could have gone into some of those higher end experienced seasoned photographer categories with some of the pros. And so yeah, props to everyone. It was really impressive, and I know Scott can vouch for that. He had all the judges had a very hard time picking the winners because there are so many good ones. So thanks you guys for being here with me. All right, well, we are going to go to the creative category. I'm going to take a second to set all this up. Okay, Jerry Ling, if you're still in the live, yours are going to be yours is going to be coming up right now in the creative. So how are you guys doing? What are you guys doing today? I'm assuming this is probably, for most people, a lot of background noise. If you are just literally watching this, that's very impressive. I don't think I could do that. But assuming a lot of you guys are probably doing something while this is going on in the background. Let me know. But yeah, glad to have all you guys on here with me. Okay, so in order to speed this up, watching you. Wow, Klaus. Thank you. It's not creepy at all. No. I'm glad this is being helpful too. Yeah. So, especially at the beginning, I think the more that go through, like, I just can't say as much as I want to say about everything, you know, like ideally I could spend minutes talking about every single photo, but just realistically, there's no way I can get through it all. Yeah. So the way that I think I'm going to switch this up is I think I'm going to, for each person that submitted, I think I'm only going to talk about one image. So you know how lots of people submitted like 5 in a row, for example. I'm not going to talk about all 5 anymore because I just am realizing this is literally going to be impossible to get through in time if I talk about every single one. So we're going to do 1 photo per person in each collection. And yeah, we'll go through it that way. If you are in the chat, though, once again, let me know, and I will go through all of your photos. We can go through them more in detail. So, yeah. Give me 2 minutes. I need to take a quick bathroom break. So 2-3 minutes, and I will be right back. All right. All right. We're back. Good to be back here with you guys. Yeah. Also, I was thinking about it right now as I was taking a quick break, and I like to go through the new photographers category first because I feel like I'm glad that we do that first and we get to give the most feedback there because I feel like more than anyone, they're the ones who probably want it and could use it the most. So that's kind of the reason why I kind of plan it in that way. But yeah. Jerry, I have not thought about a co-host before, but maybe next year I'll have to get Scott to do this with me. I don't know if Scott's still in the chat, but because Scott does he does a photo feedback quite a lot, I know, on his channel. So maybe yeah. I also think next year, I think realistically, I'm only going to be taking these on request. Yeah, don't have the stamina. I think next year I'm going to be taking only requests to review photos because while I wish like next year we're probably going to hit like 1,000 submissions, I'm pretty sure, and there's just no physical way I could do that even over 2 days. So yeah, I think next year I'm going to have to make people request if they do want to get some feedback. So yeah. And yeah, Shirley, I saw your comment in there. Yeah, I really would highly recommend. I think you were around earlier when I said that, but if you want to take my editing course, there's a lot of very helpful stuff in there. So I'd recommend that if you can. How many submissions last year, John? There were 321, I think, submissions last year. Somewhere 320 something. And this year we had 656, so over double last year's. So yeah. And next year, I'm pretty sure we can hit 1,000. I think I know how I'm going to do that from a marketing standpoint. So yeah, we doubled last year. My goal is to double next year. We'll see if I can double, but I think we can at least get 1,000, because the double would be 1,300 something. But yeah. All right. Excuse me. All right. So going to the creative images. We have Jerry Ling here. So Jerry's still in the chat. Did talk about this one earlier, but I'll say it again. I'll talk about it a little bit again, Jerry, since you're here now. Yeah, first of all, what I really love about this image is you did a very good job, Jerry, just capturing the rim light perfectly around the twigs, where you're just getting a perfect halo effect around the twigs and around the birds. So fantastic on that, because even just a slight bit to the side can yield some not great results sometimes, but you just got it perfectly rim lit. So that was phenomenal. I loved that about this image. And also, it's just a good scene. So good job with this scene overall. It's a very pretty scene. I loved it. I was actually kind of curious. I forgot to ask you before we had our session, our mentorship session, but I was going to ask you if at all it was inspired by my Red Wing Blackbird video, but maybe you can let me know. Cause yeah, my Red Wing Blackbird breath video, I think we talked about that before. I can't remember, but anyways, good job on that shot. I think the biggest thing that this image could benefit from is what I was saying earlier, is that the details in the dark parts of the bird are not enough to be noticeable. So I can't see them really enough, but they are there. So either I would commit one way or another. I would commit to making sure bringing up the shadows more in the subject. That way you can see the details more prominently. Or I would commit to totally blacking out the black on the Red Wing Blackbird and giving it a pure silhouette. I think one of those two results will do you good, because right now it feels a little bit like it's in the middle, and it doesn't feel like it's fully committed one way or another artistically. So that's the biggest thing for me about this image. And then on some other small notes, like some of this is a little distracting right there. That one back there is a little distracting. This one's easy to get rid of. That one's kind of easy, not super easy, but that part's a little difficult right there. But I think you could clean that up a little bit if you wanted. But yeah, those would be the biggest things for me about that image. So, and yeah, glad you enjoyed that. Then glad you saw that one in the past. But yeah, cool. Well, let me know if you have any other questions specifically about it. But it's a good image, Jerry. All right, so by Miguel, we have this image and this image. Man, they're both phenomenal, honestly. I think I am going to go for this image. The thing that I think can be improved about this image is with silhouette images on birds, it's pretty important to get a 2-wing separation. So this one it does have the second wing slightly visible there, but it's not like it's pretty hidden. So it makes it kind of feel like it only has one wing, which feels very awkward subliminally as a viewer. But it's very subliminal. Like obviously there is a second wing there, but subliminally it just takes a second for our brains to register that it's not a one-winged bird, which is obvious, but just subconsciously. So that is something to keep in mind, is trying to capture a pose where you can get both 2 wings in it. is pretty important, or even better so if you only do get one wing in it. For whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but the down wing does look, or the down what's it called? Down swipe, not down swipe. I don't know the word. I'm blanking on the word. We're 4 hours in, so forgive me. But but the down side of that lift is better than the top side. But that is pretty nuanced too. Flap. There we go. Flap's a word. That's what I was looking for. The downside of that flap looks a little bit better than the top. But very good image still, and phenomenal image there as well. So good job, Miguel. This is by John Eric Ellingson. This is his only image submitted here. A very cool artistic take. I think if anything about this image though, it's just so artistic. I'm like, it's just a little bit too much for me personally. Maybe for some judges they would find this appealing, but for me, I feel like I need some sort of structure to it. And this one just got so much on the artistic edge that I feel like I kind of missed all structure from it. So that's a little bit more of an opinion piece, because obviously he very intentionally captured it this way. But yeah, that is my opinion of that. This is the creative category once again. It's by Edwin Mahano. Pretty cool shot here. I think here the biggest thing for me is just that there's a lack of kind of like knowing what I'm supposed to look at. There's a lot going on in the frame and nothing prominently stands out to me. So making sure that whatever you want to have the most attention on is clear. And when you have attention on too many small things at once, it can be more distracting than it is helpful. Next, we got Paul Zimmer. Paul Zimmer had a couple images. He had 3. He had this one here of a heron. He had this one here of a spider in his own silhouette, which was super cool. I thought that was very cool. I feel like if we had like an urban category, this would have done phenomenally. And then we had this one of a swallow sequence coming into land. So pretty cool images. I feel like this one's the most obvious for improvement. I think this one is just too harsh on a black and white level. You get kind of like the white of the sun gets harsher here as opposed to out here. And so I just don't know if this would have been the best scene. And also to do black and white with. And also just the overblown exposure back here just is pretty distracting as well. So I think overall there's just too much detail in the water ripples and everything that is black, white, black, white, black, white very harshly, to where it makes it hard to concentrate on any specific one thing in this frame. So with black and white images, be very careful on your exposure and contrast. But that was a very cool image. I really like that one, Paul. John Langton. Okay, this was John's only image, and it's of a little mallard here with a mother. And I think the thing that this image could have benefited from the most, probably decluttering this background back here would be the biggest thing for me. Yeah, the subject engagement also could have been better, but this also isn't bad because the moment's so tender. But if it was better, it would have just enhanced it even that much more. But yeah. All right, Mike Gilling with the grand prize winning shot of the whole competition. I got to talk to him actually earlier this week, and I interviewed him, and we're going to have a podcast episode releasing with Mike in 2 weeks from now. I would talk to him about his image, kind of how he does wildlife photography, and a lot more. So if you guys want to join us for that, or tune in, subscribe to the channel, wait and watch that when it comes, I would highly recommend that. It was great getting to talk with him. It's a very down-to-earth guy, and he honestly was very surprised that he even won. So but yeah, fantastic image here. Yeah, since this is the grand prize image, I'm just going to skip through it, and it is about as good as it gets. We're just going to accept that for this one. All right, so we got Raymond Irwin here now. Raymond's image here of a heron, and I think the thing that I would most like to see improved about this image is probably just all the twigs going everywhere. Even though it is a silhouette, it just feels like there's a lot going on in this image, and too many twigs. So just either getting, closer up, finding a different perch that he winds up going on later on, something. But the lighting is beautiful. All right, we have Scott Waddell. Scott Waddell had 3 images submitted. So he had this one here of a ferret, I think. I'm not sure. You guys can tell me more in the chat. We have a wood duck here, and we have a bison. What an incredible shot there. Whew. So overall, some really cool images, and man, really hard to decide. I'm going to talk about this one out of the 3. Yeah, that bison image was very, very interesting. I'll get to your question in 1 second, Shirley. Yeah, I loved that bison one personally. I think that one definitely could have been a finalist for me, or a placement even for me. Maybe Scott. I'm curious if Scott would care to give some feedback on what his thoughts were. I don't know. I don't remember what Scott voted for it specifically, but obviously it didn't make the finals. Oop, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay. So we got the wood duck image here. The biggest thing for me about this one is that the subject got lost in the shadows, right? So moodiness is cool. That's a big thing for a lot of photos nowadays, but you got to be very careful not to lose parts of the subject into it. So the subject just kind of wound up like getting lost in the shadows, I'd say. And so still making sure that it's not such a dark image that you just totally lose it completely. Particularly the bill over here, the black part of the wood duck bill just totally got lost. So I think that's the biggest thing to be careful of there. But yeah. Okay, let's go here. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're on Giuseppe. Yeah. Oh, to answer Shirley's question, Shirley asked, what distinguishes creative category submissions? Portrait or because should have read some could be portrait or birdscape. Got you. Yeah. So what distinguishes it? Yeah. That is a good question. I think that. So you are right. Some of them could have been portrait. Some of them could have been birdscape. A creative image, I think, offers something that is rarely seen, whether that be in editing or in capture. So while this also does make a very good portrait image, for example, like you said, it offers something that I have personally, I don't think I've ever seen in a bison image, is a bison shaking off water and in this kind of deep black and white moody scene, and the water is like sparkles, droplets droplets are flying off, and it's very dramatic. I've never seen a bison image captured in this type of way, so it lends itself to kind of more of a creative category composition or submission, but it also would do phenomenally in a portrait. You're totally right. I think either one could work. To give one more example, let's talk about this one, the winning image, right? This one also would have done great in a birdscape category, I think, because it's very much like bird and scenery. But it's so uniquely captured and so creatively captured that I think it lends itself very well to being a creative submission, because I've never maybe a handful of times or less ever seen an overexposure that has a scene so distinct as this, right? So those are 2 examples of what could be a good creative category submission, right? So hopefully that helps. Awesome. Okay, so Giuseppe, with his image of, I don't know what type of insect that is. Cicala. But yeah, I think this image could probably benefit the most from maybe a closer up crop. I don't really like the wood, the tree off to the side here. Yeah, so maybe putting it on a left third, cropping it a little bit, maybe pulling down from the top left to where you get that out of it. That might be the best choice there. Kajel Gunnar. And this is an awesome image here of an Arctic tern. He has a couple images. He has 2. So either that one or this one. Let's talk about, this one's more simple. That's an awesome image too. This is a great image as well, but let's talk about this one. I think this one probably, excuse me, it's a little bit unbalanced, I'd say. It's a little bit off to the side, bottom side, but not in a way where it feels like it's meant to be. Because his back, so it's on a bottom right thirds is kind of the framing. It's a little bit offset of that, but that's kind of the general position. But because his back is turned in the way where there's leading room, because of that, I would say that it doesn't make sense framing him on the bottom right third. If anything, I'd frame him on the bottom left third, or maybe even the top left third. Definitely on the left side though, because his back is turned that way. There's a concept called walking room. It has walking in the name, but they don't have to be walking, right? But basically it's whatever direction your subject is facing their body, you need to leave room to that side, is the general rule. And I think almost always that rule will do you good. And this one kind of breaks that rule. That's the biggest thing I'd say there. All right. So now we got some of Nathan Watson's images. We have a lot. Okay. Let's scroll through them all and then we'll pick one. So we got this one of a duck silhouette, made the finalist. That one of a some type of sandpiper that made the finalist. Phenomenal. That might have been excuse me. Sorry guys. This probably was my favorite of his creative submissions. This one as well, with an amazing moon crescent in the background. And a cockatoo. This one of some shell duck in the distance. Silhouetted. This one of a stilt, some amazing night lights behind it. This one of a great egret, some lights behind it and a very high key exposure. Even though I guarantee you it was very dark when he took this shot, so I'm sure he's doing some risky stuff there. And another excuse me, drink some water. Another one of duck with some city lights behind it. This one made the finalists. And we got this one by Nathan Watson here. Another duck, low-key exposure this time, splashing up some water behind it. Really nice and beautiful. Got another one of a great egret, wings spread. Gorgeous, gorgeous shot. High key. And then this one here that placed third as the pelican image with all the bokeh balls. Really pretty. Got two more. Then we got this one here, an avocet with a bunch of bokeh balls again, a bokeh forest. Gorgeous, stunning shot. Low-key silhouette. And then this one here of a cockatoo, which I think he just posted on his Instagram a day or two ago. Yeah. Cockatoo, wing spread, and yeah, flying through the air. Man, yeah. Reading the comments really quick. Yeah, Nathan has definitely found his style. That's for sure. Like Scott said. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. I'm gonna do something different rather than talk about a specific image of his. I'm just gonna talk about in general. You can kind of see them on the side as I scroll a little bit, right? This over a little bit more. Sorry. Okay. I'd say, as you can tell, as Scott already said, Nathan has already found a style, and Nathan's a really good example, I think, of someone to learn from. He submits to competitions all over the world, and he gets shortlisted quite a lot, and he wins a decent amount. But he's a good example to learn from in that all of his shots are very unique and interesting, really. And I'm going to speak candidly because I know Nathan is fine with that for myself. But personally, like, this image feels like I have seen this one a few times before. And this image as well. I've seen it in some other places. They're still great images by all means. But beyond those, I have really never seen an image that looked like that before. I've never seen an image that has those types of colors in the lights in the background. I've maybe once or twice ever seen an image with that thin of a crescent moon in silhouette. You know, I've never seen um, an image quite with like a line like that in the bokeh going across the frame, and then just kind of those rainbow colors in the bokeh all around, or very few images like that. So you can tell all of his images are very unique. And so if there's anything to take out of all of his images, I'd say that, yeah, he always is capturing something that like really no one has ever captured before. And so that'll be the takeaway there. And yeah, and they're all also very technically sound, even though when he breaks rules, he's doing it intentionally, right? Like he's doing a silhouette, it's not exposed properly, but he's doing it intentionally. But every time he breaks a rule, it's intentional. Otherwise, it's very nice and crisp and pristine. Like this is probably the most standard of all his shots, if you want to call it that. And even this one is very nice, or very unique and interesting. But even this one, very technically sound. There's perfectly sharp. Everything's good. Lighting's perfect. Nothing's overexposed. Nothing's underexposed. So on. I'll roast one of his images later. That way we don't go too easy on him. All right. Yeah, and someone commented his planning must be on point. I have talked to him. Last year I interviewed him, and yeah, he plans out his shots like he knows what he's doing. So that's a good takeaway too. That yes, you can get shots when you're not planning them out, but if you can plan out your shots and know what you're going in for every time, you will get so many much better shots. All right, moving on. Andy Coleman. So he had an image of a fox. This is a really cool shot. Love the moodiness of that background as opposed to the white snow. Anything to be improved here? I would say I'm not a huge fan of the aspect ratio. I think this is 4:3. Yeah, 4:3. Maybe it's 5:4. Almost square. But yeah, I'd say I'm not a huge fan of the aspect ratio. I'd like to get him on like a 3:2, a 3:2, framed on the right thirds. Maybe you could go a portrait route with this type of composition, 2:3, but I'm not quite sure on that. But either way, I think it's a little bit too, there's a little bit too much space above and below him if you're going to keep it in a landscape orientation. So, but also a portrait, nice close-up crop could look pretty good too. All right, we got Mark Ballou. Two really awesome creative macro captures here. So since we're in the creative category, they're both pretty good. Let's talk about this one. This one is so interesting and very very creatively captured. I don't think I've ever seen an image like this. I would say though, unfortunately, the colors are just a little bit too saturated here to where it looks like they're fake and plasticky. And I think if that wouldn't have been so saturated, this image could have done even better, because it is very, very unique. But because these colors kind of look like they are plastic, they're so vivid, I think that hurts it a little bit. So just desaturating this image just a little bit. Okay, and then we got Meredith Snipes. Good to have you, Jonal. We haven't gotten to any of your images yet, Jonal, so glad to have you here. Meredith Snipe. This is a great image. I think the one thing I would improve about this image is just the darkness in the subject, just making sure to recover some more of that. That way you don't lose all of that detail. The eye gets kind of lost specifically, and we want to make sure to keep the eye in most of our shots, unless it's very obviously intentional. Why not? For those of you just joining, we're just doing one thing that we would like to see improved on each, or one thing that I would suggest to be improved on each image, just for sake of time. We have been going long. So this is Eric Anderson with his shot of a red shank, he said. And the one thing I think could be improved here is I think this is also a little bit actually oversaturated. And so pulling down the saturation a little bit, I think would help make this look a little bit plasticky right here in the legs and then the light on the bird. When you're at that super golden hour, like just bright, just barely came up, sometimes you can accidentally overdo it on the saturation. You got to be careful about that. All right, Barbara Manser, we got 3 images from her. So we got this one of a swan, this one here of an elephant, and this one here of a fox. Pretty interesting. All very interesting takes. Definitely not commonly seen. My personal favorite is that one, of those fox images, or of those 3 images. But I think in terms of things that can be improved, this one, I think, let's actually compare and contrast. This one, I think her technique worked really well because it's all moving in one direction and it makes sense. She's panning as she's shooting. This one, I don't quite like the technique of the exposure, capture, exposure, capture, exposure, capture, because the movement's not one directional enough to make it very clear what's going on, and it just winds up looking a little bit too blurry. So this is another thing where you can be creative with things, right? But you got to be careful about when you do it and how you do it. All right, we got Kome Denuchad, who won, or Cum. Apparently, I learned his name is pronounced Cum afterwards, so Cum Denuchad. I still don't know the last name though, actually. Yeah, he had 3 images. Yeah, 3 images submitted. That was a popular vote winner that you guys all voted on for the creative category. Then we had this one here of, I think, a swan swimming out in the ocean. And then we had this one here of an eider. Let's talk about this one because I just think it's a good representation of like, well, actually, I was going to say subject engagement here because this is phenomenal. Otherwise, I think it could have done really well, but the subject engagement hurts it the most. But this one actually is maybe a more, we haven't talked about as much example of exposure isolation of the swan silhouette from the surroundings. Luckily, that light does do enough to where it's kind of catchable, but I would have just made sure to make that red orange reflecting off the water brighter. That way it's very obvious, the silhouette there. Because right now, like if you look at it in the small thumbnail, it's not super obvious. And so I want to make sure that silhouette is a little bit more obvious, in my opinion. All right, we got Amy Bailey. And she's got this image here of a wood duck. This image here. Excuse me. Whew. Sorry, guys. I apologize for all the coughing today. I'm coming off a sickness. So I'm not really sick anymore, but the cough's still left over. Wood duck, pelican on a really cool kind of scene in the sky behind it. And then we got a crocodile here. Man, these are all pretty great. All very creative once again. Yeah, some great shots. I guess for, let's see. Let's talk about this one. I feel like the other 2 really do what they're supposed to do very well. This one, I think could have just used a little bit more close up on the wood duck. It feels like there's just a little bit too much dead space around it. And the vignette's a little harsh. So I would have just gotten in a little bit closer and made sure that the wood duck was a little bit more prominent in the shot. Scott said, photograph gannets a lot each summer. Wish I'd have thought to do what come to. Yeah. Just dial it back maybe 20%. Yeah, that's a good thought, Scott. All right, Grant Webster. He he won the popular vote overall last year. This year he did not place. He did get into the finals, but this was an amazing image here of a green heron. He had 3 images. Then we had this one here of probably a blackbird singing silhouetted. And then we had his placement image of a pelican. So that was a phenomenal image. I was very happy that one made it into the finals. So in regards to things that could be done better, man, I love this image. I actually would have placed this in the finals personally. This one, I think I just would have liked more. Man, I'm trying to think. This is really picky, but there's a circle here, right? And then you kind of have a lighting circle around it, and you kind of have all these branches almost forming a circle around it, but it's kind of broken. Like There's almost a pattern of branches kind of arching over the side here, arching over the side there, arching down here, arching down here, but not quite. It's broken by a few like that. I would have liked if he could have possibly, I don't know where all these branches placements were, but if he could have possibly moved a little bit more over to the right, that way he could have centered that little framing that's slightly off-centered, more centered around the sun. And that's very difficult, and that's very nuanced, but that would be a piece of improvement, I think, that could have helped there. But great image still. Yeah, and congrats to him for making the finals with that pelican image. So good job, Grant. Okay, we have Jose. He was actually in our new photographers category as well. But he also submitted to the creative right here with his image of the seagull hiding behind the wing. And yeah, I think this image overall just could have benefited from better scenery. The action's cool and it's creative there, but the scenery is very brown and bland and flat back here. And so that's the big thing for me that I would have liked to see improved. All right, we got William Baines right here with this image of the loon. I'd say this one, just getting down eye level, would have benefited massively. Isolating the subject and the ripples in the water kind of distracting and all of that good stuff. All right, we got Joseph Glass with an image of a black vulture grayscale here. I like the shot and I like the take on the grayscale. It's good. It's interesting how the two trees kind of frame the subject. So I do like that. I think these twigs coming out the side over here are probably the most distracting part of this image. I think this image would have done really good if it was just a portrait crop as well. And honestly, I think I would have taken that route. Even though this tree framing is kind of cool, I think these twigs distracting all over are just enough to pull me away from that and just keep me in a portrait crop. So I think that's what I would have done. All right, we got Sergius Hanan here. Sergius has a couple images. Actually, no, was that his only creative? That was his only creative submission. Never mind. His images were in the birdscape category. But this is his creative category submission. An owl silhouetted against the moon. Beautiful, beautiful shot. This is one of my favorites of his. Yeah, man, for improvement on this image. Oh, this is a hard one. I love the way the top of that tree bends as the owl's sitting on it too. That is just stunning and gorgeous. I think it's small, but maybe if there was a way to do a radial gradient here or something that will darken just this one specific blue patch here, because you have like the bright blue, right? Then you have like some more blue around it, and then this one little offshoot just remains right here. And if you could have gotten that more black like the other black parts around it, I think that would have been less distracting. All right. Jonathan Gillingham. I don't know if he's still in the chat. I know he popped in earlier. Yeah, the storm in the background on the last one was beautiful. So if Jonathan's still around. These were his 3 creative submissions. This one, let's talk about, or show them all first. That one here. I think that's a muskox. Yeah, pretty sure. This one here of a bee. And that one there of a desert cottontail. So I think this one, is probably, I would argue, just a little bit too much on the side of like almost trying too much to be a creative take. Where the subject was very obviously meant to be out of focus, but I think it just got to the point where like I'm not even paying attention to the subject anymore, and I really have to even, like, if this wasn't submitted to a wildlife photography contest, I probably wouldn't have really cared about the subject in the background too much. So this one might have been too far trying to push the creative envelope, if you ask me. But yeah, the other 2 though I do like quite a lot, especially that one. I think that's a really good one. It's a good job, Jonathan. Oh, this was actually my bad. This was actually someone else, Cody Clark. So this was Jonathan as well. But that is Cody Clark. My apologies, Cody. So Cody submitted a few. He submitted the cottontail, submitted a honeybee, submitted mallards. Ooh, that's kind of cool. So those three. That's my favorite of the three. Let's talk about this one. The radial mask that he wound up doing right here is just a little bit too obvious that the light is like that there was a radial mask, I think, right here. And it's just a little bit too bright as opposed to everything else around, I think. And so I would just say making it less obvious. Feels like there was definitely some editing done in this one specific spot. But yeah, also I'd say this whole image could be a little bit warmer. I feel like it's a little bit too cold, personally. Yeah, thanks, Jeff, for catching that. I totally missed that on the cottontail too. Saw you just shouted that in. Okay, we got Steven Spence. This was his only shot. Trying to do a slow exposure of some bird landing in the water. Yeah, I'd say same thing here. Same as the puffin before, but this one's a little bit more dramatic in that, like, I think it's pressing too far into the creative envelope where you lose all structure. Also, if you can't really tell what the subject is, probably, maybe there's exceptions to that, but I'd say more times than not, it's probably not quite what you want. So I don't even know what type of bird this was. I wish I knew. And also it's just, there's so much going on that I'm not quite sure what I want to look at here. All right, Jonal, hopefully you're still in the chat. Got your images coming up. We got 3 from you. So we got this here. This one made it to the finals. So congratulations on that, Jonal. We have this one here of a stilt, blackneck stilt, walking through the water. And we got this one here of a western grebe. So very cool shots. I'll go through all of them, assuming Jonal's still in the chat. Let me know if you're still in the chat, Jonal. I'll start talking about one, and then if you are, then I'll go through all of them. So I think, yeah. Actually, I'm also kind of curious to hear from you, Jonal. This one, how much of this low key was done in editing? Because even in post, I was thinking of watching it in the finalists, I was thinking to myself like, that this is it's a very good image. So don't get me wrong, but I was wondering just like how much of this is like was this all very much like precision masked and photoshopped and then just dramatically darkened, or was it already pretty dang dark and you did very little to change that? I'm kind of curious if you want to give me that in the chat while I'm going through your other stuff. Yeah, so to start with the blackneck stilt, I would say on this image that it does feel a little cold to me. The green is very cold. Even the red is very cold, and most obviously the white on the bird is very cold. And personally, I don't know if I like that a ton. So that would probably be the biggest thing for me there. I feel like the colors could get a lot more vibrant and vivid, and they would benefit you pretty well if you just kept them a little bit warmer. But what I do really like about it is I love like the daintiness of making sure that the toe is just elegantly just tapping that water right there. And so you got the right moment with the legs. The subject positioning is absolutely fantastic. And I do love how there's the red in contrast with the green and kind of the yellowish right here. So the colors are very beautiful in this scene, and good job getting down eye level. And yeah, you have some amazing work too. I know you placed in 2 categories this year. I think at least 2, maybe a third. Can't remember. But yeah, phenomenal shot there. This one of your western grebe, really, really cool. What I like about this shot, first of all, is that western grebe images I usually find are quite ugly, but yours is not. For whatever reason, I think they just live in ugly environments a lot, and they're also hard to photograph. And so people, and because of their behavior, people like totally forget to include aesthetic in the scenes a lot with western grebes, but you did not do that. And I also like how this image is all gray tonalities for the most part, with the exception of the red eye and the yellow beak. And so it really pops out that red eye and yellow beak. And I think that the water droplets being flung around in focus look really nice and complements with the bokeh in the background that's out of focus. That combination of very nice fine droplets, circles in focus, and then the very out of focus bokeh in the background looks really elegant to me. So props on getting that shot. I think the biggest thing I would improve personally about this shot is maybe, I don't know if you can on your HSLs, for example, find this specific color right here and desaturate it completely, or something like that, or at least quite a bit. It's the same color that's on the underside of the wings, I think. That color is providing the only sort of other color at all in this image beyond the red and yellow. And I think if you could get rid of that color, it would help just isolate the color even more on the eye and beak, and it would be less distracting in this ripple right here. This ripple is ever so slightly distracting, but very minorly, but it's just a small thing that might be able to improve it. But overall, very, very good image. So yeah, fantastic on that. And I am very surprised to see this good of an image of a Western grebe, like I just mentioned. So good job on that. Yeah, I'm glad you're thinking some of the same things now, Shirley. So you've definitely been learning today, it sounds like. So, and thank you again for your feedback over the email that you sent that one day. So I appreciated that. Jodel said shadow of hills reflected in the water. Okay, yeah, so maybe it was mostly pretty natural then, which is all the more impressive. So great capture here. I really liked it. Also like the judges. I think the part that appeals to me the most about this image is probably just this strip here and just the in focus or lit up pelicans. I think, I don't know, it's debatable because these streaking in the water is cool, and Scott might even have a different opinion than me. But I don't know. I think I might have gone, I don't know. I hesitate even saying this. But I might have found some way, like I might have gone for a very thin strip of a photo, like even skinnier than 16:9, right? Like doing like a strip of a landscape photo, almost as if it was a panorama, I think could be very, very cool. Because this little sandbar and the pelicans, just gorgeous, and the black all around it, I think would be really accented if you did that. Really, I'm trying to think of the pros to keeping this frame as wide as you do, and the only pro to me is really this streaking. I mean, the fact that you're on a top third and a right third is also kind of cool, but I don't feel like it's enough to keep me from cropping it. The only pro I think to keep me from cropping it is this streaking in the water, but I also don't know if the streaking appeals to me enough to not do that crop. But I'd encourage you to just try that panoramic crop in editing, see what you like, let me know. So yeah. So yeah, thanks, Jonal. Phenomenal shots, and I'm excited to get to more of yours later. I know it won't be the last time we're going to be seeing your stuff. All right, so Mark Knoll. So Mark All right, can you guys hear me? Let me know in the chat. Cool. So didn't hear anything about Mark Knoll. Okay, I will go back to those. So, unfortunately, I have a kind of a setup going on all over, right? And I've never live streamed for this long. So I only brought one extra spare change of batteries for everything else runs off of rechargeable power or is plugged in to permanent power. But this one pair of batteries, I need AA's for my audio device, and I've never live streamed this long, and I only brought one pair of backups. And so obviously it wasn't enough. So I'm just going to do my audio off my MacBook. Hopefully it's still decently clear. It's probably not quite as crisp, but let me know if it sounds really bad. But if it sounds good enough, then this is how we're gonna do the audio from now on. So let me know in the chat, please. I'll go back to Mark. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go back to Mark then. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, never live streamed this long. I already broke the record from last year, so. Okay, so what I was saying about Mark. First of all, congratulations to Mark for getting second place with this image. Amazing image, and I'm still amazed by the texture in this image. Every time I look at it, it just is so sound in the composition. But great job. He had two other phenomenal images as well. This one here of a vulture, high key exposure, black and white, very harsh contrast. This one also very harsh contrast of a puffin, black and white. So two amazing shots. The biggest thing for me was this image. So they're all amazing. If I had to pick one thing to improve, I'd say I wish I saw an outline in this rock. So bringing up the exposure just enough, finding the right spot on the tone curve maybe or whatever to not accidentally get the sky back or the water back behind it, I would assume, probably water. But rather, yeah, definitely not water, not sky. But rather enough just to get an outline in the rock. Because right now the rock just kind of fades into the high key, which I don't like as much. Like the crisp outline of the bird against the high key looks phenomenal. But the rock fades a little bit, and I wish that was not there. But yeah, all three of these amazing, amazing shots. So great job, Mark. All right, almost done with the creative. All right, we have Tate Graham. This was his only image submitted. Very creative take on, oh man, I'm trying to even, it's a dragonfly, but I think this is on the back where the wings are. I think the head's up there and the tail's back here. But one way or another, it is so close up that you are just seeing every tiny little detail of this guy, and it is amazing. So very, very cool, very creative. If anything, like, yeah, I love all this webbing out here in the droplets, but I'd say if anything, just like, it's almost so, there's almost so much going on in the details here that I can't quite concentrate. So maybe isolating those details even a little bit better, or backing out actually a little bit so that I can get more context and it's not quite so overwhelming. But very, very cool image. Yeah, awesome shot. All right, we got Robin Cowlin with two images that she submitted. So I got this one here and that one there. Some awesome skies in the background of her images. Yeah, let's go with this one. So in this one, I think just making sure the technicals are sound. So it's a little bit, yeah. I guess just too blurry in terms of the details. Sorry, I was thinking about some things with this. Too blurry in the details, and so just making sure the technicals are sound in a shot like this. Okay, and then we got William Baines. I think he submitted to the new photographers category. Did he submit earlier as well? No, I don't think so. Yeah, it must have been new photographers. So William Baines with this image of a black crown, yellow crown night heron. Yeah, yellow crown night heron. And I think for this image, probably just the shooting down, the top down on it, especially with this scenery behind it, is not necessarily aesthetic. And so I would just make sure not to be shooting top down on it like that. Find a way to get eye level with it. All right, and we have Crystal Migliori, which she actually won third place last year in the creative category with an image of a bug. I think it was a katydid, if I remember right. So she won third place last year, did not place this year. But this beautiful hooded warbler, fantastic, beautiful shot here. And yeah, I think if I had to pick one thing to improve about this image, it'd probably be like, I don't know what this is in the background over here, but this is a little bit pulling my eye away, this purplish back there. Finding a way to get that out of it maybe. But yeah, otherwise it's a pretty dang good image. So props on that, Crystal. All right. We got Jimmy in the chat now. So Hammerstrom 47. He actually he won new photographers last year. So thanks for being here, Jimmy. Happy to have you now. We just finished up the creative. Thanks, Scott, for being here. Yeah. Thank you for being in here, and thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate that personally. So yeah, and I will be having Scott on for a podcast soon. So we're planning on chatting in maybe a week or two from now. I can't remember, but we're planning on chatting soon. So yeah, you guys will get to hear more from him and I soon. Thank you, Scott. All right, I'm going to set up the next category. Okay. Whew. All right. By the way, in the chat, does anyone live in California? If you do, let me know. I'm curious. Okay, got the birdscape category set up. That's right, Jonal, you do. Gilroy. I'm trying to remember, Fresno is like 2 hours away from Gilroy. I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but reason why is, I mean, this is very low key. I haven't put anything together yet, but I have 2 different people that shoot for me, second shoot for me in my wildlife photography videos. But I've been hoping if anyone's been close enough to Fresno to find a third person to cycle in that cycle for me. But okay, I am going to take a quick 2-minute intermission to do something super quick on the back end, change out my batteries and stuff, and then I will be back. So give me 2 minutes. Okay, back. All right, next we're getting to the birdscape category. Actually, I'm going to grab 1 second. Gotta grab a power bite. All right, so let's go into the birdscapes. Okay, so to start out, we have Joe Rousseau. Actually, you know what? Sorry, guys. I'm going to take a second to finish this. It's been a lot of talking this morning, and I just need to finish this really quick. I'm only going to be able to do it half well if I'm trying to talk while I'm critiquing. Yeah. For those of you who have been around from the beginning, I'm kind of curious because I haven't been checking. I don't have the numbers displayed on my screen, but how many people have been tuned in on the in the live with us throughout most of it? I know it fluctuates up and down. Obviously, people come and people leave, but hopefully, maybe we've had like 20 to 30 at most points during it. Just plugging along. Yeah, that's great, Shirley. Yeah, I feel like this is great for TV. You're right. A lot of times I watch things on TV too, so I get that on live streams. It'd be hard to chat. I know for the live competition, we had a lot of people watching on TV too. John, you asked podcast. It's the same channel that this live is on. So if you subscribe to this channel, we just do it on this channel. I have not set it up for Apple Podcast or Spotify or anything like that yet. Yeah, someday I probably will. I just haven't really yet. Like, I kind of don't. I love doing podcasting, but I also haven't done it consistently enough to where I have even bothered to really like try to build a platform outside of YouTube. But it is something I probably will do someday. So, but for now, you can find it on this channel. There should be a playlist that says podcasts. You can find a bunch of old ones. I'll release them as they come out. Yeah. So, if you guys had an image that stands out to you the most from this whole competition, let me know what you think that that image was. Was there one that stood out to you in your mind? Yeah, when watching the competition or anything that really impressed you? And yeah, you're welcome, Laura. That's my favorite thing about this whole event is getting to watch you guys communicate with each other and chat with each other. So our bison was a phenomenal image. I wish that one would have made the finals too. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I'm actually pretty amazed. Let me see if I can. Kind of curious. It's pretty amazed that that one didn't make the finals either. Actually, that might be harder to find than I thought. Okay, let's see, creative. Yeah, man. That's incredible. Sorry, I was just looking into the bison image, but yeah, it looks like it was probably placed around 15th or so in the finalists. The bison and all of Nathan's images. The one at sea with the gold flag, yeah, that was cool. I like that one a lot too. Scott was right. I didn't notice that little technicality with it at first either, and obviously the horizon line, but the horizon line was forgivable at that point. I thought that image was amazing, but yeah, I think I still would have placed it if I'm honest, but I don't know. Yeah, it's hard. Joe, Vet Boy in the chat. Joe, what's your last name? R what? Yeah, I hope you're able to as well, Laura. Okay, about done. Where's Sal? Oh, okay. We did go through some of yours already. Remind me, Joe, if you submitted to Birdscape or Portrait as well. We already went through the creative. Oh, yep. Never mind. I saw you did submit to the Birdscape. Have it right here first. Okay. Well, you guys, Yeah, let's get back into things. All right. So we had 146 submissions to the birdscape category. And again, for those of you who just joined during this little intermission I was having, um, I'm just going to be giving one piece of feedback for what could be improved to each person that submitted to each category, unless you're here with us in the chat. So if you're here with us in the chat, let me know. Make sure to let me know. That way I can make sure to give you more details on your stuff and more feedback. But yeah, just for sake of time, we've been having it narrowed down a lot. All right, so let's start out with Joe. So Joe, we got his image right here of a duck swimming on a nice calm lake. Beautiful, beautiful shot, Joe. So compliments on that. Yeah, I love how you kept it a pretty, I assume low exposure with how smooth that water is, but maybe it really just was that smooth because the bird is still pretty sharp for that. So good job on that. And I love the lights in the background. That's been something that like I've gotten just so much more interested in over the past couple of years. Is I love those city light shots with lights in the background. So props on that. Very, very good. And yeah, phenomenal shot. I think in terms of things that I feel like could be improved, I think that I probably just would have done a little bit less. I'm not sure if you denoise the whole image, or if you kind of just brought some clarity on a inverted subject mask. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you can give us some more details in the chat. But I do feel like it is just ever so slightly too pastel-y, and I'd like it to be just a tad bit more crispy. By pastel, like I mean, like kind of almost like as if it was painted. And that's very minor. That's very nuanced. So it's not over the top. It's still very good, but I feel like it could just be ever so slightly better, in my opinion, in terms of just the crispiness and the detail and sharpness. And then beyond that, I think I would have just liked to see this image be a little bit wider. Maybe this was as tight as you shot it, but if you did crop it in a little bit, I'd actually like to see it a little wider. That way I get to finish off some of these city lights as bokeh balls, or even see more if there is more, and leave a little bit more space above it. So that would be my thought there. But it is very, very good though. So yeah, good job with that. I noticed you did say topaz denoise. Yeah, depending on your setting on topaz denoise, I probably would have gone for like the AI clear setting rather than like the I forget which one you probably would have used in this scenario, but maybe you remember. No crop full frame. Wow, yeah, so that is very tight. So I guess you can't extend the crop, unfortunately, but I wish you could have. Like maybe in the in retrospect, obviously you can't change that, but that would have been nice to do in retrospect. Back out just a tad, like a little bit. And then yeah, in terms of topaz, if you can use that the what is it called? Oh, I just said it. Now I just forgot it, the name of it. But that one function. Otherwise, I feel like personally Topaz Photo AI does a much better job than Topaz Denoise AI. So I would have gone that route if you can. Or even maybe trying DxO, Pure Raw, something like that. But very good image. So props on that. One more duck silhouetted, and again the lights in the background and some AI clear. Yes, that's what I was saying. Thanks, Parth. So we got the duck with the sunset, beautiful colors in the background, some more lights. Really like this image as well, Joe. So fantastic job on that. And let's see. In terms of things that I like the color scheme. I like how these city lights kind of blend into the sky color, so that's really nice. And I kind of, I'm trying to think if I like it or not, but I kind of do like this black bar in a way across the frame. It's kind of just different. Like I don't feel like I've seen it a lot before, so that is kind of nice. So I like that. In terms of things that could be improved, this one is, I am noticing, a little bit more noisy than your last one. I'm sure it was shot in very low light. So maybe there's a way it could be slightly denoised.
But again, not too much. Like I feel like the last one might have been just slightly too much, but this one's just slightly too little. And then in terms of otherwise, shoot, yeah, I feel like it's pretty good. I mean, if I'm being really picky, I feel like the water is a little bit too purple tinted. Like maybe you could have gotten the water specifically more green tinted, like thrown down a linear gradient right here where the black is, and in that small little linear gradient section, maybe stretching from here to there, just do like a -5 green tint towards the water. And I think that might have helped a little bit in regards to kind of getting the purple out of the water. It just feels a little bit too like atmospheric purple rather than intentional sunset sky purple. And it's hard to explain what I mean by that, but there's like a distinct difference between purple that comes from the sky and purple that it comes from more the atmosphere, because the blue is getting so, like the blue in the sky is getting so dark. So that'd be my biggest piece of feedback there. But otherwise, very good. Really great images, and both these are phenomenal. So good job, Joe. If you guys in the chat want to let him know what you liked most about his photo, or which one you liked best of the two, it'd be great as well. Both really great, 2 different takes, and good stuff. Thanks, Jimmy, for sharing that feedback. Okay, so let's move on to Harry's image here of a little killdeer chick. Very cool. I think the thing that could use the most improvement on this image is probably just the scene all blends together from a color aspect. The killdeer is very brown grayish, and everything else is very brown grayish. And so just finding a way to color isolate that more would be better. Maybe I noticed there's some green on the side down here. So maybe there's some sort of other angle where you could have gotten more green in the background, or maybe there could have been green in the foreground. Not sure, but that probably could have been the best thing there. We have Jackson Tavares. Oh, last one I forgot to mention was by Harry Kalfertz. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. But yeah. This one is by Jackson Tavares. Or Tavares, sorry. And beautiful, beautiful image here. I think for this image, I would have messed with the composition more. It's a 16:9. I would have put it to a 3:2, chopped off this back here on the back end, and put them on the left thirds. I think that would have been a huge, easy upgrade to this image. The 16:9, I'm not sure if there's a really good purpose to it, being so wide. And I also think that the thirds positioning would look really good on this bird in this scenario. We have Miguel Torres. So far, he's submitted to every single category. Yeah, last one I think was a piping plover. I think you're right. So Miguel Torres with the osprey again here. Very cool action going on in the shot. I would say this image would probably benefit the most from just having some sort of attention to the aesthetic and scene of the shot, because the action's amazing, behavior's amazing, technically it's good. It's sharp, nice and crisp, in focus, but the background is nothing special. All right, we got John Eric Ellingson with his image here. So for this image, I think the thing that could be improved the most on this one is, I feel like the front lighting feels a little bit, the way that it's hitting so front lit, it feels weird to me that this is dark back here. This is so much darker than the subject itself right here, when clearly that's also being lit up by the sun. So I think I'd like it to be more the same exposure level, background and subject. I know that sounds different from what I normally say, but I think because it's so front lit, it just feels awkward to me. It feels as if like there's just a mask around it and everything else is darkened, and it's very obvious. Especially because there's no sort of movement in the gradients of that exposure in the background. So that'd be the biggest thing for me on that one. Okay, next. Yes, we still are on Birdscape Hector, so we're good there. And I haven't gone through any images of yours yet. Patrick Coate, So it's one of my students once again. He submitted to the New Photographers as well and got 2 finalists, but he also submitted to the Birdscape. I don't think any of these got finalists, but he has this of a hummingbird, this of a wood duck, and this of a swan out in the mist. I think I'll talk about this one right here. So for this one, very cool capture, but I think this is a great example of needing that walking space in front of it. Like I talked about earlier, I know it's called walking space, but it's the idea that we need space in front of the direction that the subject is heading, not behind it. So there's a lot of extra space behind, but not a lot of extra space in front. And so it feels awkwardly shifted in the balance towards this side of the frame, and it feels like he's kind of running into a wall. So that is probably the biggest thing about that image that can be improved. We have Zachary Volgahan. Not sure if that's how you pronounce the last name. American Robin and Blackbird. This one's really good. I like this one quite a lot. I think for this one, I would just switch this to a portrait crop completely. I feel like this kind of panoramic, almost landscape type look, just sorry, my throat's a little dry. Okay. Yeah, the kind of width of this image doesn't feel like there's a real purpose to it for me. So I think cropping down to a portrait would look great, especially because the subject is looking straight dead on at you. And these are the best times in the world to do a portrait crop. Like, pretty much never get as good as this with a wildlife subject when they're looking straight at you. So I think that one has every reason why you should do a portrait crop on it. Now we have Daniel Betty, and Daniel Betty has 3 images here. So he has this one of a puffin, this one of a killdeer, this one of a little blue heron. Some great colors going on here. So I'd say let's talk about, let's just talk about this one. I think this one's phenomenal, and this is my favorite of the 3, possibly. I don't know, the puffin one also is possibly my other favorite of the 3 because the colors are just so vibrant in the bird and the surrounding, but because the subject isn't engaged with the viewer, it's turned more than 90 degrees away from the viewer, you lose that engagement with the subject. So that is, again, a great example of making sure your subject engagement is spot on. So important, and I can't stress that enough. This is also by Zachary Voghan. Apparently he likes to do these kind of panoramic styles. These ones I like quite a bit more in terms of why they are panoramic. So I like that. That's kind of a style he's got going on, and I appreciate that. Since I didn't talk about one of his already, I won't talk about these because I don't think he's in the chat. But I wanted to showcase them. So again, got a little common bluebird, got a ruby-throated hummingbird, and we've got a cedar waxwing. Great shots. I think I like that bluebird the most. All right, I see in the chat from Shirley, rule of thumb for how much real estate the bird should take up in a birdscape. Great question. Rule of thumb, I would say it's hard. Actually, as I'm going back to that and pondering your question too, I was going through it so quick it didn't even necessarily catch me here. But I would also say that this is not, that for that exact reason, that's probably not great for the birdscape submission. This is more of a portrait in a way. It's not incredibly a portrait image, but it is leaning towards a portrait image, I'd say. For that exact reason of that, it is so filling that it's hard to get a lot of scenery around it. I don't think that there's any hard, fast rule to answer your question, Shirley. But I do think typically you don't want the bird filling it completely head to toe in the frame if it's a birdscape image. Because typically what that means is you'll have a more shallow depth of field. You don't get quite as much seen, or you don't see quite as much going on around it. And also it just becomes a lot more about the subject than it does the scenery, like a portrait image is really meant to be. So the smaller you get, typically the more you start to incorporate scenery in focus, and the more attention goes into the scenery, which is positive for a birdscape image. But in reciprocal, like in a reciprocal amount, the downside to that could be that when you go too small, you just totally lose attention to the subject, and it becomes a landscape image instead of a wildlife image. So that's the fine line. So let me see if I can find an example. I don't know if there's a good example here yet. I'm sure we will come across one. But yeah, like we were talking about already, I mean, this one coming up next, right, this one is a little bit too, like, I'd argue these are too big, so they're a little bit too big to where I'm paying much attention to the scene. They're not horrible, because there is some pretty interesting scenic elements still, but I am still very much paying attention to the bird, because they're pretty much filling almost the whole frame. But if you get too small, this is on the verge of getting too small. I would say this is probably still passable, but it's not ideal, because it is on the verge of getting too small. This is probably the lower end of what you should do in terms of your subject size, because beyond this, then it probably will just become something where it no longer is even important in the frame. But if you have such a simple image to where it can afford it, then sometimes you can get very small. So I hope that answers your question. Please let me know if you have any follow-up questions on that. So, okay. All right. Yeah, Zachary's color palette was amazing too. Saw that in the chat. Okay, so Cobus Strauss. This image I think could benefit the most from not having the sky so much in the background, finding a better angle, but it also looks like this might be a dead tree. This might honestly just be a shot that is just hard to make. If you couldn't get eye level with it more on a hill or anything, it just might be really hard to make this shot work where the bird's at. But because that blue sky just becomes very ordinary of an image, I'd say. And it also doesn't help in the fact that the bird is kind of blending into the sky and the branches. Going to Paul Zimmer. So he had 3 images submitted. 1, 2, and 3. So, yeah. For his review, yeah, I mean, I'd say let's talk about this one. This one, since we're already talking about category, yeah, just to mention more about that. This is a very beautiful subject image with the light casted on its face really nicely and the rest dark. But really all my attention for this image goes to the subject. Virtually none of my attention goes to the scene around it. So that's another example of in this category, birdscape. It just doesn't quite feel like it fits this category. If anything, because of the way the lighting is unique on the subject, I would almost submit this into the creative category, but it still doesn't feel like it's powerful enough to win a creative category because it's not quite unique enough. It's very close, but it's not quite. And portrait-wise, it's leaning that way, but it's also a little bit too wide for a portrait. So I find it difficult to place this in our current category system, but it's still a good shot. So the shot's great. But it's just category placement wise. Some more Zachary's. I'm gonna have to skip through them, but just to show them really quick. Got the bluebird. Another one of the bluebird, eastern bluebird. And we got one of a hawk here, red-tailed hawk. Now we got Micah Oberholzer. So Micah's image here of a wren, and then he's also got an image submitted of a thrush here. This one I think same thing in terms of just the clutter is the way it could benefit from the most, especially this clutter right here in front of its face is distracting, and definitely some of these background elements over here are distracting a little bit as well. All right, another one from Zachary. He really has that panorama style. And he's got it down pretty well, honestly. So props to him. They're pretty good images. Good job, Zachary. Spencer Butterfield. That's an awesome last name. Snowy Owl. Man, this is a hard one in the sense of like pretty cool image. But I feel like the owl is so white and bright for such a dark scene. I'm assuming this was pretty dark, like an overcast morning maybe. And I don't even know. Maybe the owl really was captured this brightly. But I wonder if there's a way you can bring that down, because it feels like the owl, it almost feels like it's photoshopped into the scene because it's so prominently exposed. While everything else is still also kind of like the lower end, it's more in the shadows, but it's still exposed and still very vivid. So maybe either making everything else low key more, so really darkening everything else, or finding a way to bring down this subject layer, I think, to balance it out a little bit better, would have been my take. Next, we got Sandra Cunha-Rocha. That spot looks familiar from Laura. Do you photograph the same area? So Sandra with the Wimbrel shot. I think for this one, I'm probably just giving more of a birdscape-like scene. It just feels like a typical sandy beach. There's no real feature that's standing out to me. That would make my eyes kind of like search the frame and figure out the scene much more. So I think giving some more context to the scene would be great. Got Raymond Irwin of a quail calling off a rock. Pretty dang cool. I think for this one, finding a better crop. I think maybe going to a portrait where it goes up this left side of the image right here, top and over. So the quail's on the left top third. Would be really beautiful there. You get a nice split down the middle of the frame, right there with the rock. Almost gives like a two-tone symmetry, and that could work pretty well. I think this is just a lot of empty space up here that's unneeded, and a lot on the left side that's unneeded. Scott Waddell submitted to a different category, but also to this one now. 3 images. Got that one. Blackbird singing. Have this one here of a short-eared owl. And we got this one here of a great egret, sunrise or sunset hunting. Beautiful. And then I think that one's my favorite. This one, on a technicality, this one is, so this is something to be good of. I haven't seen this yet in the competition, but, so this one was done with DxO Deep Prime and denoised. And there's some pretty obvious grid barring in the background that when you get really heavily noised images, a lot of times when you try to denoise them in like DxO or Topaz, you'll notice these really, like, it's very subtle. I don't know if you can tell on the live stream, but I can definitely tell on my screen, there's just these subtle, almost like textured boxes in the background, one after another. And so be careful when you're denoising with programs. Very noisy images, sometimes you can get unwanted artifacts is what they'd be called. And so that's the biggest thing on this image. Because honestly, this is a great image otherwise. It just was too noisy, and when they try to recover it, it was not recovered properly. Maybe it would be impossible with how much noise there was. I'm not sure. But one way or another, it just wasn't going to work. So. Yes, this is still live, Tate. Yep, and I saw someone answered you, but yes, birdscape. Category. So we're about a third of the way through birdscape. We've done creative, new photographer already. We have birdscape and portrait left. Hopefully we're going quicker now. All right. So we got Steven Sorensen with his 3 images here. Pretty cool. So to pick one, I think this is a good example. We were talking about birdscapes and the bird needing to be prominent enough. In this image, these I know it's the migrating birds and that's what it's supposed to be capturing, or even this one, right? There's these birds down here. This is even a better example. The birds just aren't prominent. This is a landscape image to me and not a wildlife image. So being conscious of what you're submitting to in terms of category, I think is important. There's too many other things that are distracting me from these birds being this small in the frame for this to be considered a wildlife image, in my opinion. This is definitely a landscape image. Got Emilio Jimenez here with the Florida scrub jay. And what I like the most, or what I think could be improved the most on this image, is a very cool twig that it's got in its beak. What could be improved the most on this image is probably just the clutter going on that he's sitting on. A lot of it is not necessarily aesthetic and distracting. So I don't know if there's something you could have done in this moment at that perch, because that's a really hard perch to work with because it's all dead twigs. But maybe he could have tried to find an angle. Most likely would have had to wait for a different perch. And ultimately the perch was just not correct, I think. But yeah. All right, we got Giuseppe again in this category. I did already do, oh, nice. Okay, so Giuseppe, this image of a swallow here, barn swallow, and pretty cool. I think for the scenery though, not really much scenery for birdscape, and then also it just does feel a little bit drab. Like even if it wasn't a birdscape image, I wish there'd be something going on in the background that could give me some sort of attention to it beyond just the action. But the action is very cool, and he's catching a bug in its beak, so the action is very cool. And I like that. Ultimately, I would have just cropped in and submitted this to like a behavior category or something like that. Giuseppe also he's thrown in quite a bit of images by now, probably like 5 to 10, somewhere in there throughout the last categories. And he does have a YouTube channel. He's a great guy. So I'd encourage checking that out too. David Brock. So this image here, he has a couple. That image there of horned larks. This one of an owl, I believe. And then this one here of a gull at sunset with a gull flock in the distance. These are all pretty cool. I like this one the most. I'd say the biggest thing between all of his images here, there is a decent amount of noise in them that I'd like to see less of. So that's probably the biggest thing for me, is on a technical end. Just making sure that you're denoising things correctly. Subject select, invert it, and then bring down the texture in Lightroom, or you could do, a denoising program like Topaz DxO, so on and so forth, or even Lightroom denoise nowadays. But yeah. Okay, and then we got Alexander Plavsic, this image here of Great Tit, and this image here of an owl. Don't know what type of owl. Maybe someone knows in the comments. Love the snow in the shot. Beautiful. I think on this image, the biggest thing that stands out to me is just the clutter of branches in the background here. I love this side of the frame and that background. I wish it was all like that. So unfortunately the owl starts to blend into this clutter back here. So making sure when you're choosing your background, try to make sure to choose a background that's going to be good with the bird's feathers and so on and so forth. Okay, we had Jonathan Miller, who also submitted into this category. His image. John, is that you in the chat? I think so. We did talk about this image before because I know you submitted it to 2 categories, but remind me if you were here or not when we talked about it, because if not, I can talk about it again. I'll go back to it in 1 second once you give me your answer, because I know there's a delay. I'm going to talk about Carol Ryan's really quick, which, yeah, Carol Ryan. This person captured this kind of probably murmuration, I think a starling murmuration with probably a falcon hunting around. Pretty dang cool. I think the thing that could be improved the most about this image, I'd say finding a crop that works with the way this murmuration is kind of laid out. It has kind of like an interesting wave pattern. Maybe cropping to where you cut right here and you don't go back down on the wave. Then you get kind of almost like a yin and yang kind of curve across the frame, and then keeping the 1 by 1. I think that could have been interesting. So maybe trying something like that. Ultimately just finding some way to maybe just as much as you can balance out this image. Because if you do like a 1-in-1 like that, you could go right there, down to there, cross like that, and then it's almost as if half of it is black, like the black side of the yin and yang, and then half of it is white, like the white side. So kind of cool. Okay, yeah, cool. So I'll go back to your shot, John. I did talk about it before, but to talk about it a little bit again here. I think the biggest, so a couple things. First of all, beautiful contrast and capturing the orange from the green. So very good job in regards to that. Yeah, the orange of this flower is a natural contrast in color to the green, and so that makes this image pop quite a lot. Also, the action of this shot was really, really nice. I like how the hummingbird's wings are back, and you got the claws, and everything's very nice and in focus and pretty technically sound. So props on that. The biggest thing that I think could use improvement on an image like this is probably, I know these things are so hard in the moment, but subject positioning wise and engagement, it is facing away from me. So as a viewer, I feel like I'm seeing the scene take place out in the distance rather than it taking place right in front of my eyes and engaging with me. So positioning yourself, which is, I know, kind of impossible, but maybe waiting for the moment when he comes around the flower, trying different flowers, trying to position yourself differently if you know kind of its natural patterns. It's a lot, and I know those things are very hard to control, but ultimately, because it's turning away from me rather than towards me, it does affect subject engagement a little bit. But it is a very good image still, and I really, really like it. The colors are spot on, very color accurate and very vivid, so I love that. All looks good. The exposure is all phenomenal, and so good job on all that. Yeah, so props on that shot. And I know you have at least one other shot coming up, maybe more, so we'll get to talk about more later. But yeah, good job, John. If you have any questions, you can let me know too. Thanks for being here with us. All right, we got Mark Deschner with his 2 images here. This one, then down there. That's a pretty cool one right there. This one's pretty cool. I'd say the biggest 2 things about this image, I'm going to talk about it super quick, is first of all, that line right there definitely isn't very appealing. I don't know if that's a fishing line or what that is, probably, but kind of sucks. But maybe you could, because it's a silhouette, it would be very easy to clone stamp out. I would just go that route. But yeah, it is sucky that happens. The other thing is there's also a dust spot right here that is kind of distracting. The sun is so beautiful here and it's so captivating, but that dust spot kind of distracts me. I don't know if you can see in the live with the quality, but clone stamp that dust spot out really quick, and it's a huge benefit there. There's also dust spots over here, here. They're really all over. They're everywhere. Yeah, over there, especially as I'm looking through it down there. So they're all over, getting all those dust spots out, but especially the one on the sun that's super prominent. So making sure you do your tedious work with that. Yeah, and read your comment, John. Yeah, they do move fast, so it is very hard. I don't blame you at all. These things are often much easier said than done when I say them. So we have Zachary Vaughan with not a panorama image this time, but still a very, very beautiful shot. Love that flower coming out of it. But we'll skip past it since we talked about a lot of his. We have James Welch with 3 images coming up. So this image made it to the finals. Amazing image right here of a lone gentoo penguin and a colony of king penguins off to the side. That was very interesting to see at this ocean scene. Got this one here of a dual composition of a very pretty beach, 2 king penguins, and a little dune in the background, some clouds. I love this one. And then we have this one here of 2 caracaras, I believe, and kind of a birdscape setting too. First of all, I really like how all of his images are shot at wider focal lengths. So that's something cool. And I love that about his shots. In regards to this image, I think this is the one I'll talk about. I wish that the whole image would have just been slightly darker, slightly less exposed, because I do agree that the sky should be about that much brighter than like the ocean, this about that much brighter than the ocean, the subjects like that much darker than that, but I feel like the whole image is just slightly bright. It feels like it feels like it's fringing on the edge of being blown out, and I'd like it to not quite be so much, and maybe bring up the shadows just a little bit so you can decrease that harshness in the lighting just a tad. That's what I'd say. All right. James Cole. James Cole. James, are you, is that what you went by in the submissions? James Cole, last name? Let me know in the chat. I'll be on the lookout for yours. All right, we got Shane Billings with this image here, this one here, and this one here. This is definitely my favorite of the three. It's definitely the most technically sound and most colorful, beautiful. This one I'd say is just overall dark. So as opposed to the last one, overall bright. This one just is definitely overall a little bit too dark is what it could benefit from the most. So just bringing up the whole exposure of the image would be largely beneficial there. Then we got Carl Ford with a couple images here. Some babies look like little aliens in the nest. That's so funny. Another image by Carl Ford. Another one here, the Blue Eagle. Yep, those three are him. So this one, I'm gonna say, thing that needs the most improvement is probably the clarity. I can tell the clarity slider in specific was just blasted up on this image, and so it looks like everything is just like super texturized. I would argue that in almost no scenarios as a wildlife photographer, it looks good to bring up that clarity slider. The clarity slider, what it does as opposed to something like sharpness or texture, is it makes things feel like they're very rugged and very prominent, protruding, almost 3D like. And when you do that in a wildlife image, it just makes everything feel very blocky, and it brings other elements beyond the subject into hyperfocus that you don't want to be in hyperfocus. So that would be my biggest piece of feedback for Carl there. Yeah, I don't think we've gone across yours yet, James. If you have your order number ready, I can tell you for sure or not. I don't know if you still have that email, but you could check your order number and tell me what number you were. Right now we're on 269 in the Birdscape. Okay, we got Robbie Nijman coming up. So Robbie, with his image of a dipper here. So for this image, I think the thing that I could see being improved the most, probably I think that the denoising, so probably, I don't know if you use Topaz, DxO, whatever, but whatever it was a little bit too profound, and it created some weird artifacting in all this bokeh around the image. This bokeh down here is good, but these ones in the darker areas look a little wonk. And so being careful with that, maybe you could have toned down how severely you did that denoising. But yeah, probably be my biggest piece of feedback there. All right, we got Gunnar with his image of the loon right here, the Pacific loon. And very, very cool shot. High key exposure. If anything, it's pretty sound. I just don't feel like this should be a Birdscape submission. I think this is definitely a portrait image, and because of how prominently it takes up the frame, there really is no other aspect to this image that complements the scene beyond the bird. I think that's definitely a bird's portrait image. Another one by Zachary Volkan of the finch. All right. Yeah, saw that, James. 3:46. We're getting pretty close. I'd say probably about like 10-15 minutes till we get there, James. Yeah, we're in Birdscape. I am losing my voice too, Tate. I'm gonna have to rest tomorrow. Not gonna lie, my throat, I can already feel it kind of tightening. All right, we got Greg Dietrichs here. He got a finalist placing. So great image here, like Gary and I talked about this morning. For those of you who are first on, I like this image in the way that it's cinematic. I do think that this image, probably what it could have benefited from the most, is some sort of color contrast going on here, because it's all orange, quite literally. And yeah, because of that, it feels like this is like a filter that was thrown into a movie scene, rather than a independent photograph on its own that was stylistically colored. So that would be my biggest piece of feedback there. All right, and then we got Nadu Kumapatia, I believe. Really cool tender moment here with some grebes being captured under, carried on the great crested grebe. Very cool to see. Love the low-key exposure. The thing that I think could be improved the most about this image, ooh, this is a tough one. I mean, again, I don't think this is necessarily a birdscape image. This would be definitely like a behavior category. That's why I hope to have a behavior category in the future. Maybe next year when we vote on a new one, we'll add in a behavior. But this would be great for a behavior, and even also a portrait. So that's what I would probably say for one like this. All right, we got Richard Shake. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce the last name. Got with this image, this one, and that one. So let's talk about this one. I'd say this one lends itself just too much into some pretty cool images. I do like this one. This one's more prominent. But this one is, there's so much in this frame, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I actually looked first at this bird, saw he was out of focus, and I was like, I don't think that's it. Then I read the description that says purple heron, and then I looked over here and saw this. So I think that shows an example of like where there's too much going on in this frame. I don't know what I'm looking at. So a birdscape image has to very powerfully be able to combine the landscape with also making it very concise what I want to look at. This one does that pretty well, where this is a full landscape here, and I love how he centered that tree, but it's very obvious that this is kind of the main feature of it with the tree. All right, this one is by Zachary Vaughan, once again, the goldfinch. Had a lot of great submissions. Actually really surprised. I'm trying to remember if Zachary made a single finalist image. I think he did, but I might be wrong on that. But he did have some good images. Kimberly Koenig with this image here, bald eagles, and this one right here. I'd say this one, good example of just like action's cool, but the aesthetic just isn't there. And just being reminded that for wildlife photography competition, you need the aesthetic to be there as well as cool behavior. If you captured some, aesthetic is actually even more important. Unless you're submitting to a behavior or action category, aesthetic will probably always be more important than behavior, almost always, unless it's absolutely unreal, the behavior. But even in a behavior category, you do want aesthetic if possible. We've got Kelly Corey with her image here of a little great horned owlet. And what I'd say most about this image is probably just the up angle, the overcast sky in the background peeking through is probably the biggest thing hurting it. If that would have all been green, it still has things that could have been improved, but would have been better. And the up angle is not necessarily the most ideal angle. I feel like she probably could have found some more foreground that might have worked, knowing, kind of seeing what the setting is like around here to help isolate that subject. All right, we got Tim Nalipogu with this image here, grebe. This image here of a Australian hobby. And this image here of a eagle pair. Ooh, that's pretty cool with the moon. I like that. That's great for a birdscape. I'd say this one is probably just a little bit too simple landscape wise. The S curve is kind of cool in the ripples. Shows the path of the bird, which is cool, but I'd say it's still just a little bit too simplified to be a great birdscape image. This one is a good example of being a very cool scene, but just the time of day not being ideal. And so that goes to show again how important timing can be. And John, I think you said it really well in the chat. Learning over the last 2 years of photographing, that it's not just about taking pictures of cool things, it's about taking pictures of cool things in cool ways. Yes, that is a very good way to put it. Taking a picture of a cool thing is just a documentator at that point, but actually being an artistic wildlife photographer takes doing it also in a cool way, like you said. Eric Anderson, once again, we looked at one of his images earlier, so I'm going to skip this one, but very cool image of a golden plover. Yeah, love that scene. Wes Hargrove with his winning image in the birdscape category, On the Move at First Light, with those beautiful tree scenes above and the white great egret in the bottom. He also added an image here that was of a heron stationed on a pole out in kind of the swamp. You must live in a very cool place to get these types of shots. I'd say the biggest thing with this image is just that the heron's not quite prominent enough for me on this pole. I definitely do see it, but it takes me a second, and I actually like this whole part of the frame even more. Like that as a portrait image would almost look better than I think this whole image. Yeah, like just that as a portrait image of the landscape. So I think that it's so hardly a wildlife image that I don't even want to define it that way. That's probably the biggest thing for me. But great job, and congratulations, Wes, on placing for the birdscape category. That was a phenomenal shot, so good job. All right, I don't know if Stefano's still in the chat. I know Stefano popped in earlier, but yeah, hope so. Stefano was actually one of my students for a while. If you're still in the chat, Stefano, then let me know, and I'll go through them more in detail. Cool. I see Stefano's in here. All right. So, yeah, very cool images. I know we went through some of yours earlier, but I don't think you were in the live yet. But very cool to see here. I think what I like most about this one is the contrast between the orange, the contrast in colors, and then the green. So you have kind of like two sides of the trees, and it provides a very interesting like color dynamic on opposite sides of the tree. So that's very cool, and props on kind of recognizing that, capturing that. I think yeah, I also like how even actually as I'm thinking through that a little bit more, the moss is on the top side of this tree. I don't know how thought through this was when you captured that, but the moss is on this top side of the tree, and it blends in with that green really nicely. And then this side of the tree has no moss, and you see more of that orangish red bark underneath, and it blends into that orange side nicely. So that's kind of cool and very creative. So props on all that. I think the biggest thing that this image could use improvement from is I am noticing that it's a little soft on the creeper. I think the focus was tacked more on the actual tree itself. So trying to get it off the tree and right onto that creeper just a little bit would be pretty beneficial. So that would be probably the biggest thing for me. And then as well as, I know it's hard, but I just wonder if there could have been an angle where you weren't getting all that overexposed sky in the background, peeking through the top of the trees. Most of it's like on the level where it's about to be acceptable, but then this clump over here is where it's most dramatic and noticeable. I also wonder if you could have gone for a portrait crop. I'm not quite sure, but like a wider portrait crop, like maybe like a 3x4, and try to capture that. But yeah, pretty cool image. And then this one here of a goldfinch. This is also really cool. So props on this. I think we went through this image possibly together in our mentorship. I'm trying to remember. But very, very cool here. My favorite part about this image is the color tones in the background. You have a really nice like blue, almost violet. It's not, but purplish blue. And then you have like a fade into like this really nice clay colored orangish red almost. And that provides for a very moody type of background scene and atmosphere. So I very, very much like that. Think you did a great job there. I also think you did a good job of finding a decent window amidst this clutter. So good job on finding that window in the first place. However, at the same time, I do think the clutter is definitely the part that is the hardest on this image. I'm trying to think of what you could do about that. That's kind of a hard one. I would say this big twig here and this one here running across the frame are the two most prominent ones. And those are the two that you probably want to figure out how to get rid of the most. So maybe if you move to the right possibly and found a different window there, that could have worked. The layer that's in focus isn't so bad. It is cluttered, but it's not as bad as these two. Those two big ones are definitely the worst in my opinion. So I don't know if it's possible to get rid of those, but yeah, very cool tones and colors in that shot, and I love the tones. So good job there. So yeah, props on that, Stefano. Thanks for being on with us live today. And I can't remember if you submitted more to other categories, but if you did, then we'll go through it. And Parth, to answer your question, still running mentorships? Yes, you can email me. I'm not advertising them anymore because I'm not liking to take on many students at once. But if you'd like to do a mentorship with me, email me, and yeah, and I can find a way to fit you in. I do limit how many students I do for my mentorship, so I've kind of gotten to the place where I don't market it, and I just do it only if people really want it and reach out to me initially. So to answer that question. And great, Stefano. We'll look forward to seeing it in portrait then. Stefano's an awesome guy too. Really enjoyed getting to work with him. So love having you here. All right, another one by Nathan. So here comes Nathan's images. Gonna go through all of them. And take a look at all of them really quick. So we've got this one here of two ducks, shell ducks out in the distance. I think in this birdscape, he only made one image into the finals out of all the ones he submitted. But yeah, shell ducks here in the distance. Got an ibis silhouette against the sun. Ooh, I like that one a lot. Honey eater overexposure here on an interesting bush. We got this one here, an egret at sunrise, the sun just barely peeking over a hill or a mountain. This one made the finalist for him. So this was one of a couple of spoonbills, 3 subject composition, a trio. I was really glad this one made it. This one is impressive, I think. So great shot there. A purple tones kind of sky, very mystical setting. I really like this one as well. It's a very interesting color palette for a wildlife image. And then finally, he also submitted this one here of the bird off in the corner. Silver eye apparently is what it's called. Some nice red bokeh in it too. So in terms of something to talk about for his, okay, I'm gonna be hypercritical because it's Nathan. So so Nathan, I have developed a relationship with him a little bit, and so he knows that I think his work is phenomenal and could be a little extra mean to him. But for me, I think that the thing that stands out most to me amongst all of these is on this one, Nathan is very good. So in total, he's very good at making it feel like every single part of his frame is intentional. This one, this does feel intentional, but it also feels like there's some leftover little like scraggly twigs out and about that I don't quite like. Some of it feels intentional, like it does feel like there's meant to be something here, but some of this down here I feel like feels a little bit out of place. And that is being very critical once again. So this is picking it apart, but I think that is something to note. As well as on this one, he also, this is one of the less prominent subjects in his shots. So I know earlier, like we were talking about, Shirley was asking about, right, like how small can a subject get? This subject is incredibly small in this image, but yet it still feels like it is the focus of this image because the scene is so intentionally simplified to where that is all you care about, right? So that looks great. But this one, the subject is actually a little bit bigger in the frame, but because there's too much going on around it and it's not quite bright enough, it's not quite prominent enough, I actually kind of, like, it took me a second to figure out where the bird was here. So this is, I'd say, one of the less powerful images of his in terms of being very intentional with subject placement and scenery placement. So we had subject placement here, then we had scenery placement up here. So yeah, but obviously Nathan is very good. So if you watch this back, Nathan, good job. All right. Now we had 3 more by Cum, and yeah, these 3 here. So we have an oyster catcher walking up a beach, which is kind of cool. Usually you don't see them on the beach. You usually see them on tidal pools and stuff. Here of a swan, pretty cool in a snowy scene. And here of a mandarin duck. That's beautiful. That's my favorite right there. This one I feel like is probably the one that could use the most improvement in the sense of like the scene. Trying to debate. It just feels like, I guess, the composition is a little bit basic in the 16:9. I don't know, like there's I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say. Sorry. I think I would personally go for a little bit more of like a 3:2, maybe chop off that right side there, put it on a third. Feels like it's not quite centered, right? But it's also not on a third. I'm not quite sure what's going on in terms of the subject placement, but the scene placement is pretty decent, with the exception of I feel like there should be more sky. It feels like you're pushing the sky down into the shot. So maybe the sky space is one problem, and then the other problem is I would like to see this guy a little bit more intentionally composed in terms of where he is in the actual frame of the shot. So good job there. All right, now we're back to Amy Bailey, who I'm trying to remember if she submitted to the Birdscape yet. I'll talk about one of hers regardless because I can't remember. I know she submitted to either the last category or something, but some cool shots. Wood duck here, great egret here, and bald eagle here. Bald eagle shot, I think, actually let's talk about this one. So this one, the reflection's very cool here in the image, but I think it just is, we lost the engagement because we can't see any eyes. When you lose the eyes of the bird whatsoever, it becomes very hard to justify becoming engaged with it as an image. And because we lost those eyes, even as cool as it is kind of looking at itself in the reflection, because we lost the eye, I just don't feel like connected with it as a viewer. So that's that. Back to Grant Webster. We've gone through some of his images, so I'm going to skip through these, but very cool dual shot of these great blue herons. This was a great shot. I was actually really surprised this one did not make the Birdscape finalists. I really like this one personally, but the judges had their reasons. Very cool. Very, very, very cool here. I think it probably comes down to the masking. I can see just very slight masking problems with it. But otherwise it would have been just phenomenal, I think. And then one of a green heron silhouette in the distance, backlit. Pretty cool. Good job, Grant. Back to William Baines. We've gone through some of his, so I'm going to skip through these. Yellow rumped warbler. And sandhill cranes. Now we're getting to Sergius Hanan. So Sergius, with his image of a bald eagle flying with an amazing sunset behind it. Actually, so I will give my 2 cents in opinion. I think this image probably was my personal favorite of the whole competition. I really, really liked this shot. It did make the finalists, but it did not place. for me, I think the reason why I'll say that I liked this shot the most, probably, is that it has just a beautiful, beautiful scene behind it. Like a scene that in and of itself is a very worthwhile landscape shot, like an already possibly award-winning image from a landscape perspective. And then when you smack an eagle into it, it just becomes unreal, at least to me. And so that was kind of our reasoning there. The technicalities of this image are very sound. Yeah, the eagle is very nice and sharp in its exposure. And the whole image overall just has a really, really cool mood to it. However, I can also see why the judges might not place this image as well. And that is probably for the fact that the mask, this was subject masked, I can tell. And the exposure was brought up on the subject a little bit. So because of that, I can see why the judges may or may not like that. But personally, I thought it was good enough to where it was very sound. And yeah, and I thought it was really good. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm looking through. I remember trying to make sure I didn't miss John's image from, or not John's. Who was it? I was asking. Someone was asking about there. James. 346. Yep, we haven't hit it yet. Okay. Yeah, this image. Yeah, that's a great image. I agree. You can tell from your guys' comments as well. So, okay. So Sergius has 2 more images. I'm just going to skip through them quick since I already talked about that one. This one, which actually did place. This got, was it 3rd place? 3rd place or 2nd place? Sorry, I forget in the moment. But it did get 3rd place or 2nd place. Fantastic image. Great job, Sergius. And this was also Sergius' image, which also did make the finals, but did not place. So congratulations, Sergius. He has some great work. All right, so we got Garland Kits here with a, oh man, I know the name of this bird. We don't have him in our area, but I know it. It's American. Cannot remember though. Someone will know in the chat. Pretty cool shot here. I think this image could benefit the most from that walking room. It is looking the wrong direction in the frame, and so ultimately it looks like he's kind of singing into a wall. So that walking space is important to remember there. Mac McIntosh, which we did go through an image of his earlier. So just to show this one here of the 2 mountain bluebirds. Then we got Sean Davis with 3 images here. Bee eaters right here. That's incredible, getting that many in one frame in flight. Got Sean Davis here. That's pretty crazy. Getting Sean Davis here. The belted kingfisher, wing spread. That's a hard capture. Oh man, I can't even tell you how hard of a capture that is. That's a lot of technical talent there. And then we got Sean Davis here with a very cool display going on from some type of bittern, I'm assuming. Not sure the species, but very, very cool display. I've never seen that display before. Awesome. So for Sean, I think I'm going to talk about this image, because this image from a behavior aspect, action shot, is super, super cool. Yeah, it's amazing and incredibly difficult to capture. Getting a belted kingfisher is not quite the same as a lot of the UK ones that a lot of people get in photos, but a belted kingfisher is a lot trickier. And planning out the direction he's going to fly in is just incredibly difficult, especially because they are incredibly skittish. So great, but again, action shot, amazing. Got to pay attention to the scenery though, and for a birdscape image especially, this is not giving me any sort of scenery that complements the image really very well. And so this is definitely more of a portrait image and mostly a behavior image, because even for a portrait image, I would argue that the aesthetic is not outstanding beyond the action. So, all right, we got Jonathan, and then next James, yours is going to be coming up. We have Jonathan Gillingham. I don't know if Jonathan's still in the chat. I don't think so anymore. But if you are Jonathan, please let me know. So, Jonathan Gillingham. Got a puff in here. Got a puff in there. And we got some type of ptarmigan. So, yeah, let's go with this image. Yeah, for this image, I think the thing that could be improved about it the most is just it feels pretty flat overall from a depth standpoint. Everything kind of feels in focus, and it also doesn't feel like there's anything very isolated in the image because of the fact that there is some cracks going through the rocks. The pattern's not distinct enough to really make this puffin stand out. So if it wasn't for the white belly and black head, it really wouldn't stand out at all. And even with that, it kind of does blend in from an exposure standpoint with a lot of the surroundings. So, so yeah, that would be my thoughts on what could be improved on this image, but still pretty cool. And yeah, great shots. All right, we're gonna go through James Cole, his image. So James, I know you're in the chat, so I'll give you some more extra feedback on this one. So pretty cool shot. Yeah, to start off, what I really like about it is obviously the behavior and the action going on here is very cool. So this would be well suited for a behavior category. You also got the chick off here to the side, which is very cool as well. I feel like for a birdscape image, it feels like almost there's I feel like I just want a little bit more scenery. Let's just put it that way. I feel like I want a little bit more scenery for a birdscape image. Because even though if all these birds weren't here, it might be scenic enough, or there might be enough context and scene around it, because the birds fill it in, which is not bad. The birds filling it in is not bad. It does distract me so much that I actually don't feel like there's any more room for scenery anymore, actually. So that would be one thought there. In terms of how you edited it, I think you can give a lot more contrast to the image, but be careful, obviously, not to blow out your whites on the birds. But I think you could benefit from a lot more contrast in your image. Seems like it was a foggy day, and on foggy days, you can, like, in your editing process, just always remember you need to increase your contrast so much more than normal. And really, a lot of times what you need to do, even beyond contrast, is pull down your blacks a lot. Specifically, pulling down those blacks will help make those fall-offs very sharp in the dark ends, which is what fog lifts a lot of. The fog will lift the blacker parts of your image because it naturally is giving kind of whiteness to it. So yeah, but on a good note, that fog, while paying attention to that contrast and that darkness, it is very cool. The fog adds a lot to the scene. I personally love how this little nugget down here is kind of, it's like hazy enough to where you don't recognize it quickly, but it is there to where when you look at the image for 2-3 seconds, you notice it, and it's a very cool feature and aspect of this image. So great job on that. And also good job on a technical sense of capturing this in focus right here and capturing that all sharp. So good job there. But yeah, great shot, James. Yeah, I really like the image, so good job. Okay, for those of you just coming on, if you've been joining in the last couple minutes, then we are going through just one thing that we could improve on each image, unless the person's here in the chat, in which case I'm going more in depth. But for sake of time, that's what we're doing. I've been streaming for, oh my goodness, 6.5 hours, guys. Oh, 6.5 hours of talking. Jeez. So tired of myself. All right. We did go through this image before. It was submitted to 2 categories. So we'll skip past it for now. This image right here by D. Essler. A pretty cool scene, but I think the biggest thing with this one is, I guess just to say, I have yet to say this about any image so far in the competition, and I never want to make things feel like a gear problem, because ultimately better gear does not make you a better photographer, and it will enhance the quality of your image, but it won't define you as a photographer. But this is the one case where I would say in this whole competition, I've never said this so far, where like this person just needs a gear upgrade to take this kind of a shot. It just is much too low of a quality. I kind of wonder if this was shot off of a phone, honestly. But yeah, getting some sort of a camera, if this was shot off a phone, I think would already be a massive step forward. And if this was shot on a bridge camera or something very cheap, point and shoot, maybe consider investing into something like a mirrorless or an old used DSLR if you need to be on a budget, something like that, where you can at least get some sort of decent quality. But yeah. And geez, Laura, 6.5 hours is half your work shift. You must work in the medical field or something, probably. I can't even imagine doing, what, that'd be 13-hour shifts, 14-hour shifts. Whew. I mean, there is some days, actually, I'm not gonna lie, there is some days I work 12, 14 hours, so. But talking for 6.5 hours is a new thing for me. All right, got Steven Spence. Jimmy, I know you're in the chat. Your image is coming up next. Steven Spence here with an image of an osprey bathing. That is pretty cool. Cool action behavior moment. I think this image, just is not in the right category. Just to speak briefly on that, there's no real scene going on here to complement the bird. And so really this belongs in a behavior category, and I'd say in that case even much more tightly cropped, because all the attention, like really this water is adding almost nothing to the image. Really the cool part about this is all the osprey, and this is very nice quality, so you can afford to crop in. All right, Jimmy, if you're still in the chat, cool. Looks like I just checked, you are here. So let's talk about your images. I think you submitted 3 birdscape images. So yeah, Jimmy's actually a member of this channel, or actually a member of my main channel. So quick, before we dive into that, a quick little comment on that is that for you guys who are wanting to get some extra feedback from me occasionally and stuff like that, but can't afford to necessarily do a mentorship with me, or just want to be able to occasionally connect with me a little bit more, I do have a memberships on my main channel. So not here on Bird Burger, but on Jeremy Knipe. So if you've found my main channel before, link should be in the description if you don't know where it is. But you can join as a member on my channel for $2 a month, and you'll get access to, occasionally I'll do like live editing sessions. I'll give you guys other exclusive videos. I'll give you sneak peeks to a lot of my content. And for that, just literally $2 a month, you can get connected in just a little bit more, helps support me a little bit. But obviously it's not going to be the same level of depth as a mentorship by any means. But yeah, so Jimmy is a member. The reason why I brought that up, Jimmy is a member on my channel. And so a couple people are Klaus's too. I don't know if he's still in here, but and some others. Yeah, Jimmy and I got to work with this during a live editing session. So we actually worked through some of these. First of all, so let's talk about this. Thanks for the recommendation too in the chat. We talked about this puffin shot together, and yeah, this is my favorite of your 3 images, Jimmy, for the birdscape category. I think the scene is stunning. I mean, the competition was very high, but honestly, I could have seen this one making the finalists out of all 3 of your images. So it's very good. I really like how this grass texture is all out of focus, but it's still enough in focus, just not in focus even, but it's enough detailed to where it kind of gives a nice little texture to the image down here that fades into the base of that Atlantic puffin. So that looks very beautiful. And the U shape in the bay along the coastline and the cliffs is also a huge selling point of this image. I absolutely love that and think that is just absolutely stunning and gorgeous. So props on that. And then beyond that, I'd say that you're in terms of things that maybe could be improved, the colors are all great here. You did a great job editing that. Things that could be improved, I'd say number 1, sucky as that is, just better time of day, right? You would have gotten a better sky instead of the blue sky. The blue sky is probably the hardest part, or the least impressive part of this image for me. And then also I'd say considering raising the depth of field. I know that could be bad, but when you're this shallow and it's that much seen, I almost wonder if you would have raised your f-stop up like 2 or 3 stops, if that could have paid off well for you. But that is really weird to say, and normally I do not recommend raising your f-stop. I think that's the first time all today I've recommended that, but this image might be one of the few that could benefit from that. But still, very, very good image. It's my favorite of your 3. Let's go to the Great Gray Owl image. On this shot, this one's hard. We worked through this one for a while too during that live session, as you know. And I guess just to kind of update everyone on it, since we've already talked about this one for a bit. First of all, I really like your purples in it. The purples are definitely the selling point of this image, but the sky up here is not as much. And that's a hard thing to decide what to do with it, right? I think before we talked about possibly, we were talking through your editing process, how you kind of were doing high key with it for a while or keeping it exposed, but it is a little bit hard to decide what to do up there with it. These purples are beautiful, but this kind of feels a little bit unesthetic to it. Ultimately, I think if you could have gotten a better sky, this image could have had a chance at the finals as well. I know originally this was a lot more exposed, and we worked to darken this together, which I really like how you did that in your editing at the end of it all. And so I think you did a great job with that, Jimmy, after we talked. And I really think that helps keep the distraction away from this, or keep the distraction away from the bird. Yeah. So yeah, and very cool pose on the gray owl. Phenomenal pose. So absolutely beautiful and good shot. All right, and then the last one, I don't think we worked through this one, but this puffin one is pretty dang cool. I love this shot. For me, I think this is more than a birdscape image. I think this is just category placement. Like, this is a behavior image, maybe a portrait image even. This is actually quite a good portrait image. I think you would have had a better chance if you would have submitted this to a portrait category than the birdscape, because it is very beautiful. The focus is phenomenal. I'm amazed you tacked focus so well just on the eyes and the fish. Man, those fish look slimy and gooey. So amazing technical prowess here. Everything's nice and sharp where it should be. And the background is nice and blurred out. And so I am very impressed with that. And the exposure is spot on. Contrast is great. Technically, this image is probably perfect. Even the composition is pretty good. Maybe if I'm being picky, I'd pull up from the top right just a tad. That way I don't get that little bit of white down here in the bottom of the corner. And I also get a little closer to the feet. But otherwise, it's technically perfect. And I think it just really maybe came down to category placement more than anything. So that's what I'd recommend. But yeah, fantastic images. You guys in the chat, give Jimmy your feedback. Let him know which one you liked the most of his 3. He had the first puffin landscape image. He had the puffin with the fish image. And he had the great gray owl image. So please give him your thoughts in the chat on which one you liked the most or what you liked about his shots. So yeah, reading through the comments really quick. Position, moving wildlife, leading my photos be. Yeah, glad having you on here, Michael. Sorry we got through them too quick for you. And yeah, I think, Jimmy, if you would have put that in the portrait, I think you would have had a much better chance. I think you actually would have had a chance possibly with that image in the finals too, in the portrait. I think actually, yeah. Anyways, very cool. All right, so this is by Arcadius. Garonsky, both of these two images. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he actually placed in our new photographers category last year. But now he is graduated out of new photographers, as did Jimmy. Jimmy was first place last year for new photographers. This guy got third last year in new photographers. For this year, he's in the birdscape. These are his two images here of two different types of goldfinches. Here, I would just say big thing is the composition, the walking space. We need to remember that walking space. It's faced the wrong way. I know the bug is kind of the feature of this shot, which is kind of cool, but ultimately, I don't know if it's enough reason to compose it in the way that it was composed. And also you then start to capture some of this in the way he composed it, and I don't like this clutter up here in the top left. So that's what I would have improved. We got Luciano Ali. So for this one feels pretty soft. Let's see. So just speaking to the technical ability again, it's a little noisy, a little soft. So I don't know if they were shooting through, it doesn't seem like it. I think just in editing, making sure to contrast out more is pretty important. And then also I'm not sure on the lens quality on this, but the lens might have been a little soft. Little too soft, but I'm not quite sure. But still a pretty cool image and a cool little pair here. Got a juvie mallard swimming by. Okay, we got Jonathan Pridham here. Very, very cool image of this bird hanging off of this beautiful flower. I think this comes to a portrait category submission more than a birdscape. It's pretty, I could see why you might submit it to a birdscape, but there's only one scenic element, and this is the flower. And so that's not enough scenic element to really lend itself into a birdscape, I think. We got Benjamin Grumet with this image here, and this one here. Bee eater in the cliff, and then heron walking amongst the leaves. Here, I would just say trying to find a way, because this is very cool how you have this bee eater coming out of a cavity in the rock wall. That is super cool. But finding a way to get closer up on it, maybe isolate it a little bit more. You have a lot of rock wall that has a lot of details, and so I'd say if you cropped in more, or maybe just got in closer, you can get rid of so much detail in the rock wall and pick more of a section of the rock wall. I would personally probably pick like a portrait composure right here, cutting off on the left side right there, and then cutting off right here. That might look good, not quite sure. Maybe bringing that up a little there on the bottom, cropping that off. I'd experiment with it a little bit, but it does feel a little bit too wide. Christian Henningsen, we've gone through some of his images already, but this was second place in the birdscape category and a fantastic image. I know a lot of you guys loved. Also won the popular vote for the category, so obviously was very loved by you guys. But yeah, great shot again, Christian, and fantastic layering and interesting scene going on in this image. All right, Jonal. I believe Jonal is still in the chat. Jonal, let me know if you're still here in the chat. All right. Let's see. Well, while Jonal is letting me know if he still is here, I'll at least pick one to go through really quick. We'll go through the others if need be. So he had this image. Yep, he's in the chat. Cool. So he had this image here, first of all, of a scoter. And I really like, this is a conflicting one. Because I feel like for a birdscape submission, there's not a ton going on in the scene, but it is also, it's like on the fringe of being enough to be pretty impressive as well, because this wave leading up to it is very cool. Then you have the separation where there's nothing behind it, and then you have the whole very blurred out next wave off in the distance. So I do like that a lot. It's very cool, and for being nothing but water around it, it is a very good use of that. So I want to compliment you on that. Yeah, so good job there. In terms of technically, very sound. These guys are not easy to get in focus, I know, so props on getting them in focus correctly. And in terms of your exposure and everything, very good. I also like how you have a little bit brighter of water back here, maybe more directly hit by the sun than right here. That is pretty cool. And that is a small detail that really pays off well in this image. I think this image would not look half as good if they were exposed the same, both of those two waves. So good job on that. Like I said, I think the biggest thing this image would benefit from, though, is some sort of other scenic element. For just being water, this is about as good as it can get, I believe. But I wish there was just something more to it. I don't even know what that would be necessarily. But yeah, I do wish there was something just a little bit more to it. Yeah, maybe different time of day with the sky included. Maybe you could have used some foreground element like a rock nearby the shore to just get some of the image blurred out and give some foreground to it. But something just to add a little bit. But I don't know. It is still pretty good. So very good image. Good job there. Let's go to this image here of a brown pelican silhouetted, diving into the water at sunset. I'm assuming sunset. Yeah, I'm reading Monterey County. You're a Cali guy, and so you only get that type of lighting at sunset here in California. You don't get that at sunrise. I know that from experience. Yeah, you said maybe cloudy sky on the last one. Yeah, that might have helped. Yeah, that would have been a good thought, I think. But yeah, back to the brown pelican. I do like kind of the darkness of the water and then the vivid fiery sky, so that's cool there. Also, I like the decision to silhouette it here. I think that it makes it really stand out very easily. And yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think for this image, trying to think, I guess I wish with the clouds in the sky, I wish there would have been something a little bit more distinct, like the more, picturesque version of clouds in the sky, maybe. Or I wish it would have been more of a solid like gradient across those colors. I think all the lines across it are a little distracting in the shapes. Obviously, that's something you can change 0 during that day. Like I know there's nothing you could have done about that, but just considering what might possibly be inhibiting this image from placing, that could be a thought. And then the other small thought is, and I find this very difficult from experience as well, but pelicans I feel like are really hard to capture looking good diving into the water, because this behavior is very cool that they do, the brown pelicans where they dive in, but I feel like I have yet to find a good shot of a pelican diving into water, because naturally they just kind of look a little clunky diving into water, and it always amazes me that they do dive into water because of that. But there's nothing again you can do about that, but I just don't know if like a brown pelican is the best subject to try to spend tons of time on doing that. I'm not saying that's what you did, but maybe just for future thought. But yeah, that's hard to say. So still very good image though, and yeah, pretty cool. This is also Jonah Lopez, so his last image of these 3 in the birdscape category. This one did make the finals, so congratulations, Jonah. I was not surprised. And actually, on a side note, my dad, because my dad watched the whole event and he likes to encourage me or whatever, and he told me afterwards that this was his personal favorite image of the whole event. So congratulations on that. You get my dad's vote. But yeah, very, very cool image. I think that this image is very cool in the way of being a birdscape image. This image feels like it's meant to be birdscape. I would not have submitted it to any other category. The owl is very cool, flying through the scene, very well exposed. Everything's properly exposed in this image, great. But the vole makes a beautiful little feature of this image. And the scene is nice because of that fog. I really like that fog behind it, and the grass is, you know, pretty good and straightforward as well. But the fog is really what sells it. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat, and yeah, even Chris is saying, for example, the fog. Yeah, the fog with the layering, it's great. And yeah, overall, just a great image. I think for myself, I think what could have improved this image is if you would have pulled down maybe a little bit from the top, maybe a little bit from the top left, cropped it in just a little bit more to get this owl maybe middle left thirds. So on the left third, but then middle in terms of top to bottom. I feel like some of this up here is a little bit of wasted space, a little bit of dead space. And if you would have gotten rid of a little bit of that, I think you could have enhanced the focus on the subject and the scene where it mattered most. The fog and this grass down here is where it matters the most in the scene. This is not quite so appealing. So I think that that is what I would have done to change that photo. But yeah, it's a very good image though. So good job on that. And I see you said in the chat, this owl was second last year. That is super cool. So for those who don't understand the context of what he's saying, that's funny. It's the same owl. He got a shot last year. So last year in the competition, he submitted a shot of this same owl. It's a long-eared owl, correct, Jonal? I believe so. Looks like it. But he got a shot of the same owl, but it was a super close-up portrait shot. It wasn't this exact photo, but same owl. And it got second place in the portrait category, and it was amazing. It was phenomenal, and it was one of my favorite images for sure. So that's funny. It is the same owl, literally. So apparently this owl is worth 2 awards. But yeah, great shots. Everyone in the chat right now, if you're around, let him know which one you like the most. Which of his 3 images, you know, was your favorite of his, whether that be the Scoter, the Pelican, or the long-eared owl. But great job, Jonal, and you have a lot to be proud of. So good job. All right, gonna go through, oh, this is a different Zachary Newhaus. He has 3 images: great blue heron, and a bunch of terns, it looks like, out on some twigs. Let's talk about this image. This one, so we have this whole line going on here. I'd say this image would have been so much better if you would have focused on the terns right up here in the front. 2 reasons. First of all, naturally, unless there's a good reason, a very artistic reason, naturally your eye wants the closest subject to be in focus, not the furthest one. And second reason is, if you get this one in focus up here, this background will be much more blurred out, which will then keep the attention much more on the subjects. But because of the fact that the focus is back here, now all that background is pretty in focus, and you don't get as much attention on those subjects. So that would be my biggest thing for improvement there. Okay, we got 3 by Andreas Kentis. We have a bunch of, I think, goldfinches here. Yeah, Lawrence's goldfinches? I can't quite tell. The color's a little, pine siskin. There we go, pine siskin. Got some cliff swallow and tree swallow here. Pair, buddy. We got a Jaeger here. Yeah, very cool. This one, I think that the balance of the composition is a little bit off. So I would have preferred that you centered these 2 as a whole. So pulled in the composition from the crop from the left. That way you have these 2 both equally balancing out the frame. The center would be somewhere in the middle of them. So you have this one off to the left slightly, this one off to the right slightly, but the whole frame is centered. That would have helped balance your image a lot more, made it feel more steady, not quite so off. All right, so yeah, this is Thomas Palomara. I think we actually have gone through some of his images already, but this is a very cool image, so I'll just showcase it here, of some razorbills. All right, and then Leia Lopez, we did go through this image earlier. She submitted it to the new photographers, but cool image once again. We went through this one as well by her, Leia Lopez, new photographers category. This one was not in the new photographers category. So to give one piece of feedback on it really quick, I'd say just the color of the sky feels a little bit too almost like it was what's it called, a sepia filter, sepia. I forget how you pronounce that, but you guys know what I'm talking about. And the color of the sky is a little distracting. It feels a little unnatural. So maybe balancing that out a little bit better with the white balance. Okay, we got Shea Vavra. Believe we've already seen. Oh, I think it was creative category though. So yeah, this would be birdscape then. We have this one and that one. The follow-up to the other hummingbird image. That is cool. Puff out there by that hummingbird. Man, that is so cool. Talk about this image though. This is a beautiful scene. Honestly, this is fantastic as well. I think this is a cool use, a cool exception to usually a bird and just a sky behind the bird is far from some of the best images I've seen. Usually it's too basic, even with normal cloud formations. But here, the cloud formations are so elegant that this is actually very impressive to me. So I actually like this image quite a lot, and I think this one is a great shot. So I think if anything to be improved about it, man, maybe just contrasting out the dark parts. So maybe pulling down the blacks and the shadows a little bit more in this shot. I would have liked just a little bit more contrast in the dark ends of this image, and I think that really would have helped quite a bit. And tell your wife thank you, Jonal. All right, we got Chris Schultz over here with two images. One here of an egret or heron flying by. Yeah, they're with a bunch of maybe ibises. I think ibises. Yeah, let's talk about this one, I guess. This one's pretty cool, but I think from a technical standpoint, everything is pretty much in focus, so there's no depth of field here. I do think this was probably shot on either like a point and shoot camera or maybe a phone. Again, just that baseline level of gear required maybe. But yeah, so it's a pretty cool moment. It just needs some quality to it, I think would greatly enhance this image. All right, we got Kieran Kane and this image here of a silhouetted heron or egret. Really like the sky back here. I think the thing that could be improved about this image the most, probably the composition. I think I would have pulled up a little bit on the bottom left or maybe the bottom right, but somehow given a little bit less of this black down here and gotten a little bit tighter up. I feel like getting a little bit closer up in this image can really just help bring a little bit more attention to the silhouette, and that would help the image quite a bit. So moving on, Brandon Hurt. Did a little mentorship with him for a while last year. 3 images for him. We have the red-winged blackbird here, some sort of sparrow here singing. Then we have a great blue heron here. For this image, I would say, oh, Chris. Chris, you're in the chat. Sorry, I just saw this now. P900 for storks. Yeah. So I'll speak on yours a little bit more. Sorry, Chris. There is a little bit delay, and I don't look after every image. Sometimes I forget. So yeah, let me speak on your images really quick. So this image, I really like. First of all, I like your artistic vision with this image. So the cloud going across what I assume is the sun here. Yeah, it must be the sun with how bright it is. Yeah, going across the sun right there is very cool. Sets up a very cool scene, mood, and image. Honestly, I almost wonder if this image would do better in the creative category because it's so heavily trying to lean into the artistic end of things more than anything. So yeah, that's something to consider. But overall, very cool artistic vision with this shot. I like that. What I think I'd like to see personally a little bit more, I don't know if you did capture it in a burst as it flew across, but I would like to see the moon on the right side and the heron. Sorry, you mentioned it was a great blue heron. Yeah, the heron on the left side. I think that would have given a nice balance to the image, rather than having it above it. In the case that it is above it like this, I almost feel like you're almost forced to go to a portrait crop for it to feel balanced correctly. So I'd consider trying a portrait crop and see if you like the results of that. But I think it could look pretty good in a portrait crop too. So yeah. But it also, I know you just said in the chat, had a tough time debating on category. I think it also does work in the birdscape. So it's not that it doesn't work in the birdscape. I just think it might shine a little more in the creative. So yeah, that's that with that. In terms of what can be improved, I mean, I'd say maybe your coloring ever so slightly. Typically this kind of color is not really natural in nature, and so it makes you already kind of assume as a viewer that it's a little bit unnatural. Maybe it was natural if you had a fire that day, for example. Sometimes you can get pretty extreme tints with fires in the sky. Actually, maybe that's what that cloud is. I think that's a cloud, but maybe it's a smokestack. But if it's not, and regardless, maybe you want to consider adjusting your white balance just a little bit. To be maybe a little bit, I'd say less purple tinted. So more tinted towards the green, and maybe cooler. It's hard to say on that end. Maybe even warmer. I don't know. Maybe try the warmth, but definitely the tint is too purple. Yeah. Okay. So then we got this ibis image here, which I talked about already. But yeah, I think the biggest thing for this image is like I'm just seeing too much in detail in this shot. So in terms of getting the birds isolated, I would say really just picking some in the front, picking one in the front, like the closer ones, and that's all you care to tack focus onto, and getting a more shallow depth of field. Or getting really down right above the brush, using some foreground. That way it's just birds and sky almost. You have grass in the foreground, and then you have the birds, and then you have sky, and you don't get any of this back there virtually. That could also help keep your focus on the birds. I saw you just said wood storks, so yeah, sorry about that. So yes, wood storks. Yeah, things like that do happen spur of the moment. You're totally right. So yeah, as best you can, just setting yourself up for success, you know. Also, I do feel like, I don't know if you know your focal length off the top of your head here, but yeah, it definitely feels like it's shot pretty wide, which also might not help from a depth of field aspect. But also I wonder if you have the gear to shoot it a little bit more shallow than this. But those two things to consider. But pretty cool moment. Very cool with the wood storks. So I think my favorite of year two is that one. If anyone else in the chat wants to comment as well what they liked, then yeah, that'd be awesome. So go ahead and share with Chris what you guys liked. And Chris, thanks for being here in the chat with us and enjoying the competition. So we got that heron image and the wood storks. All right, going back down to Brandon Hurt. What I was saying about this one was this one actually is the tint is very green on this one. This one actually needs to be more purple, so the opposite way. So this image by Brandon Hurt could benefit from a little bit more purple of a tint, and I think that would make the sun light not look so green on his feathers. Color the bird nicer. Okay, and then we got Crystal Migliori, who placed last year in our competition, not this year. But that one of a great egret birdscape, and this one here of a great blue heron birdscape. This one, let's talk about this one. This one is a good example of, I think the subject is placed too low in the frame, and you actually don't get any room below it, which then hurts hurts it just a little bit. Like there needs to be some room below it. That way it doesn't feel like it's pressed into the bottom. Because at this point, it kind of feels like it's the floor of the image. So that's to consider that. But good shots, Crystal. All right, and our last selection for Birdscape, we got by Karthik Subramaniam, I believe. And this is of a barred owl, spotted owl. Once again, 2 different takes on it. Is one fast exposure, one slow exposure. So that's pretty cool. I like that. It's very interesting. And a bald eagle set of birds here. It's pretty cool. Let's talk about the difference between these two, how they make us feel. This one feels a little bit more, I guess this one feels like there's a nice pattern, nice texture going through it. To me, emotionally, it feels a little bit more smooth, peaceful, versus this one to me feels a little bit more in my face, a little bit more aggressive from an editing aspect, but also a little bit more like I'm transported into the moment personally. And so those are just 2 interesting observations to notice between those 2 differences. So it's pretty cool. And props to Karthik. Those are both great images. Yeah, the snow frozen in place definitely does stand out more as snow than the other one. That feels almost like it could be rain. Obviously, it's pretty white, so it does still look like snow, but yeah, agree. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. All right. Okay, that wraps up the birdscape category. Whew. One more, but our biggest category. We've got, I think, like 230 submissions to portrait. If you've been in here in the chat from the beginning, let me know. I don't remember who's come in and come out at what points, but let me know. See, Laura just commented. I know Laura's been here, so thanks, Laura, for sticking around. Know a few other you guys. I think maybe Jeff has. Let me know in the chat if you've been here since the beginning, because you guys are champs. I'm gonna go quickly grab something. Got to tell my wife. I was telling my wife that was going to be 3 o'clock. Was going to be my estimated end time, but looks like that's going to be more like 4:35. So rain. That's a good excuse to stay in from the rain. Yeah. Yeah. John's been around for a while. Jeff. Yeah. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, and Shirley I know has been around too. Almost tripped there. Getting delusional at this point. Yeah, my throat's actually feeling really tight. I think we're talking this much. I don't think I've ever talked this much straight. Tell Mrs. Burger we're thankful for you. I will. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. She's getting called Miss Burger too.
Yeah, my wife's amazing. She's the best. I always want her. I want like just small ways to be able to throw her in to like my stuff, but yeah, she doesn't like being on camera. So, and hey, Jonathan, see you in the chat. We actually went through yours already, but I will really quick go back and go through maybe one of yours at least. It might be pretty hard to find them all and search for them all at this point, but maybe I can go back through one really quick. Try to find it. Jonathan, you submitted to the creative category, correct? As well. I know you also had that birdscape, but I think you only had the one that got the finals in the birdscape, and so that'll be. Or sorry, not Jonathan. I was saying yeah, Jonathan. Maybe I haven't gone through yours. What was your order number, Jonathan? If you let me know that, maybe I can find it. And yeah, if you can Uber Eats me a cough drop, that'd be great. All right, almost done, guys. Okay, let me set this up. Looks like you said portrait, Jonathan. Let me look through and see if I can find it easily. Oh, I was wrong. 248 submissions to portrait. Oh. Man, I forgot it was that much. For some reason, I had 230 something in my brain. We had almost as many submissions to portrait alone as we did to the whole competition last year. Yeah, portrait was so competitive this year. Yeah, I'm reading your chat comments, Jonathan. See what I can do. Do you remember your order number? It's pretty hard to find you if I don't have your order number. Okay. All right, you guys. So, gonna get into our last category. Once again, thank you guys for sticking around with me. If you guys are interested in supporting the channel at all or learning a little extra, got the memberships on my main channel that you can always sign up for. It's a great way to learn with some exclusive members only stuff that I do with you guys occasionally. about once a month, once every other month, but it's only, like I said, it's only like $2 a month. So it's really almost no investment. And then if you did want to do a little bit more, there's a membership tier up from that, where if you do $15 a month, you get in a Discord chat with me and some other guys, and we go through stuff. But that's more for a creator aspect. And then my Lightroom course is available for purchase as well. And I know some people in the chat have been using that already, seen that, and can probably vouch for that. I don't know if they're still around in the chat, but there's a lot of good stuff coming out of that. And again, I teach you in that the theories behind things. So the reasons why you edit in the way you edit. So histogram theory, color theory, masking theories, and then we go into technicalities of how to actually do it. So really teaches you how to do it correctly. So appreciate that if you guys support me in that way, and you'll learn from it too. Okay, so Jonathan, I did see yours here. I'll go through them super quick for you. So we'll start out there and then we'll hop back to the beginning really quick. Okay. Home stretch. All right, Jonathan. So we got yours here of a sheep, goat. Maybe you can let us know in the chat. But pretty cool image here. I'll go through 3 of them more in detail at the end. Got this one here of a deer sticking its tongue out. Pretty cool, nice and moody shot. We got a fox here approaching head on towards you. It's a pretty cool moment there going on as well. Excuse me. We got a bison here crossing the road. Pretty cool. We got is this a bobcat? I believe so. Let us know in the chat as well. Bobcat. Pretty cool. And then we got a fox here as well, staring you down. So let's talk about 3 of them. So first of all, great set of images, Jonathan, so props on that. I think this is my favorite of your images. Reason being that I really like, it feels like this whole image was meant to be this way. It feels very intentionally shot this way, and it feels like you did a good job of trying to represent a certain style in it. It all feels committed to the moodiness of this shot, and doesn't break that. And I also like this small little detail of the tongue sticking out. It's a really good accent to this image, and actually is really the only thing that has any sort of saturated color in it, beyond just like very muted tones. And so it stands out a lot, and because it's perfectly centered in the image, virtually this whole face, that tongue really stands out in this shot. So I really like that. So good job in regards to that. So good job there. I think that in terms of what could have been improved about this shot, possibly, so I would have maybe put a radial mask on and tried to darken that out even a little bit more, that blue sky right there. Maybe you could have done, probably not a linear, but yeah, I think this blue sky is probably the most distracting part of this image right here. I would have liked if all of it was that dark forest behind it. So either maybe trying that with the radial mask, but I'm not quite sure if that would work. Also, what you could try is pulling the HSL saturation down on the blues specifically. Or best case scenario would have been obviously just getting a little bit higher actually when you shot it, maybe like getting a foot higher, and then you probably wouldn't have had to include the blue sky at all, especially if you just cropped in a tad after that. So that'd be the biggest thing about that image. But good job, very technically sound, and I love the centered position on this deer, and I think that was a good call there. So, and I see you said lynx and bighorn. Oh, that's bighorn. That's cool. And lynx, cool. So yeah, that's my favorite of yours.
Now, maybe let's talk about the one that I think could use the most improvement from an editing aspect. So we'll talk about most improvement from an editing aspect, and then maybe we'll pick one that could use the most improvement from a shot aspect. So editing aspect, I think this one. Reason being that you do have a decent amount of like fringing in some of the white parts, where you're getting some of that blue fringing, and the overall image is pretty blue and cold. And this lynx, I know, doesn't have this blue of fur. And so really I want to be able to see this natural fur color a lot better on this lynx, and that just requires bringing up the temperature a lot in your image. So from an editing aspect, I think that will do wonders for you. And I also wonder if you could get a little bit more contrast in the dark ends. So probably pulling down the blacks a little bit, just to give a little bit more contrast in the dark end. But on the top bright end, keeping the white bar probably where you have it, but pulling down the highlights specifically, maybe 20 or 30 points. And I think that'll help from keeping these overexposed so much, but not pull them down so much to where you lose the whiteness of the snow. But really, biggest thing I think is color temperature about this shot. But this shot is very cool from the aspect of like, it is very engaging with the lynx. That is amazing that you got that kind of look with them. So that is super cool. Props on that. And I do like your composition in this shot. I think it's nice how you kind of got him in an open pocket over here, and then you get some more busyness back here. So I do like your composition. In terms of a shot that could be improved the most from how you actually photographed it, I want to say this one right here. I think on this one, so you have this road going on in the image behind the bison. Generally, I'd already say in the first place, like if you can, try to keep the road out of it unless you have just an amazing opportunity in vision with a road. But otherwise, generally, I'd say try to keep the road out of it. But more so, if the road is going to be in it, finding the right moment where, you know, you could, I know it's hard with bison like this, so I'm not saying this is easy, but like positioning yourself to where you capture him as he's going down the center of the road and you have the road completely behind him, like leading lines, or you're off to the side even a little bit more than you are, or you capture him maybe when he was back here further. That way you have more of a distinct kind of trail off on the corner. So if you could imagine like the road going out this way, and then it connects to the bison right here, maybe in the bottom right thirds of the image, and you have the road running diagonally across the whole image almost. Something like that. Or maybe not to the top corner, because I know that might have been hard, but you probably could have composed that too. But even if it was just like road going from here and slicing across the frame to there, I'm not sure. But somehow I think separating the road a little bit more, if you are going to do this side take, would have been a better composition. But yeah, and then also, I'm not sure if this could have been fixed in editing, but if it was overexposed a little bit in the sky, I wonder if there's a way you could have exposed this more properly in the moment. It does look like I'm catching little tints of blue, which is telling me that it probably could have been exposed more properly. But maybe not. Maybe it just is the way that it's appearing in your edit. But if there was anything you could have done about the sky, I would have encouraged that change. But yeah, so yeah, those are some thoughts there. But yeah, good shots, Jonathan. Pretty cool moments. That's a very cool, awesome moment there. I think the lynx moment is very cool. That's a very rare moment, I know. And then that deer shot is definitely my favorite of yours, in regards to how you stylistically went about it. So good job there. You guys are in the chat. Feel free to let him know as well. If there's any thoughts you had, anything you wanted to share with Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan, for popping in. And let's go to the beginning. Joe's image right here. All right. I don't know if Joe's still in the chat. I think he might have popped in and popped out earlier. But this image did make the finals right here from Joe. So we got that image here. I'm going to try to power through these as quick as I can too, guys, because we do have 248 of these. So let me know, please, if you're here in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to kind of power through them a little quicker even. But this one made the finals right here. Great shot. This one here as well. Really, really good image. Really, I struggle to say much about this image at all in terms of things that could have been improved. This possibly could have placed, in my opinion. But yeah, this is a very cool shot. I mean, geez, I'm trying to think of anything. If anything, this is being minute, but these white parts being blown out a little bit, that's probably the biggest improvement that could have been used on yeah, that image. Okay, let's keep going. We got Jimmy Miller right here. So Jimmy with his image of a fox. I think the biggest thing that this image could use is probably being a little bit warmer. Overall, it's a little bit cold actually as well. You can tell on the ground, it's a little bit cold, and in this bush here, being a little bit warmer would have complemented the fur of the fox better. Got Evan Watts with his images of the grizzly bears. So we got mother cub right here. Got a grizzly bear walking through a forest, Bonita. And we got a grizzly bear with 2 cubs trailing in the distance. This is definitely my favorite, I think, of them. Or possibly this one. But yeah, pretty cool. This image I actually shot with next to Evan that day, if you guys have seen my video on it. I have a video that I released on my main channel a while ago, and Evan's a great guy, amazing guy. He's actually my favorite YouTuber I get to connect with. And yeah, got to shoot with him. I was here this day, I left, and then he got this shot 15 minutes later. I was so pissed. In a casual way, obviously not for real, but I was like, oh my gosh. So anyways, very cool moment there. But yeah, good shots from Evan. If anything, I think this image probably could have used a little bit warmer of a tone here. I feel like it's just a little bit too cold here. This one feels very intentionally like twilight cold almost, whereas this one feels just ever so slightly accidentally cold, and mostly where I see it is in the blacks. So that'd be my biggest tip here for Evan. Yeah. And that's awesome, Hector, that's the first video you met my channel, as you said. So yeah, that was one of my favorite videos I've ever gotten to do. All right, Jerry Ling, he actually already submitted these to the new photographers, and we talked about them as well. So those are those, blue whistling thrush and mute swan. All right, and Wim Menard, he has that image here of a cormorant, this of a tit, and this one of a kingfisher. Pretty cool shots. I'd say, yeah, in regards to this image, just subject positioning is a big thing once again. Making sure that he's more engaged with you, he's turning away a little bit, and especially with the scenery in front of him, it kind of looks like he's just ignoring us as a viewer rather than engaged with us. Okay, Miguel Torres, there's 3 images there. Blue jay, sandhill crane, bald eagle. Let's talk about the bald eagle. I would say that this image is just lacking a little bit of saturation in the right areas. So it's not some, well, yeah, just overall. Maybe I think it could be a little bit warmer on the temperature, the white balance. But this yellow beak really is not popping at all. It almost looks like peach. And it's such a cool beak, and I think we need to see more of that. So just making sure to turn up that saturation just a little bit more. All right. Going to Hannah Klein. Hannah's image of a mute swan here. And fantastic shot here. I like the dead on angle. I think it's something that could be improved the most, probably just with the focus elements. It's actually like, it's such a shallow depth of field, it's hard, right? But it's actually in focus like right here on the top of the nose. By the time it gets to the bulge, it's already out of focus a little bit. And by the time it gets to the eye, it's out of focus. So that's not the ideal place to have focus. Ideally, you want it on the eyes. This is a second place maybe that you could, but really it's the eyes, and the eyes are slightly out of focus. So being careful on that. We have John Eric Ellingson. with his image of the monkey baby. I think it's monkey breastfeeding. Very cool behavior moment. We also have, oh man, a tiger heron? I can't remember. Something like that. Preening. Have this heron preening as well. This one, the Anhega. And this one, a bunch of female lionesses drinking from a river, it seems. Oh man, some pretty cool moments. Let's see. Let's talk about this one. For this one, I think the biggest thing it could benefit from is the headspace here. There's a lot of headspace, and it's kind of unnecessary. So I would have pulled down the crop from the top right, probably, or maybe even the top left if I wanted to keep it centered. Or even switch to a portrait, possibly portrait crop, but definitely not leaving this much headspace because it feels like there's no kind of use for this space, that much space up there in the top. Cool. This is Patrick Coate, once again, one of my students, placed in the new photographers category, but he also submitted this category. Some great images too. So yeah, of a fox here, little baby pup, a little junco here, and then we got an image here of an actual blue jay. Yeah, man, this is a fantastic shot right there. I love this shot. I would say, if anything though, this is a phenomenal shot. Could be even better if it was actually slightly less saturated in the greens. I highly doubt the greens were captured this saturated. Possibly they were. In the event that they were, I would have just desaturated them even more. But I do think it was probably done in editing, and it was probably oversaturated there. Because this is a phenomenal shot. It's really quite incredible. It just feels like too vivid in the background, and it actually pulls my eye away a little bit from the blue jay. The blue jay is not my cover shot, actually. Yeah, this was just submitted to the image. The blue jay that is in was my cover shot for some of the titles. I know what you're talking about. That's one I took. So, yeah. All right, Zachary Volkan. Back to this guy. Lots of great images submitted to this competition. I think he submitted more than anyone else, actually. So, thanks, Zachary. And yeah, I can't remember if one of yours made it or not, but you did have a lot of good images that were at least close. So, I really hope that, yeah, you don't feel discouraged. You did have a lot of good images that were very close to making it. Awesome action shot of the cliff swallow. This is very technically impressive. Getting just such a shallow depth of field on a cliff swallow flying by is hard because it's literally out of focus in the back, in focus in the front. That is tricky. Okay, we have ruby-throated hummingbird, another tree swallow, cool little thistles under it, barn swallow, and cedar waxwing. Very cool moment with the tongue just rolling off that little fruit there. Very, very cool. Cardinal. Submitted again. I can't remember what the difference was. Oh, the denoising. Yeah, he did a better job denoising the second one. Yeah. You are allowed to resubmit. Obviously, it's not like... I don't remember why he did that, but submit two versions. You can submit two versions technically, but anyways. Ruby-throated hummingbird here. Very pretty. And that's all of his. So I'll talk about one, I guess. Man, that cedar waxwing image is very cool. That would have been great for behavior as well. Let's talk about, man, thing to improve. Probably this one. I think that this image would have benefited from a little bit more space behind the wing. That way it doesn't feel like the hummingbird's being pushed into it, and then pulling in a little bit from the right side. So pulling, like if the whole frame just could have been shifted just a tad bit to the left, I think that would have been pretty helpful. It would have balanced out the frame more between the flower and the bird, and it also wouldn't have felt like the wing was being pressed up against the side of the border. But yeah, great shots, Zachary. You have some very good images. Okay, got Daniel Betty here. Cool. Daniel Betty, he has this image. Yeah, this image, and also this one coming up next. So we have a black bear. That's a massive black bear. Jeez, that's a big boy. And then we have yellow-crowned night heron. Let's talk about this one because of the sense of when you're denoising. Hopefully you guys can see this in the live too, but this image was definitely denoised quite a bit, I can tell. But when you have a very noisy image, sometimes you can go over the top with denoising, or depending on your techniques, you can get blotches in the background. And this is a good example of the denoising here gave blotches in the background, and there's a lot of like paint splotches is kind of what it looks like. And so you want to be careful about that depending on your denoising technique. I know for a while, Denoise AI, there was one specific tool, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, but there, you know how they have the three main functions in Denoise AI? One of those three did a really bad job of causing these kind of blotchy patches. So you want to be careful of which techniques you're using in which scenarios. We got this one here. So this is yeah, like you said, Laura, on that other one, I'm just reading it now. Less flower, more bird. Yeah. Zachary, once again, with the pelican. Very cool shot. Like how he's preening the feather. Super cool. Zachary Vaughan once more. The bluebird, eastern bluebird, very cool take. Shirley Sword. Shirley, that's you, correct? Yes, nice. I see that in the chat. Cool. So we'll talk about yours. Cool. All right, so first we have this one here of, this is a razor bill, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, but very cool. Then we got next one here of, let me know, Shirley. I'm not sure which one, what type of bird this is. It's a pretty cool, stinking cool insect that has gotten speak. And this is a, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a hoopoe. Hoopoe? Is that how you pronounce it? Eurasian hoopoe? Let me know. So, yeah. Okay, let's start at the top. Lilac-breasted roller. Oh, interesting. Thick-billed Murray. Yeah, okay. Cool. I think a razorbill is a type of Murray, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And I just mistaked it for that. But yeah, very cool. Nice images. Okay, so let's go through them. So what I do like about this shot, Shirley, is most of this image, so especially the top half, I guess I'll say, is dominated by those really nice smooth ripples in the water. I wish that could have been the same down here, but that is very nice. I like that. It's not too harsh, very smooth. There's nice patterns to that that don't look too rigid and too heavily contrasted. So that looks very nice. Good job there. Also, I think you did a good job in terms of making sure to capture detail on this black bird. This is a hard bird to capture the details in, but you did a very good job of that. So props on that. Also, I really like this little sparkle as an accent on the tip of the bill. So good job there. In terms of things that I think could be improved on it, I really, yeah. So I think first of all, it's a hard decision because you have this kind of like wake behind it. And in a way, I can see that you're trying to play into the composition of that with the wake behind it. But it does leave no walking room in front. And I think that the wake doesn't add enough to the image. And actually, I'd almost prefer if it was taken out, I think. And you just have more of this stuff up in front of it. So if you push this bird down into the bottom, like, I don't know if this was cropped in yet or not. If it was cropped in, then hopefully you can recompose this. If it wasn't, unfortunately, it's just something you could have done different in the moment taking the shot. But I would have had the bird down here in the bottom left thirds, and then I would have left more of this than therefore would have been above it, and you wouldn't have had so much of this distracting ripples down here in the bottom. These ripples I don't think are as aesthetic as the ones up top. So that would be my biggest piece of feedback probably on that one. Yeah, I think that's really the big piece. I mean, if you could change it completely, I think it would have been nice to have maybe a little bit softer of lighting, you know? But obviously you can't dictate the weather that day, but I think softer lighting definitely would have helped as well for this image. Yeah, Shirley's the ornithologist. There we go. Cropped in. Yeah, so it sounds like it was cropped in. So maybe you can recompose it. I would encourage you to try recomposing it and seeing what you think of it. Cool. Let's go on to the next one. So this was the lilac breasted roller. Very cool. So great shot here. I think so. First of all, I think good job representing the colors. Your colors all feel very natural and accurate. The action of this image is very cool. It's pretty disgusting. That is a very disgusting bug there. So it's pretty cool to see that, like, he kind of severed the head almost, it looks like, in that shot. I can't quite tell, but it looks like that might have been what happened, but very cool image. I think this image lends itself more to an action shot, because the portrait, it's also kind of a portrait shot, but if we had a behavior action category, I think it would have been even better. Probably behavior, not so much, maybe not action, but behavior. Action too, I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, behavior. Reason being that I feel like this concrete bar is a little distracting from really keeping all my attention on the portrait subject. And so because of this kind of concrete wall, I feel like it's not quite as isolated on the subject as I want it to be. This concrete wall is a pretty big part of this image, which ultimately is probably my biggest piece of feedback too, is like, I know that's, again, not something, you can't change where this bird is going to land, but if there were any other perches for it to land on, I really wonder what other perches might have been viable to get a shot with this behavior or whatnot. Maybe that was impossible, I don't know, but it is something to consider just in retrospect in terms of what makes a good image, is that this is pretty prominent in your photograph, is the wall. So yeah, that would be my biggest critique on it. I do like your background colors though, so I think your backgrounds are great, and good job on that. You have a nice like tan that mixes into green at certain points, and it's all blurred enough to where it's not distracting, but it just adds to the aesthetic pretty well. So yeah, good job on that. One of the thing I'd say is just harsh lighting, you know, getting a better time of day. But obviously that, again, is not something in the moment that you could change with the weather, but shooting at the right time of day would definitely help a shot like that. Sitting on a bridge, very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Opportunistic shot. Yeah, I totally understand that. That is one of those moments, and nothing you can do about that. It just maybe is not right for a competition unless there's a behavior category, you know. Behavior category, it probably would do much better in, but otherwise the aesthetic might not be there for a competition shot, but it is still very cool from a witnessing a moment type of perspective. And fascination. Here's the image of the hupe. And yeah, I think, oh man, yeah, I don't know, maybe the first one is my favorite of yours, but this could also possibly be my favorite of yours. What I do really like here is I love the contrasting colors between the bird and the sky. I actually wish I could have gotten a little bit deeper of a blue in the sky behind you. So maybe pulling down the highlights just ever so slightly, or pulling down the luminance on the aqua tab in your HSL might have been able to benefit you as well, in terms of just getting that ever so slightly darker. And I'm not talking like a lot, just a little bit. I think that could have helped a little. And then even also getting this bird a little brighter as well. I'm wondering if you could have maybe subject masked this whole twig and bird and brought it up just ever so slightly. Or maybe you could have subject masked it and then popped just the whites on it. That would actually probably be a really good solution as well. Or if you aren't able or don't want to take the time to subject mask it, maybe you could just go to the orange HSL and pop the luminance up a little bit on that one. But ultimately, I think just the exposure is the biggest thing that I'm seeing with this one. But the color difference is very cool. I like the color difference. And the little bit of clouds is undoubtedly helpful in this shot. If it would have been just pure blue sky, while the blue is the good color contrast, if it would have been just pure blue sky, I think it would have been just too basic. This definitely helps add some scene to the photo. And I actually wish we even had a little bit more scene to this photo. What would have been really amazing in a shot like this is if you would have been able to grab some foreground from a tree nearby, get some leaves in the foreground or something, maybe put a framing around this whole scene. If the leaves were in the shade and dark, because it looks like it was pretty low sun here, you might have been able to get some good darkness around this whole scene. There's a lot of possibilities with that, but if you could have added in some foreground, this shot could have been elevated to a whole new level, I think. So yeah, so those are some thoughts there. But yeah, good shots, Shirley. Thank you for being with us on the chat this whole time too. So really appreciate that. I see your comment about Capture One. I have not used Capture One before, but I know that they are also a very capable program, and I'm sure have most all the same features as Lightroom. And you probably just have to work to find it. Like, I'm not sure what those things are called because they might be called differently, but the same functions probably exist there. I don't know if anyone else has Capture One in the chat and can give some feedback. But yeah, good shots. Thanks, Shirley. All right, we got Cobus Strauss with his image of a bee eater. Pretty cool shot. I think this image could probably benefit the most from yeah, the lighting's pretty harsh, so probably changing having a different time of day obviously would have been ideal, an overcast day. But also just making sure to bring up the exposure of the whole image a little bit, especially the shadows. I think the fall off is pretty harsh into the blacks, and so that's what my thoughts would be. So yeah. Also, Shirley, I don't know if you're still watching on your TV at the moment or not, but someone asked where you located in the world, if you did want to respond to that, because I know you're logging in and off of your phone. So we have Aiden Keller, tree swallow image right here. Pretty dang cool close-up shot. Man, this is a phenomenal image in terms of color and detail. I think the big thing is just the subject exposure here. That's really the big thing. Like, if the subject was turned more towards the camera, this image would be so much better and very, very capable. So it's a very cool image otherwise, and the detail quality is fantastic. The colors are amazing. Got Zachary Volkan once again. Great image here, Zachary. Yeah, awesome shot. We got Edwin Mahano. Very cool shot of these fish in the puffin's mouth. Yeah, pretty cool. I think if anything, this image just could have benefited from a nicer light. The light is pretty harsh and you get some overexposure. So being careful not to overexpose in some of the peak areas is key on an image like this. But very cool moment. Paul Zimmer. Don't think we've gone through his on the portrait category yet, so we'll do one. So we have Paul right here with his image of the frog. Paul here with that's a funny shot. I forgot about that one. The lizard on the iguana's head. That's pretty cool. Oh, animals are just hilarious sometimes. They crack me up. And then we got Paul with the oyster catcher, American oyster catcher, walking towards the camera. So for this one, I think this is one of those cases where you could benefit a lot from a center composition. I don't feel like there's a good reason to put a bird. If you're putting a bird that's looking at you, almost always looks more natural and better in the center. It's weighted properly from a balance perspective. It's also like symmetrical in the right areas and stuff like that. So unless there's a good reason, typically I wouldn't put it off on a thirds, a right or left thirds. And this one's no exception. So that would be the biggest thing for me here. I love that little bit of mud right around the beak. That is cool. Got Zachary Volghan one more time. That image there. This one here. This one here. Love those colors. The color mixture there between the throat and the background is great there. All right, and we got Daniel Ryan here with the puffin. That's a big old fish in its mouth. Yeah, that's a cool one. What I think could be improved, that fish is awesome. What could be improved the most in this shot is probably whatever this is in the background. I'm not sure what that is. Almost looks like a human, like in a bathing suit lying down. I don't know why, but or like yeah, it just looks weird. But whatever that is in the background, that's definitely distracting. The green is all great, but whatever that is, I think it's the white part right there that's the distracting part for me. Not so much the tan. Tan a little bit too, but mostly the white. So figuring out a way to get that out of it. Maybe they could have shifted a little bit to their left. That way they didn't capture it in it. Or even just crop it down a little bit more and shifted to the left a little bit. Or if it had to come to this, doing a portrait crop. That way you don't include at least the white in it at all. But those are some thoughts there. Okay, and then we got Micah Oberholzer. Indigo bunting here. Beautiful shot. Got a couple. Got a blue-gray gnatcatcher. Canada geese flying by at sunset. We got a red-winged blackbird. Yeah. So, yeah, both this one and the gnatcatcher, there's a lot of twigs going on. So again, probably the death of a lot of images is the twigs and the clutter that goes on with dead twigs everywhere. And so being careful on that when you're taking shots and trying to make sure you find the right angle or find foreground that actually looks good that can cover up those dead twigs everywhere. Some solution to get rid of that would be key in shots like those. Okay, we got a brown pelican here by Chris Foyer. And we have a cormorant here by Chris Foyer. Two cool shots. This one I think could benefit the most from, I don't know how tightly this was shot. I assume pretty tightly. You might have had to do this in camera, but if you could have done this in editing, rotating it a little bit, that way there's a slant to the image. Like the pelican's head starts up here and the beak goes down to the bottom left corner. That slant would have been a lot better than flattening it across the frame, I think, like this. It just feels awkward. Almost feels like the pelican is laying on its chin dead. And you want to kind of, I would say you don't want it to feel that way. And also just something about going diagonal across the frame is a lot more artistic than going horizontally across a frame with a line. We have Jay Meredith here capturing a very interesting behavior of bottlenose dolphin feeding on a beach. Super cool moment. Then here we got a little baby turtle making its way down the beach. Super cute. I'd say with both of these, the biggest thing that stands out to me is just the technical capture of it. The focus is slightly off on both of them. So on here, it's like back in the water. And then on this one, it's not on the head, it's on the shell. And it always needs to be on the eyes. virtually never should the focus be off the eyes. It has to be incredibly creative and an incredible good reason for being off the eyes. So something to keep in mind. Thanks for being here with us, Dan. Saw your message in the chat, and yeah, sorry, I don't remember. If you want to let me know really quick, well, I guess I'll just say this, like the new photographers category was first. We started that about 20 minutes into the live because we had a little pre-show, and then creative, we started probably 2.5 hours in, maybe 3 hours. And then the birdscape category, we started, gosh, at 2, I think. Yeah, I think about 2, maybe 1, 2 o'clock. Yeah, somewhere between 1 and 2. So that would have been about 5 to 5.5 hours in. So if you want to go back and find yours, you can do so accordingly. All right. So we got Mike Gilling. So this was the guy who won the creative category with his image of the loon, that scenic high key exposed image. This one did not place, but this is of a sandhill portrait, sandhill crane, sandhill portrait. And this one, man, really cool color tonality here and stuff, and the whites kind of match the grays, and the browns kind of match the rust color. Really, I think this image would just benefit the most from the subject engagement. The birds turned away, the neck crane is awesome, but then this bird's turned away and it just disconnects a little bit as a viewer. Yeah. Otherwise, great shot. The color tonality is phenomenal there. Thanks, Dan. All right, now we got Bill Martin here. Got 3 images from Bill Martin. We got Eastern Phoebe pair, Eastern Screech Owl, got a white-breasted nuthatch. Yeah, so I noticed all these are 1-to-1 crops. I'd say this one and that one. This one maybe could work as a 1-to-1 crop, but I don't think I would have preferred it. I think I would have found a different way to make it look nice. This one I don't think has a good reason to be. And this one I do think makes sense because you have a nice diagonal going across right here to right there, pretty symmetrical. Got the owl peeping out. It looks nice as a 1-by-1 frame. So I guess takeaway there is just keeping your crops in mind and trying to give your crops purpose, whether that be 1-by-1, 3-by-2, 16-by-9, portrait, landscape, vertical, horizontal, so on and so forth. Okay, we got Sandra Kunharocha. Believe this is her first submission to this category. I think she had birdscape as well. Let's see. So we got these two. Cool. Black and white with a high key and then black or low key. It's kind of cool. Opposites of each other. I'd say yeah. Trying to think. I think just probably like I'm trying to figure out what these images have beyond just the kind of the coolness of the subject. It doesn't feel like there's much more adding to the image, so it feels like while this is a cool shot, maybe the uniqueness value of it, it feels like a little bit too simple. Like this might be an example of too simple to where there's not enough to really pop in a competition. But it is very cool and technically sound. We got Raymond Irwin here with a hummingbird. This one I think could benefit the most from being cropped in quite a bit. There's a lot of dead space all around, and really in pretty much every corner could be cropped in to keep the focus on the subject more, especially for a portrait. Scott Waddell, gone through some of his images, but let's go through these again, or just show them. Great egret here, landing on a fallen off log or trunk. This one of the swallows here. And we got this one of the coyote. This one made the finals, so congratulations, Scott, for this beautiful image. This was a great shot. Really, really cool mood to it. Moving on to Bob Arnold. Snowy Owl taking off. This one, because of the denoising, I think it would benefit the most from, is because of the denoising, you get a little bit of that, like these feathers blending into the background, and everything just feels a little pastel-y beyond the bird. And so just being careful about that would make this image feel a little bit more high quality. I'm not sure how necessary it was to do that much denoising. I'm assuming this was pretty bright in this scenario, so I bet you probably could have gotten away with less. All right, we got Steven Sorensen. Okay, this is a great blue heron out here. This one, easy fix, probably just taking down the crop a little bit at the top. That way you don't have that bar up there. Taking up the crop a little bit on the bottom. That way you don't have this log here at the bottom. Those are kind of two unnecessary things going on in the frame that could be easily corrected. Alexander Plavsik has a couple images. This is one here of a female wood duck. Beautiful. Got an eider here. Man, the detail on that water wave coming off that eider is just crispy. I don't know how clear that comes out on the live, but whew, that is some crispy texture right there coming off the water. I like that a lot. And then we also got this shot here by Alexander. For something that could be improved the most, I think that this one, again, it's so dark, the wood duck just kind of starts to blend into that low key around it. And I think there should be a little bit more distinction in terms of like the bright parts. Either you have to really commit to doing a high contrast, bright parts are bright, dark parts are dark, and allowing that to fall off to be there, or you have to like be very clear on cutting that away from the low key background. I feel like it's just a little bit too in between. So I would have committed more heavily to the contrast, or committed to making sure this whole bird has a very exposed outline. All right, Isaac Rath, right here with Cliff Swallow shot. Isaac Rath once again with the little pika. And Isaac Rath one more time, great blue heron. So on this image here, I think the obvious thing is it's just too grayed out. There's not enough exposure dynamic here and not enough exposure contrast. And with black and white grayscale images, it's very important that you make sure you have some sort of like contrast going on with the image, because you have no color to play with. It all comes down to your exposure contrast between pixel to pixel as you move through pixels in the frame. So you got to be careful on making sure you have enough of that. Otherwise, there's not enough to pay attention to as a viewer. We have Laura Gunther Garcia, and her image of a Atlantic puffin here. I think the big thing here is this shadow is pretty distracting for me. I know that's not something that could have been changed from this angle, but maybe finding a different angle where the shadow is less distracting. Yeah, probably, I mean, that's really the solution there. You also get some of the harsh light hitting right here, but then not right there. So that also makes it slightly awkward because it's not really cutting perfectly halfway. But yeah, just the lighting, being conscious of your angle when you're shooting like that. That's hard to do in the moment, I know. Carol Soltz here with a different puffin coming out of its burrow. Pretty cool. I would say the big thing with this one is it's very noisy, and I would imagine it's pretty dark in there, so it makes sense. But yeah, wonder if you could bring your shutter speed down quite a lot. That way you can get a lower ISO, or what you could do about it to make sure that it's not so noisy down in that burrow. Laura, sorry, that was your photo, right? I'm seeing that in the chat now. This one right here, Laura G. Okay, yes, that makes sense. Yeah. Let me talk a little bit more about that. Just gonna read through these comments really quick. Yeah, cool. Yeah, great shot, Laura. I think really that shadow is the biggest thing. So I think being conscious of that when you're out in the field, and that's so hard to predict too. So like, I know how hard that is to predict. But being conscious of that, I think could have paid off a lot for you. I also think so. So let me talk about things I like about it. I do like how it's kind of a double-edged sword, I guess. I like how, because your background is all this grayish white, the only color really exists in the puffin. That is pretty cool. At the same time, because your background is all kind of this grayish white, it kind of blends into the black and the white of the bird, and it makes my eye not so quickly attracted to the subject. My eye kind of floats around the frame. It feels more willing to float around the frame. So I don't know if you could have maybe gotten a different type of background. So it is kind of a double-edged sword in that way. But ultimately, I think if you would have had this same very smooth background, but in green, grass green, I think it would have been even better possibly. And then in terms of your technicalities are very good. Focus is right on the eyes like it's supposed to be. Feather details phenomenal. You did a great job there. You made sure not to tack focus onto the actual beak and nose, which was good. You didn't make that mistake, and so good job there. And I do like your compositional choice of going for a center frame. I think that makes sense with an image like this where he's looking at you. I would be curious I would be curious to crop in your portrait drastically and see what that looks like. I'm not totally sure I'd like it, but I think the weirdest thing about your composition is that this is perfectly symmetrical, and then here you have the body coming out to the side, right? So I wonder if you were able to crop it so close that you pretty much cut the shoulder off right there, and then same on the other side, cut a little bit of the shoulder. I wonder if you could have created a very close-up, intimate portrait shot that's hyper cropped, where it's just the face just staring straight back at you. I'm not totally sure I will like how that look if I were to see it myself even, but I think it would be worth considering at least trying in your edit to see if you did like that. So great job technically. I think you did a phenomenal job technically with your image, and I think ultimately I just I would the biggest two things for me are the shade, trying to figure out your angle with the sun, and then trying to figure out a way to give a little bit more pop to this image would be nice. But yeah, very cool shot. So thanks, Laura. It still might look a little odd. You are right with the super tight crop. I wonder if if you crop it right before it starts sloping, I do wonder. There is a little bit more of a slope there. You're right. But maybe it'd be worth trying. Not sure. Try it. And if you don't like it, I would totally understand why you wouldn't like that either. So you're welcome. Good job. And thanks for being with us on this whole chat. This has been awesome having you. I've very much appreciated your comments and encouragement. All right. Got a couple of Nathans. So here's one of a cockatoo. Black and white grayscale. Very cool shot. Nathan Watson again. His image that won second place in the portrait category. Amazing shot here. Honestly, I think I would have picked this one to win first place in the portrait category. This was my favorite portrait submission in the competition. It's really sound, from the rim lighting perspective to getting just that little bit of light peeking through the skin on those throats, to that amazing foreground with the branches, creating a triangle that you never see in wildlife photography. Amazing shot. So good job on that. Congrats, Nathan. This one was also phenomenal. Did not make the finalists, but I was absolutely stunned by this image. I actually don't know how he got this. I'm assuming these are some type of city lights, but I didn't get to ask him yet. But very cool portrait image here of a honey eater. Nathan again with his third place image in the category with the honey possum, which I know this image actually just placed in a different competition almost the same week. So he had a double whammy with that one. Another one here of a great egret eating a fish. Got one here of a magpie, super close up. Very cool to see. Wonder how you got that one. We got another shot of a honey eater. Yeah, I think except for Zachary Volkan, I think Nathan submitted the most images. Hector, I think Nathan submitted around 25 to 30, I think, to the competition. I think the only person who submitted more was Zachary, and I think Zachary submitted a lot. He submitted like 40 or so. Yeah. Nathan Watson once again, Shelduck. Very cool moody sunset scene. And Nathan Watson one more time with an osprey eating in grayscale a fish right here. I like the haziness kind of in the foreground and looks nice. Things to be improved. Oh man, that's tough. Yeah, that's really tough. I don't even know. Maybe this one, if I'm being really picky. Yeah, if I'm being really picky, this one, I think we can get a little bit more contrast in the subject layer. Maybe even the whole image overall. That is being pretty picky, but I think it could use a little bit more contrast. So probably be my biggest tip for you there, Nathan, as if I'm one to judge. But yeah, moving on. Giuseppe, another submission. Already gone through his before, but this is probably my favorite one of the ones he submitted. I think he submitted like 10 to the competition. Great shot here. Love that shot. Very nice and technically sound, and also very beautiful mix of colors. Got David Brock here. I'm trying to remember if we went through some of his images already in this category. I think so. This one here of a bunch of finches lined up. Very cool. Got this one here, a red-tailed hawk. Very close up macro, almost like the magpie image that Nathan took. I'll speak briefly on this one because I can't remember if I did, but talked about David Brock's already, but I'd say the noise, watching your noise levels. This one, that one's not very noisy, but it is slightly soft from the ISO level, I think. But this one even more so, a little noisy. And yeah, making sure that focus is tacked right here on the yellow throat. So just technicals. This is Alicia Barrett. She was, so this beautiful image of the puffins there is great. She was the popular vote winner of the whole competition from you guys during the live with her image of the two foxes there. Beautiful, beautiful moment. Super cool. I was trying to actually bring her on this live stream with me today to talk about her image at the beginning of the competition, but she was not able to because she was shooting a wedding. So brought Gary on. Then we had Alicia with one more fox image. Very cool contrast in the colors of the skins too. I'll talk about this one because this one's a great one to talk about in the sense of it won the overall popular vote. And so it's an amazing moment. I mean, truly very cool moment, great interaction, beautiful shot. But I did want to talk about it in the sense of like why I think why I didn't win the judges vote. And I think that maybe as for the audience, right, the moment is so cool and it's just such a tender moment and it's so sharply and well captured that it just is what it is, and it's amazing. But the judges I know are looking into the small details, and I think just probably the biggest thing is like this house or whatever this was in the background. I'm pretty sure it was a house. Is definitely pulls you out of the natural vibe of the scene a little bit, and all of the sticks going around in the frame are adding to the clutter. And so I know for the judges, that was a thing for them where they're seeing a lot of these things that they know are not necessarily ideal. And so that's why from a judge perspective, it wouldn't place. But yet, that doesn't take away from the value of the wildlife image and how cool the moment is and how still impressive it is. And so I think that that's interesting in observing that popular vote. This image was actually the last, it was the 10th image to make the finalist list in the portrait category. So that shows you kind of, that kind of mindset, I think, between the judges and how judges judge versus maybe what is popular with the common audience. So interesting observation there. Alexander Plavsic, again, with this image of a Atlantic puffin. Gone through some of his, so I'll just scroll through them. This one here of a crane. Very, very cool. Nice preening action. Then we're going on. Got Jeff Bancroft here. Great preparation with the focus here, launching off the perch. Props to him on that. Getting that super sharp while the wings are still blurred, which tells me that the shutter speed was at least slightly slow, but yet the owl is just perfectly sharp. So good job. I think the biggest thing about this image is really just the branch is not ideal behind it. It's a little distracting, but something that could be easily fixed is just cropping in probably a little bit. You'd kind of have to do it on all four corners to balance it out, but this blue right here is not ideal. So I'd get that blue out at least, because that's an easy fix. But cool capture. Got Dan Kirk, an image of a bufflehead here. And Dan Kirk, once again, with an image of a Forster's tern parent feeding its chick. Very cool interaction. Just give me an idea. Parents category, we've had some good parents images. Parents category up for vote in a future year might be kind of cool. Okay, bufflehead. All right, I need to get through these quicker. Cool moment here. I think the biggest thing that this could benefit from is maybe a better subject positioning. Even though it is a cool moment, you lose the eye kind of in the shadow and you lose some of the head. And so maybe considering that in terms of subject engagement as a viewer. David Brock, the white eye. Gone through some of his already. A seal. Burrowing owl, stretching out. Got Riker shirts with a green winged teal, male and female pair side by side. Very cool. I think there's just a little bit of extra space that we don't need in this image. So maybe changing the aspect ratio, pulling out some of that top or cropping in a little bit. They could have benefited it quite a lot. Same image we saw before, I believe new photographers category. Michael Vratsinis. Cool shot. All right, Jonathan Miller. I believe you're still in the chat. Yep, you are still in the chat. So, Jonathan, let's go through your shots. You had 2 in this category. So, yeah, let's talk about them. First of all, awesome seeing underwater shots from you. I think you were one of the only... There was 1 or 2 more people that submitted underwater shots. I can't remember. Yeah, very cool to see from you. I think what's interesting about both your photos is you tried to highlight kind of the camouflage in both of the 2 images. So that makes it very cool in the first place, just from a behavior aspect. But looking between these 2, I do think that this one is a little bit harder to grasp how it's standing out from its camouflage surroundings as opposed to this one, which makes, I think, it easier to lean into liking this one as opposed to the other. First of all, very good job getting this in focus correctly on this image, making sure that doing that, I don't know what that's like underwater, but I'm sure that can't be too easy. And so great job on that. I like how you have this in focus and you fade out of focus. And I love how you chose a center composition with this bird. Oh my goodness, I called it a bird with this fish um, as it's dead on looking right at you. And I'm sure you compose yourself in the moment to get that angle. So great shot. I also think the 1-to-1 aspect ratio complements it very well, as it's pretty much like a square. It's almost like a circle square in the middle of this frame. So it does make it very well complements it to do the 1-to-1 aspect ratio. I think that was a very smart choice in your compositional technique. Sounds like I just saw in the chat you said scorpionfish, which is venomous. So yeah, that is that's scary. I can imagine. Yeah, behavior category. I'm gonna be honest. I was really hoping you guys would vote for a behavior category this year, but obviously that didn't happen, and I was kind of bummed. But I wanted to leave it up to you guys, so I let you guys decide in the live. But I really hope next year we vote for a behavior category, because I would love to see behavior images. So yeah, very cool here, John. And I think the little touches of color are cool in this image. And I think that's really what stands out the most in this image, is that while the camouflage is being displayed, there was certainly no lack of color being displayed and popping this image as well. The color contrast is incredible where it exists. I mean, blue and like this orangish yellow are perfect contrasting colors. And the red is a very nice kind of complementary, analogous color to the orange yellow of its surroundings. So the colors is, I think, the biggest thing of what sells this image, as well as I think that the way its claws are kind of in a U shape, you did a very smart job with composing it. As it's facing down into the corner, you composed it with room to face down into the corner. So very, very good job on that. Yeah, fantastic job there. If I'm being picky, I think the thing I would have changed about it is cropping in this left side just a tad bit, to take out a little bit of that space that I feel like is not quite necessary, but a little bit. Like, I mean, like literally just maybe to there, not much more. I think that could have helped just ever so slightly in this frame. But yeah, good job again getting focus underwater. I know that's not easy, and yeah, great shots there. Thanks, John. Thanks for being in the chat too with us, and getting through pretty much the whole day with us. You all came in pretty close after the beginning, I think, or an hour or two into it. So appreciate you being here, and congratulations again on winning the first place in the portrait category. It's a very amazing image. Yeah, John's a marine expert if Shirley's the ornithologist. Wanted to say thank you for your feedback, effort. Yeah, excited to hear from you. Yeah, thanks, Casey. Appreciate it. Not sure what your full name is according to your submission, but yeah, appreciate it. Hope you enjoy seeing your image. All right, moving on. James Welch had some from him in the birdscape, but we'll talk about one of his portraits. He had this one here, the common kestrel. This one here of imperial shags is what he said they're called. Never heard of them before. Here of a king penguin. Very cool. Yep, those were his three. This is awesome. I love this one. I think this one could have made the finals. Such a cool wide angle shot. In terms of things that could have been improved, I feel like this one, this is hard. This tree is very interesting and unique, but I have to say, I feel like the lighting just is ever so slightly basic. I wish there would have been either a later sunset light going on to give a little bit more of a color contrast between that sky and subject. And overall, I think the image is just a tad bit too bright. I think it could have benefited from getting lowered a little bit on the exposure aspect. Yeah, but very cool images. I love that one. That is fantastic, and I love the cloud wisp coming up in the corner. Great job, James. Zachary Voghen, one more time. Great composition here. Zachary once more. Got Leslie Griffin right here with a roseate spoonbill. Sorry, I did not review it. This one, there's definitely a quality problem going on here. Probably not with the lens so much as I would say maybe, yeah, maybe even the compression could have just gone wrong here. But yeah, making sure that maybe your settings as you're exporting are up to par, because there's definitely a lot of compression going on here in banding and in terms of pixelation is a big thing there. So maybe Leslie figuring that out for yourself. Joseph Bryant, very cool moss on the back of the turtle shell. That is very, very cool. Love that detail. I think the biggest thing about this image is probably I actually like that. I was going to say the aspect ratio, but I actually do like it. Maybe this being picky, but the bokeh ball here is pressed up into the mouth and the face of the head. I just wish this bokeh ball was not here. In the moment, if you could have moved yourself like a ½ inch to the left, you would have gotten a better gap in the darkness where the head could be separated a little bit more. Could have been nice. But that is being very picky. Cool. Kieran Kane. I do know we've gone through some years before. I can't remember if more years are... Oh yeah, I see yours coming up right here. Cool. Hope you can stick with us for that. Kieran. I don't know if it's Kieran Kane or what it is, but yeah. Gary Friedlander with the Sea Lions. Very cool shot here. I think the biggest thing is here is it's pretty heavily contrasted. Probably could have flattened this out actually a little bit more because the contrast is so heavy that you kind of like, you get distracted by too many, too prominent details. Like it almost looks like the clarity is turned way up type of thing. But there's just a lot of different exposure elements throughout this whole frame in the mud, background rocks, and the seals. Randy Osgood, very cool image here. Love the texture. For this one, I'd say, if you could have gotten just a couple inches, well, just gotten like an inch lower would have been nice to get this green off the back. It's a very small detail, but I think that would have been nice, and just keeping that separation right there would have been nice, getting the green down. So lowering yourself by a couple inches, literally 2, 3 probably. All right, Kieran Kane. So we got 2 of your images coming up. Get to talking about these right now. All right, so we got an awesome toucan image here. Love that with the fruit in its mouth. Very, very cool. Kind of a low-key style almost. And then we got a toucanet, I believe, of some sort. Emerald green. You can let us know in the chat what it is. I think this is a chest. Oh man, I'm trying to remember from my Costa Rica time. Anyways, you can let us know in the chat. Yeah, let's start with this one. This is my favorite of your 2 by far. What I like about this one as opposed to the other one is you don't have any sky peeking through. The sky is a little distracting here and brighter than everything else. So I like that a lot about this one. So good job there. You did a good job technically in both of them. The focus is tacked very nicely, very sharply, and so phenomenal job on that. I do like how you kind of chose to stand out the yellow here and then let everything else be a little bit dark. So compliments on that. It gives a very nice mood to the image and a very unique style that I don't see a lot with the toucan. So good job on that. And I think your composition in terms of where you centered him was also very good. So good job with that. I would like to see, I think, a little bit more, man, it's hard to say. I think I'd like to see a little bit more contrast in the blacks, like the very deepest parts of your image. I like how they're dark, but it also is very flat. And I think I would have liked to just see a little bit more contrast. Not a lot, but a little bit more in the dark end. So maybe bringing your blacks down like -5 and your shadows up +5. Very little in Lightroom. And then the other thing I'd say about this image is probably just like, yeah, if you could add some sort of foreground element in this left side of the frame especially, would really be helpful, or the bottom. That would really, really sell this image, and I think could have made a fantastic shot. You have a little bit of foreground right here, which is nice, but I want more of that. That would have set it more into the scene of the jungle even that much better. So yeah. And then next one, yeah, so in this one, I think the background, it would have been nice. I know this was probably taken at range, but getting it blurred out a little bit more, it is pretty distracting with how like textured the background is. So that would have largely benefited the image, as well as the sky that I already mentioned. Also, if you could get more to the side, so switching more to the right, that way the beak pops out from the tree instead of blending into the tree right behind it, that would be awesome. I don't know what your angles look like there, but that would be the ideal version, is getting the beak sticking out from the tree rather than being right here and now it's blending into the tree behind it. So that'd be the biggest things for me about this image. But I do like how this green complements kind of the green out here on the bird. So that's pretty cool. I also think you probably could have brought up the exposure a little bit slightly with like a radial mask a little bit more. It looks like you might have. I'm not sure if you did. But even if you did, maybe a tad bit more without it looking unnatural would have been nice. Or just a subject mask, boom, right there, or paint it on, and then bring up that those shadows a little bit, maybe the exposure, pop the white a little, and you should be good there. So this one would also benefit very well from a lot of foreground. Maybe there would have been some jungle leaves that you could have used in the foreground to frame this whole image. That could have been really good for you. But yeah, pretty cool shots. So yeah, thanks Kieran. Thanks for being with us too. I don't know how long you've been here, but yeah, I know you said yeah, you've at least been around a while. So thank you, Kieran, for being here, and fantastic images. Okay. All right, let's go to Greg's image. Greg Dietrich's. Baby lapwing, very cool here. I think the biggest thing here is it is a little out of focus on the baby bird. Yeah, making sure that is in focus. The colors are phenomenal here, but making sure your technicalities are sound there. All right, Andy Coleman with moose crossing a river, backlit, very cool. As well as this one right here with the two little babies and the adult, cool as well. This one is a good example of, I like the other one more. This is a good example of when you have multiple subjects, being careful and not blending them into each other too much. These subjects all overlap each other in a way where it's a little bit jumbled and a little bit like a puzzle. And so for your eye, it's not very distinct and it kind of blends one into another. So typically when you have multiple subjects, you don't want them to be layered behind each other unless it's very obvious and very artistic and very clear and the cutoff points are good. Like for example, here the nose is getting cut off. That's not a good cutoff point. It kind of blends in, the butt kind of blends into the head here. That's not a great blend right there, right? So being careful on that. We got Micah Williams with an image of a fox here. And yes, Casey, I'm seeing your message in the chat. Yeah, if you look for foreground more in your pictures, I think you will find miraculous images in the jungle if you're able to do that more. Because I know you got a lot of foreground in the jungle. If that's where you kind of are based out of, but good images. So Michael, fox image, cool image here. I'd say maybe just getting a little bit more out of the crop, pulling it in a little bit from this side. I feel like because he's looking the other direction, we don't need so much of that right there. Be the biggest thing for me there. Navruz Bashirov. Cool that I think this is maybe a crab in there, I'm not sure, but that is very cool in his gullet. So this is definitely a cool like behavior shot if anything. But beyond that, I'd say yeah, probably just getting a little bit more contrast in the pelican. I wish I saw a little bit more feather detail because of a contrast. I think it's a little flat because it's on the shaded side. And it could be enhanced in the contrast in the editing a little bit more. Yeah, and you're totally right, Casey. could still get foreground in the United States. So you don't need to be in the jungle. But I just know that jungle opportunities are great for that. And yeah, pretty cool moment, Laura. Kathy Overfield has a couple images coming up. Moose right here. A red fox in the snow. And a white-crowned sparrow. I think this one's big in that the biggest thing that could be improved here. The other two I like more. I think she probably knows how to take better images with larger animals. This one, the subject engagement. The sparrow turned away and a little bit of that clutter all around. It's a big thing. All right, we got Jordan Myers here with a snake. Very intense. Jeez. That is a cool, intimidating shot. I think the biggest thing here is this twig or whatever that is. Maybe that's not even a twig. Not sure. Whatever that is definitely distracting. So unfortunately, that detracts my attention quite a bit from this image. But otherwise, pretty good. I'd also like to not make sure the snake is not cut off there in the border. The big things. Kathy Overfield once again with an American Badger image. Very, very cool. Kathy has some great shots. It's not in the chat, right? I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, not in the chat. She has some good shots of animals. Cool badger, bighorn. Very cool to see. Another red fox. Very cool. Again, I'd say the subject engagement here is a big thing. But pretty cool images. This is a good use of a road in an image. It's hard to do that well, but I like that road use pretty well there. The tones in this scene are incredible. All right, George or Jorge Flores. Awesome shot here of a woodpecker. Yeah, so very cool there. And then we also got this one by the same person. Two very, very cool shots. This one, I'd say the biggest thing is the blown out sky, finding a better background for that, finding a way with the foreground, right, as we talked about many times, would largely pay off in this image. And a lot of these twigs and clutter in the background. So being conscious of your aesthetics and background, because clearly they have a good knack for subject engagement and a good camera for it, getting close up, but just need to make sure with those backgrounds and foregrounds that we're not getting twigs in the frame, we're getting nice backgrounds. This one, which made the finals, by Nadu Kumapatya. Super cool shot here. Amazing behavior. I couldn't believe this shot when I saw it. This was probably the shot that more than anything I was just like, what is going on here? How did they capture that moment? But sure enough, they did get it. Saw the raw files on it. And yeah, very cool. I think the biggest thing that this could benefit from is a better contrast and saturation across the whole image. It all could be a little bit more saturated, and it all could be a little bit more contrasted. Got Zachary Volkan one more time. Some more goldfinch images, and then a different type of edit on it right there. I personally probably prefer the first. This feels a little bit too red for a goldfinch. This is a little bit too green as well, but that's definitely too red. Got Kelly Corey here with an image of a fox. This one is just very heavily cropped, I'm pretty sure. It seems like. And so just being careful on that. But pretty cool. They munched on the vole right there, or the mouse, whatever that is. And this was also by Kelly Corey. All right. Oh, still Kelly Corey. I didn't look through them all. And we got Philip. I think Philip might still be in the chat. Hopefully he is. Yep. Yeah, I see him in the chat. So Philip, you're coming up next. This is by Kelly Corey as well. All right. To Philip's two shots right here. So Philip, I believe you captured both of these with the camera trap, correct? I know at least this one you did because you said it in the live, because this was a finalist image. So congratulations on making the finals with this shot. And then also in this image right here, I believe that was a camera trap as well. So let me know if so. But yeah, first of all, I think that, yeah, this is definitely the image that appeals more to me. Reason being that the subject is very prominent and clear in it. So there's no loss here in the shadows. Whereas this one, you lose that side of the face of the bear, and unfortunately, and you can't see the eye as distinctly, so it just feels less engaging, and you can see less of the subject. So that's a big thing for me. Also, let me know in the chat, Philip, if you use flash at night with both of these, because I would assume these are both at nighttime, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I definitely could be wrong when I'm looking at the edit, but definitely also looks like it could be night. Or at the very least, probably very dark. But yeah, so I love that about this image. I also like the choice to do the center framing and the 1-to-1 ratio here. I think that was a good call. When the bear's dead on looking at the camera like that, pretty impressive. And the way that it fits into the frame, it's kind of like a vertical rectangle here, so that looks good. Props on that. And I think you did a great job with your colors on this flash image as well. I feel like both of them, yeah, it looks like it was nighttime. Both of them, flash images, you can get colors wrong pretty easily. And so you were good on that. So good job there. I think, so if I'm thinking about things that could be improved, I would just say trying to figure out a way. Oh man, it's so hard with camera traps. And I want to say this very lightly because I do not do camera traps myself. So I feel like my advice is possibly it is subpar here. But from my perspective, and just from a photographer's perspective, I want to feel like this is a little bit more isolated amongst the scenery. The exposure is isolated back here, but these are kind of blending in from a detail perspective, and I don't know if there's a way where you can really help to set things off from the bear more. That way the bear is not so blended in from a detail perspective, a sharpness perspective with everything else. Maybe that requires putting some like taking a fallen, I don't know, some fallen twigs or something and creating a little bit of a foreground in front of the camera trap. I have no idea. I am not experienced in that, but that is something I would like to see more of. Maybe there's a way where you can, I know that's so hard again with camera traps, but if you have a better path where like, you know what's coming across here, maybe you could have pitched the light lower. That way the flash doesn't hit so much of this and expose so much of this down here and mostly just gets right above the rocks, hits the bear, so on and so forth. But I am sure that that stuff is incredibly hard to do and plan. So please take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I am speaking from a photographer's perspective, but not necessarily a camera trap perspective. But yeah, very cool. Great shots. And yeah, I was glad that you submitted to our competition. I think you might have been the only camera trap images. I'm trying to remember if there were any others, but I was glad to have you. So, okay. Got Eric Anderson here once again with an image of a golden plover. Great shot here. I think he submitted to other categories, so I'll mention it really quick. Yeah, I think this one probably could have benefited from a little bit more purple of a tint and a little bit more cold of a tint. I think the white balance was just slightly off here. Got Wes Hargrove back again, the buffalo image. Yeah, great shot here. I think there is a little bit of fringing in the snow. I think that maybe it would be nice if there was a way that they could not quite so brightly overexpose it. That way you don't get quite as much fringing. So that's something to know about high key images. If you overexpose them too drastically, it can be easy to accidentally get some fringing. And we do got some fringing there between the bison and the snow. This is also Wes Hargrove. Forgot to keep going. So cool there. Red-winged blackbird. And we got a brewer's blackbird. Very cool as well. All right, then we got Stephanie Arno here with a mountain toucan. Very, very cool. And we got one more by Stephanie Arno with a howler monkey. Two very cool shots. Yeah, hard to say. I think that's a very cool image right there. Fits portrait category very well. I think this image, I just wish the face would have been turned a little bit more towards the camera. It's just that slight turning away that is a little bit more disconnected, but it's so cool. Such a cool action, beautiful bird, great exposure. Everything else is fantastic. So very cool there. Oh, this was also Stephanie Arno here at the Jaguar. Stefano, let me know if you're still in the chat. Don't know if you're still around or not. Get a drink really quick. All right. Excuse me. All right. Okay. Got Stefano with the European Starling right here. Looks like he's not around anymore. Scroll through. Here, the duck. All right, got Zachary Volkan. And then we got Colm Tenu Chald. I always can't pronounce that last name. Apologize. Very, very cool shot here. I forget what the bird is called, but cool bird. Got some more of his coming up. We're going to go through. Yellow warbler. Little worm in its mouth. Super cool. Then we got a skua. Very cool as well. I'd say, yeah. So let's go to this image. I think this image, just that brightness in the background. I don't know if that, it must have been shot upwards then, unless maybe that's reflecting off the water. Not quite sure. Maybe it's some white flowers. No, maybe it's some snow behind it. I'm not quite sure. But it is a little bit bright and distracting. Definitely pulls my eye towards it. So trying to find a different angle where you can get just more green in it would be ideal. Okay, then we got Zachary. Zachary actually submitted a couple of the same hummingbird portrait, just different edits, different crops, slightly different moments, I guess. Okay, and then we got a couple by Amy Bailey. Brown pelican here. Got a gator here, or a caiman. That's very cool. Is that an elk baby? I think that's an elk baby. Got a bunch by Amy. Got an owlet. Got a fox. And we got a hummingbird. All right. I think for me the biggest probably thing is like this one. So color isolation. Camouflage is in pretty well, but there's also nothing that's very like, which is kind of cool, right? Showing that, but there's nothing that separates it enough. There's nothing that stands out enough to me. And there's not enough distinct enough of a pattern in the surroundings to really help me identify the subject easily. And so it kind of just blends in a lot to its environment. So yeah, that'd probably be the biggest thing on this one, thinking through a way where you can help isolate it from some other aspect if it's not going to be from a color, whether that be exposure, depth of field, compositional elements, so on and so forth. Grant Webster, coming back again, had some amazing images to this competition, different categories. Brown pelican here, low key, and a cormorant, high key. I think both the low key and high key are very cool, but for both of them, they're slightly disengaged with the viewer because they're turned away, and that would be the biggest takeaway, I think, in regards to that. Thanks for engaging with the chat, Shirley. William Baines back again. Got a fox here. Got a squirrel here. Very cool. Joseph Glass with a wood duck image. Very cool to see. Sunset. Oh, gotta review it. Whew, getting tired, guys. At this point, I'm just pushing through. So yeah, hopefully my feedback is still valuable. I'm trying really hard to concentrate. Wood duck. Lighting's very cool here. I think, if anything, probably just a little bit less orange of an image. I feel like it's a little bit overly orange. Could be corrected a little bit very easily with white balance. And so probably benefit there. Brian Kelly. 2 images of puffins. This one's very cool. Low-key exposure to the point where the white looks like gray. And this one here with some flowers. Say this one's a easy thing. I think you could crop it to a 3:2 or 2:3 aspect ratio instead of, I think this is a 3:4. If I'm wrong, then just bring it one down from whatever I said and get some of this right side out of the photo. Feels a little bit empty over here when everything else is very full. Got Christine Florial. Yeah, great moody images to those, like you said. Great Christine Florial, I think. The loon sticking its head out of the water, very cool. This one just has pretty harsh lighting. So again, this is just an example of, like, not that you can't take images in the afternoon, but being more times than not, it's not going to make quite the right shot. So lighting's pretty harsh. The ripples in the water reflect a lot of that light. Makes it difficult. Okay, we got Luke Brown with a thrush. And some awesome grub in the thrush's mouth. Wow, that is a lot of detail on those bugs. That is very cool. I love that about this image. I think the big thing for me is that it is slightly soft on the eye. I think the eye is slightly out of focus. Man, it's hard to tell. For some reason, the eye is slightly soft, but it also doesn't look like it's much out of focus. Not quite sure. But just from a technical aspect, I wish it was just a little bit crispier. And it's also, yeah, the noise isn't bad. But yeah, pretty cool. Very cool moment. Matrashiva Vyas. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. This image right here, very cool moment between 2 different animal species. Another one by Matrashiva, however you pronounce it. Very cool of a cheetah sitting out on the plains. Got one of this beautiful bird. I forget what it's called, but it's a gorgeous bird. And it's super cool to see. This one, I think, man, I don't know. I'm just going to talk about this. The horizon line. It's an interesting choice here. I'm pretty sure they probably knew it was unbalanced and did it intentionally, which very rarely do I ever like. I'm not sure if I like it with this one either, but it kind of does work in this image with the way that this beak is shaped and the positioning of the bird and everything might actually kind of work. So just a kind of interesting thought to think about. Kind of don't mind it, but I'm also not necessarily huge on it. I don't know. But it's a good play with the horizon line. Also, on a side note, you can see some blood dots, going off from the bird, which is pretty cool. It's my wife calling. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna answer this for my wife. All right, back. Okay, saddleback stork, pretty cool. So
My wife dropped me off this morning, and she's actually going to pick me up, and she's been waiting for me. So I'm going to let her in my front office doors really quick, and yeah, and then I will be right back. So give me 2 minutes, guys. Apologies. I was expecting to be done like an hour or two ago, so I'll be right back. Want to come over here and say hi?
No.
Come on. Come. Come. All right. If you guys want to pressure my wife to saying hi to you all, let me know in the chat. Someone said earlier, someone said, let Mrs. Berger know thank you for letting you do this all day, or something like that. Yeah, it's your pleasure to let them steal me for a day. Gets me off your back. All right. Okay. So we are getting far. We are almost through it. I can't believe still that some of you guys have stuck around with me this whole time. But yeah, we're getting there. So let's do it. We probably have about 20 to 30 minutes left, I'd assume. So we're on the final stretch. All right. Cool. Let's go back to it. All right. So we got Jonal Lopez. Jonal, are you still in the chat? Hopefully. Let me know if so. Oh yeah, I think you are. Yeah. Let me know if you are still in the chat, Jonal. I know you just messaged like a second ago, so I hope you're still in the chat. And John, if you're still around, yeah, John, if you're still around, I do teach color grading in my course that you've been hearing me talk about, like a lot of color grading. We go through a whole session on it, a whole 30-minute session. So if you want to learn about it, I highly recommend that there. So hope that that works for you. And Stefano, nice seeing you. Yeah, we just went through yours. I don't know if you were around at the time or not, but yeah, let me give you some feedback on it quickly, and then we'll continue where we left off. And then yeah, Jonal, hopefully you're back by then. Maybe while I went on a break, you went off for a second. Hope you're back. That way we can go through your images. But yeah, Stefano, so on your Starling image, really like this shot. I think what's nice about it, it's a very unique take. I'm noticing how tilted that you did it. Yeah, I think something that's interesting. So I do like the orange and green contrast. Overall, I think you went for a very abstract sort of take here on this shot, but the blue and green. Wow, I'm getting delusional. Orange and green contrast is very nice. Those contrasting colors. Also, because the Starling is facing in such an upward direction, it is very interesting to see you frame this at a diagonal horizontal line, because the Starling still looks like it's walking normally. Maybe this was on a hill. Maybe you can give some light to that.
But that is interesting. It's an interesting take, and how that goes perpendicular to the orange, whatever that is right there. It's also interesting. And so I do like those interesting aspects of the feature. Maybe it could have fit well into the creative category. Not quite sure. But yeah, just because of the interesting way that you capture it, like tilted to the side. I would say as a small detail, probably crop in a little bit, get that brown out the top left corner. I think that's a subtle thing that's easy to fix, would have helped. And then in other regards, I feel like it just comes down to the lighting being a little bit harsh. It's not necessarily ideal, right? But you did capture very good detail in the birds, very technically sound. But maybe the light not being ideal is the biggest drawback to the image. And the other thing I would say is, while it is a very cool capture, I don't know if there's anything necessarily that's super wow about it. And for that reason, yeah, I don't know if it's like at the point where it could have become a finalist image, if that makes sense. So it is unique, it is interesting, it's a good capture. You did a lot with the scene that is otherwise probably very boring, but it does make it hard in that sense. So yeah, so great shot though there, Stefano, and thanks for being on with us. Okay, let's go back to it. Jonal right here. I think for you, I think your chat, for whatever reason, is very delayed. Maybe you're watching it like 2 minutes back or so. But I'm noticing that all of your comments coming into the chat are delayed by, like, you're responding to something that happened like a minute to 2 minutes ago. So just letting you know. But I'm going to go through your images now. And no problem, Stefano. Okay, so we got some links going on here by Jonal. Let's talk about these two images. Okay, so on this image, maybe I'll pick 3 of these images to talk about actually overall. So we had those 2 links, we had the snake, we had the falcon, peregrine falcon, super cool. Had the fox at the den, and we have the red-tailed hawk, ooh, bloody beak, here. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's talk about my favorite. So my favorite is probably, oh man, that's hard. Probably this one. This one is probably my favorite in the way that I like how there's almost like a gradient going across the whole frame in the background. So you have like it brighter in the sand up here in the dirt, and then it kind of fades to like a dark abyss in the background. So I really, really like that. So the background is very nice and clean, very simplified. And then this snake, because it blends in from a color aspect, but because the exposure gradient in the back, it really stands out then from that aspect in the texture and in the detail. So very, very cool. Great job from a technical aspect, getting this all in focus. And I like how you also got this in focus, which very easily could have been blurred. So good capture there. And I like just how you capture the whole coil. I think it's a very soundly composed image in terms of how you framed it. So good job with that. Man, if I had to give any piece of feedback for it to improve it, I maybe would have just tried a wider aspect ratio, like a fatter one. I think this is 16:9. I think I would have tried 3:2, maybe 4:3, and pulled in the side, definitely in the front a little bit, probably in the back a little bit, right till it's about to touch that coil there. And I think that just would have fit the natural form of the snake a little bit better. So that'd be my feedback on that one. But yeah. But yeah, great image here, Jonal. Okay, probably the image that I think could use the most improvement, probably this one, in the way that it was captured. Maybe not so much the way that it was edited, But unfortunately, it just is a busy scene, and I'm trying to think about what you could have done with the burrow like this. Maybe you could have been more off to the side, the right side of the image, captured more against the slope. That way, a lot of this grass is more just sloping. You do lose the burrow feature of it as dramatically, but maybe you can still capture some of the burrow feature. Or trying to wait for a moment where the fox is going in or out from the den. That could be pretty stinking cool too. But yeah, lots of different ways you can go about it as possibilities, but I'm not quite sure without being there. All I do know is that this is a little bit distracting in the background, especially because you went for the black and white image. It definitely becomes that much more distracting because you don't have color to separate the fox from the background. Now you just have exposure, and with all this exposure contrast in the background and the elements, it makes it very difficult to see it clearly. So that'd probably be the biggest improvement one, for my opinion. In terms of another one, let's talk about this one, because this one's great. I love this shot. I mean, it's very intimate, very cool shot of the subject, but I'm trying to wonder from where you could have cut off this branch. I think it would have been nice to cut it off right before this little like outcrop here. Cutting it off right before there would have been nice in two ways. First of all, that outcrop is a little bit annoying, and it ruins the kind of the smoothness of the branch going across the frame. But also, I think you are slightly positioned to the left side of this image in terms of the whole body's centering. And I think it'd actually be nice to make sure that the whole body centering is a little bit more centered than it is currently. Right now, I know you centered the eyes and the face, but I think a better option might be to center the whole body frame, not the tail, but draw a body around the whole draw a box around the whole body and choose that to be the center. I think could be a better composition. But yeah, so that's that. Great shots though, Jonal. Let's go through them one more time and everyone can let Jonal know what your favorite is in the chat. Got the two Bobcat Lynx images. Right there and right there. Love those two. We got the snake. Got the peregrine falcon. We got the fox. And finally the red-tailed hawk. Some great shots there, Jonal. And congrats again on getting your finalist images this year. 2 categories. All right, we got Jerry Ling, who was the winner of the new photographers category this year. Beautiful shot here. I love this little action of the sandpiper kind of jumping up in this moment. That is very unique to see. So I like that a lot about this image. Think the thing that could be improved is maybe just giving a little bit more color to the actual bird. The scene is really drab, which is not bad actually, but giving more color to the bird could be nice. Let's go to Heather Cudworth. Her image of a screaming raven and some tadpoles, which is super cool. Like that. Great for the macro. Such tiny little creatures. The raven here, biggest thing for me is on a technical note, we got a lot of fringing over the top of the form of the raven. So being careful on that is big. Okay, scrolling down, we reviewed Jonathan's earlier. So we got Lisa Jeffries. Snake was from Fresno. Oh, that's awesome. That's my hometown, for those of you who don't know. Yeah, my office is downtown Fresno. So if you're ever around downtown Fresno, Jonal. Lisa Jeffries got here with a grackle image and of a turkey, wild turkey, then a whistling duck. Pretty cool. Say all the ones are 1-to-1 ratios, and I think that's maybe something to just consider is why are they 1-to-1 ratios? I think they probably could have done, a lot of them could have done better in different aspect ratios, most likely. So just considering that. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, we got Christopher Taylor with this image of the bison here. Pretty stinking cool shot. If anything, I'd say the thing that could be improved is a lot of the snow. First of all, you got a little bit of the snow peeking through just the top up there. You could chop that off easily with a crop. But also the snow up here is kind of turns blue because of the color scheme and the color palette that they edited it in. And I would encourage not doing that. That way you don't lose that color. The pure white. Hopefully this, I think the snow looks best when it's kind of keeps that pure white color. Looks most natural for sure. Okay, we have Salvatore Armetta. This is the same image submitted to the other category. I can't remember what that was. Image here of a robin. Image here of a wood duck. For this image, I'd just say being careful with that gradient. Looks like some sort of gradient was inserted up here, and being careful about not making that so harsh and obvious in the editing would be good. We have Cody Clark here with an image of a Gamble's quail. Again, Cody Clark with an image of a river otter swimming across the river. Really like that one. That's a good take on it. Here with the western fence lizard. Yep. I think the Gamble's quail got some overexposure going on here in some of the spots. A little bit more than I want. It's pretty close to just being the rim lighting, but it is a little bit in some spots flat. And then also just the subject engagement is the other big thing on this one. All right, we got Benjamin Neff here with this image of a fox. This one almost made the finals. Also got this one here of a wild turkey in the rain. That is pretty cool. Image here of a big old American badger. Very cool. Looks like a Oompa Loompa there. Go back to this image. I think this image, if the colors weren't so saturated in this image, I think it would have done better. Oversaturating an image can look a little bit on the plasticky end and a little bit on the fake end. And so being careful on not oversaturating is important. Yes, Jerry, I'm still going. See your message in the chat. We actually just went through another image of yours a little while ago, but we're almost done. We're 20 minutes from done, 15 minutes. All right, we got D. Essler right here. Image of a snake, pretty cool. I'd say just be careful on how soft this image is getting. Clarity was definitely turned down or something. Maybe the image quality was just a little soft. I'm not sure. But somehow it got very soft there. We lost a lot of the detail on the texture. Steven Spence. All right, we got this cool image here of an osprey, black and white. Got an osprey image here as well. Looking up at the sky, very cool. Got an image here of another type of heron or egret. I think the biggest thing about this image for me is a lot of times people will see a reflection in a shot of any sort and kind of think like, oh, that's cool, it should be included in the shot. But I think this reflection is not powerful enough to be included in the shot. So really we should have just kept all the focus on the bird up there and cropped accordingly. Oh, Steven Spence, cool, you're in the chat. Awesome, see that. Jerry, that's funny. Okay, so yeah, let's go through yours a little bit more in detail. So we'll start with this one. I'm already talking about it. But yes, I think here the reflection is not prominent enough to give enough attention to it. I think you could have gone into like a landscape crop and maybe left some more of this up here, recomposed it like that out in the field, whatever. Because this is really the selling point of this image, is everything up here, not down here. Another big thing about this image is if you would have gotten perfectly water level, I think you would have gotten a better scene. You definitely would have gotten more blurry and isolated of a subject, or blurry of a scenery, isolated of a subject, which would have benefited you quite a lot. But I do like you did edit this photo pretty decently in terms of exposure, and coloring is accurate, so you did a good job there. And you did a good job with your positioning in the sense of the lighting. And being front lit was good in this this shot, so good job on that. Talk about your favorite image of mine next. This one is very, very cool. I like this one a lot. This is, I think, by far your best image. I think the leaning in of the osprey is very cool on this shot. So you captured a very cool moment. And I think the choice to put it in black and white really helps isolate what could be all the distractions out here and really just focus you in on this lean in and this intimidation from the bird. Something about black and white that can also be very intimidating. And it's very, very good in this shot. So props to you on that. In terms of your composition, I feel like oh man, you know what? Yeah, I like it. I actually like it. I'm kind of debating it in my brain, but I do kind of like how you start him in the corner down here and reach him out from it. I was debating if you need to be a little bit more in the middle, but I do like that. So I think that was a good choice, how it kind of stems out from the corner. I wonder if you needed to leave so much to the side of this image. Like, I think this is, I'm not sure the exact ratio on this, but I think this is beyond a 16:9. It's skinnier than that. I think maybe going to a 16:9 could have been a little bit better for you, but I'm not sure. Overall, really good image. Besides that, I mean, it's really sound. I think that the real thing that could have made this image even better, but is difficult to, I don't know if that could have been possible in the moment, is if this head would have been separated from the body more. The fact that the body goes above the head just makes it a little bit hard to find the head. Nothing you could have done about that in the moment. Maybe there was a section of your bursted shots, if you took a burst, that was better for that, but maybe that was not the case. But that could have been nice. This is a 16:9. That looks thin for a 16:9 for whatever reason. Then yeah, maybe you need to pull it into a 3:2 then. I thought that was skinnier than 16:9, but maybe not. But very good shot. I like that shot, Steven. And then this image here of the osprey, very cool, very technically sound in terms of how capturing all the detail, capturing it all in focus. I really like the look up here from the bird, and it's also slightly tilted towards you. So subject engagement is awesome while you're still getting kind of this cool, hopeful look up to the sky, right? So that is very, very cool about this image. I do like how you have this very gentle water ripples going around the osprey on this calm water, but I do think it could benefit from a lower, again, getting a little bit more water level, just like the other image. Could have been better in isolating the bird and really could have been powerful. I think if you would have done that, you would have been amazed by how different the image could have looked, and I think how much better it could have looked even. I do want to say that I feel like improvement wise, it is slightly bright of a blue. I'm not sure, like, oh man, I'm not really sure what would be better. I mean, obviously slightly like more of a different time of day, like earlier at sunrise or sunset would have been nice, getting some color there. But maybe even if you would have gotten water level, this blue wouldn't have been so much in your face. But I think that the fact that the blue is everywhere makes me kind of feel like I'm just seeing the sky behind the bird, even though I know I'm not. I mean, really it is the sky reflecting it, the water reflecting the sky, right? And so because of that, it just feels similar to that same type of feeling that you see in a sky background shot. It's also not horrible. There's definitely worse color blues in the sky, but I think also it would be nice if it was better. For cropping, I would consider maybe cropping to where you don't have this space above the mud bar, the final mud bar up there. That could be an easy fix as well. That way you don't get an extra layer of distraction up top, especially because it kind of darkens right there. But yeah, overall, very cool. If anyone else is in the chat wants to let them know let Steven know any other things they liked about his image. This first osprey image, black and white grayscale, then this second osprey image, and then this one of the heron. But yeah, very cool, Steven. Thanks for being here with us. And excuse me. Nice seeing you here, Sam, too. All right, guys, we passed 8 hours, I realize. Oh man, I'm getting very close to being done. So, let's get there. But yeah, got Cole Lindstrom right here. The same bird as I believe what Shirley captured before. Very beautiful bird. But yeah, cool capture. Cool Cole Lindstrom again right here. And then we have Cole Lindstrom one more time with the toucanet. Very, very cool. Yeah, these are some fantastic images. I think for this one, I feel like it's a little bit too dark in the face of the lion and blends in a little bit too much with the background to be grayscale. I think maybe it would have been better in color, or maybe it just needs to be brighter here in the exposure and just the lighting wasn't quite right. But that would be the biggest thing for me. Amazing photos though. All right, Jimmy. Jimmy's are still around the chat. Not quite sure. Yep, Jimmy is still around in the chat. Cool. So let's go through Jimmy's images. So this first one of the golden eagle here, and then we got the puffin right here. I know we worked through this one a little bit. This one I like a lot. I think of the two portraits, this one is my favorite, Jimmy. The lighting is just incredible here. The light that you captured here is great. I love how even though this is backlit and you still did get it shining right here on the back, you didn't overexpose it on accident, so very good job with that. Technically, it's very sound from an exposure aspect. Coloring looks fantastic. The backlight looks great. And the feather detail focus is all on point. So phenomenal job with that. Really, this image is technically sound in every way. Like we kind of talked about before, I think the only thing holding this image back, honestly, is that there is a lot of puffin images like in the similar realm. I shouldn't say like this one exactly, because the lighting is pretty dang good here. It's hard to match that, but there's a lot of up close portrait puffin images like this, and so trying to think of something that separates yours from others, as we talked about. But technically, it's very sound and it's a beautiful portrait, great for a wall. This one here of a golden eagle, very, very cool. I love that crest on it. First of all, I really love the moodiness of this image. So the moodiness is fantastic. And I also like this perch that he's on going across here. I kind of wish that stump wasn't there, but this going across is great. And I love that. The biggest thing about this image for me is probably the subject engagement, that he's turned slightly away, disengages me as a viewer. And that's probably the biggest thing, honestly, because the mood is just awesome. This twig is very nice and clean. But I just wish I had the subject a little bit more engaged with me. I also do wonder if, because it doesn't feel like this is super necessary out here, I wonder what it would look like in a portrait. But even as I'm saying that, I kind of like the landscape more because of how this goes across the corner of the landscape. So it's kind of debatable, but maybe possibly considering a portrait could have been nice there as well. But yeah, two very good images once again, Jimmy, and it is very impressive. With like last year, you know, you were in the new photographers category, had been doing it less than 2 years, and you're already on this level where you're taking these types of shots. Especially some of your birdscape shots were just incredible. So great job, and thanks for being here today with us in the live chat. Okay, we got Barbara Manser, couple by her. So we got a little fox pup out there, very cute. Great crested grebe running through the water. And then we got a cheetah. Some very cool shots. Love that cheetah. This one I think is a little bit dark overall. If I had to choose something to improve on it, just slightly dark. There's a lot of very nice greens and yellow flower accents right here that could look very nice if they were brighter and more vivid. So yeah, I think that's something that would have been nice to see in this photo, is just brighter exposure. Okay, we got Mark Knoll going on here. So Mark, who placed in our creative category. Now he's in the portrait. None of these got the finals, but yep, got hyena, puffin, a little hummingbird. Then we got an elephant. Yeah, very cool images. This one is very cool and unique. That's for sure. I really like this shot. I think the biggest thing that could be improved about it, though, the horizon line is interesting, and I debate if I like that or not. Maybe there would have been a better frame where everything could have been level, but it is kind of interesting at the same time. But this branch right here, I don't know if it would have been possible. Probably in a safari vehicle, probably could have moved forward a little bit, get a better frame from this side. That way this is not so much in its face and so prominent and in focus. I'm not quite sure, but somehow getting that out of the frame would have been the biggest enhancement there. Cheetah is super cool. All right, Benjamin Grumet. Got this one of a turtle here, crawling up a log in the water. And then this one here of some type of songbird on a cactus. I think the biggest thing here is probably this background is quite a bit brighter than this kind of log here and this stump, which even though technically this turtle is the main subject, this is kind of a secondary subject right here. And it is a little awkward that this background pulls my eye away more than the secondary subject, because this attracts my eye from a detail perspective, that attracts my eye from an exposure perspective. Hector Borgs, image of a macaw here, very close up and intimate, very cool. The biggest thing for this image is I'd say on the left side of the face, I feel like there's a warmth on this side, a coolness on this side. It's not dramatic enough to make it feel very intentional, but it's there. And so maybe warming up the darker parts of this image would have been nice. So yeah. Oh, Hector. Yeah, Hector, you are still here. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, you've been around with us for a while today. So yeah, I think that, so as I was mentioning, yeah, I think that that's the biggest thing that stands out to me, is getting this a little bit more color balance on both the bright side and the dark side. So bringing this a little bit warmer maybe. Or if you wanted to commit to doing two different sides, really committing to that way. You could have done it like a subject mask and then did a linear gradient inside that and totally committing to that. But otherwise, I would have recommended, yeah, probably trying to balance out the color a little bit there. I do like your background a lot. Your background feels like there's an exposure gradient going across it from top right corner to bottom left. And I do like that a lot. That is phenomenal. And really helps to keep all the attention on the bird. A small note is you could have focused on the eyes rather than up here on the nostrils. That's a big thing. That would have been a lot more engaging. This is actually one of those rare images where probably for the second time only today, I would have suggested enhancing the depth of field to where you have more in focus rather than less. Because you actually probably want a little bit more in focus. Obviously you want the eye, but you also do want some of this forehead like you do have. And so to do that, you need to enhance your depth of field. And then the other big thing for me is I'd say just compositionally, it feels like this needs to be a center frame, but it's not a center frame. And so, yeah, just center framing it, I think is a big, would be a big benefit in this image. But very cool. The lighting is beautiful. I really like the lighting, and very, very cool capture and yeah, photo. So good job there, Hector. Speak to the use of leading lines in images just a little when they become a distraction. Yeah, so split down image, just an idea. Denoise is too noticeable. Denoise is not too noticeable. Denoise is great. You did a good job on that, Hector. So Shirley, I saw your question. I will, yeah, let's just talk about that really quick. Without having an example at the moment. So yeah, I think that, so leading lines technically, I might have accidentally misused them technically a few times today, in the sense of leading lines all point towards a single part of a frame. So all your lines are headed in one direction towards one specific point. So leading lines can be very powerful, I think, as long as they're very well kept. So where it's harder is like when you do have, okay, let's talk about, actually Jeffrey's coming up, and I know Jeffrey wants some feedback. I saw your comment about that too, Jeffrey. So this one is an example where there is no real leading lines in it. Like potentially, let's say these 2 twigs were the only 2 twigs. Those could have been 2 leading lines towards one point down near the bottom, right past the frame. But because we also have this one and we have that one and we have this one and that one and that one, these lines are no longer leading lines. They're just kind of going all over the place. So that is at the point where they become distracting. Really, leading lines are pretty hard to do well. Unless they are very consistent and very well patterned. So yeah, leading lines are pretty hard to do in a natural image, I'd say. But if you can pull them off, they look great. I'm not sure if we have a good example that I could find quickly. I know you mentioned the turtle picture here on the beach. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say this is the leading line. Maybe you can argue for like the reflection all pointing towards this point. But yeah, I don't think this is prominent enough, and it's also not necessarily yeah, I mean, it could technically you could define it as a leading line, but I don't think it's a great example of that, especially because typically in leading lines you have more than just 2 to really play into the power of it. Otherwise 2 is a little bit too easy sometimes. It doesn't feel quite as impressive. But yeah, it's a good question though. I think really just thinking to yourself, like these are not leading lines. They're going all over the place. Yeah, it'd be very hard for me at the moment to find something that is a great example of leading lines. The turtle one technically could be, but like I said, it's almost too basic to be. Yeah, I'd have to look for a while. I know we've probably had at least 1 or 2 today though, but yeah, hopefully that answers your question a little bit. I know that wasn't that great. That was a little bit vague of an answer, but hopefully that does help a little. My brain is also on overdrive, so I'm trying my best. Yeah, but great shot, Hector. All right, Jeffrey, I know you're in the chat. Let's talk about your images. So first you got this one here of an elk calling out, super cool. Then we got a northern cardinal here, the mallard in flight, northern cardinal, female, and then we got another wood duck, and then we got a song sparrow. So let's talk about your 2 wood, nope, never mind, getting delusional. Got a mallard and a wood duck, not 2 wood ducks. Yeah. So these are an interesting example of they're both shot in afternoon, maybe early afternoon, but still regardless afternoon. Not quite sure exactly when. But these are 2 good examples of same lighting. Neither of them is maybe ideal, but I would argue that this one is better than this one because this one, afternoon lighting really doesn't do well with browns, I would argue. Afternoon lighting doesn't do great with blues either, but it does better than with browns. So this one, even though the afternoon lighting is there, I'd say that it's acceptable in the color in the background. Versus this one, it's really hard to make this type of brown look aesthetic, no matter what you do. Like it's just inevitable that this is going to be hard to make look pleasing to the eye. With that being said, talking about these 2, this was also a fantastic action capture, so props to you on getting your technicalities right here. And so yeah, props to you on getting every just detail sharp, even just the flap in the bend in the wings and that little tail curve at the end. The focus is spot on, so that's very good from a technical aspect. So props on that. Sorry about that. So yeah, good job on that. This one, I want to give you props on, compliment you on getting down low in this one, getting at a very good ground level. This grass is so much better because you got it at the right angle. So I really appreciate that about this image, and good capture there. I like your decision to place him off to this side of the image. I think that was also a very good compositional choice. And the antlers also stand out very prominently. I like how you waited till his head turned just enough to kind of get that U shape in the antlers. The tree scenery behind it is also very nice. I think if I was going to be picky, I wish it was just a little bit more blurred out in the background. But the colors are nice. The exposure is nice in the background. And this is my favorite of your images. This one, I do like the contrast between the red and the blue. So that is very powerful in this image, and kind of even the white. But like mentioned before, there is a lot of distracting twigs going all over. So improving that. Also, it is hard with this body positioning. I always find this body positioning very tricky when they're looking down and across their body, because there's no real good place I feel like to put them in the frame. Because I think you did the best possible, but it still feels a little awkward. I wonder if you would have had a different body positioning where it's maybe looking directly to the side that way, or maybe the other way. That might have been a little bit nicer. I feel like that specific positioning is possibly the hardest that you chose there. But yeah. Also, John, thank you for being around here. Appreciate you being in almost the whole time. So great having you. And so going back to Jeffrey's images, this cardinal image, I think it suffers from probably the same thing as the wood duck image in regards to that. But you did do a great job isolating this subject. I think if anything, you could probably pull in this crop just a tad bit there. We don't have so much space there. Or if you wanted to kind of go interestingly, you could go for like a horizontal crop, really crop in. I think you have the quality detail for it. Seems like it. And you could just really focus on the head here. If you had a little bit more room here. I'm not sure how wide your crop was initially, or your original capture. But that could have been possibly nice. My second favorite image of yours, though, is definitely this one. The elk one and this one are my two favorite, undoubtedly. The colors are better in this image than any of your other images. So that is why I like this image so much, is it's very vivid, very pleasing to the eye in terms of your colors. And I also like how you get some foreground here going on. Sets up the scene nicely for the bird. The details and technicalities are all very spot on. I like how the focus is here in the eye before you fade to the back of the bird. Looks really nice and creamy. If anything, I would say it is just slightly difficult to compose this scene. I'm trying to think of what you could have done. Maybe going a little bit more to your left, not quite sure, getting a little bit more foreground and getting a little bit more of a side profile. I feel like the 45-degree angle that you're kind of approaching him on is slightly awkward with the setting around it. I know what these kind of like branches look like on pine trees. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I know what these branches kind of look like and how they fan out and almost kind of create like a layer, like a ground. Like it's like a, I don't know the right word for it, but it's, yeah, just like a flat layer of branches and pine needles. And it's kind of hard to compose those. I find difficulty with it too. But maybe getting a little bit more from the side could have. Overall, I think there is just a lot of branches too just going on in the frame compositionally. And so just trying to figure out like, yeah, just what can we get rid of? What do we need to keep here? Because I think if there was a little bit less, like maybe if this was chopped off here at the bottom, those branches were in it, maybe that would be the perfect amount there. Or maybe if it ended right there, excuse me, maybe if it ended right there and didn't quite extend out to the fullness of the frame, maybe that would have been a good amount of pine branches there, pine needles and leaves. So all of that's a lot. I don't know if there's a good solution for where the bird is positioned in that very moment. But that's probably the hardest part about this image. But colors, phenomenal, fantastic. Exposure, amazing. So good job on all of that. Yeah, great. Great set though, Jeffrey. Thank you for being in this live stream from the beginning. So really appreciate it. Everyone, I know you guys are already starting to let them know some of your favorites, but it's got the elk, the cardinal, the mallard, another cardinal, wood duck, and the song sparrow. So feel free to let them know which one was your favorite, maybe something that stood out to you. One other small detail, Jeffrey, is being careful on the shiny parts of the bird and the white feathers. Those are blown out on this wood duck. So being careful about that would be nice. This mallard, you did a better job. You're still blown out a little bit there, but that's kind of acceptable. Back there, you're not, which is nice. But on the wood duck, it's more obvious. But yeah, great images. So good job. Thanks for being here, Zachary, Jeff with us. All right. All right, Zachary Newhouse here. Got a couple. Bald eagle, blue heron, another blue heron. I think this is a good example of, we were talking about lines in the image and patterns. This one, the twigs are kind of going a little bit everywhere, and it could benefit definitely from some simplification there. If all of the twigs were kind of leading in one direction, kind of just like striping across the image diagonally, then this image could actually work, and it could work decently if you had the right crop, if that wasn't in it, so on and so forth. Some better exposure maybe. But because they're kind of going all over the place, there's no sort of pattern to that. Tate Graham. Jonal, you're coming up again. We got a bobcat portrait. Very cool. Image is definitely soft. Not sure if that's due to quality, compression, but I wish I saw more detail in this shot, so maybe that's something to consider there. Maybe how you're exporting it, or maybe your sharpness, that maybe you're softening it too much in your editing, denoising it, not quite sure, but something to be improved. But pretty cool image otherwise. All right, Jonal, got 3 more of yours back here. All right, we're getting there. Okay, so this one, which made the finals. So congratulations, Jonal, on making the finals. Oh, we got Tate Graham. Oh, Tate Graham. All right, awesome. You are in the chat. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so let's dive in this one a little bit more. Yeah, so first of all, I would say that on a technical level, I'm not sure if it was due to a lot of denoising or a lot of, maybe you unsharpened it a lot. Maybe it was due to the compression, but this doesn't quite look like it's due to the compression. It does feel a little soft, and it looks like it's not a problem of your lens. I think your lens probably captured it well enough, so I don't think it's like a gear problem. I think it's maybe an editing problem. Yeah, just considering maybe if there's something done in editing that you're softening it. If not, then maybe your gear just is well, soft, but I don't think so. It doesn't look like a gear. There's a different look that those things have. So that'd be something to consider. The other big thing is kind of like the camouflage. We've talked about this a little bit with some other photos. The camouflage is cool, but unfortunately, it's so blended in that I have a difficult time picking out the silhouette of this animal. Yeah, it blends in like too well. So figuring out maybe a way you can isolate that, whether that be depth of field from its surroundings, that way the bobcat can really pop, or whether that be from a color aspect. Maybe I noticed some green back here. Maybe there was more green in the distance. I really don't know. Maybe there were some trees. Maybe you could have used some of that to color isolate against the subject. Depth of field wise, you could have gotten down lower, maybe gotten some depth of field in the foreground leading up to the bobcat. The background would be more separated from a depth of field standpoint. Then you can get some more isolation on the bobcat. So that could be very, very helpful. So yeah, that would be the biggest thing there. And then also I would say, feel free to pull up the saturation just a tad bit more. It is a little bit grayer than I think most people would like. I think you could get a little bit more saturation in it. I am reading your comment right now. You said you lost the original, so you couldn't re-edit it. That is a bummer. Yeah, sorry about that. But very cool capture still, very cool moment. I mean, bobcats are so cool to see. Yeah, I bet you probably, I mean, the detail is kind of lost then if you can't get back to your raw image, unfortunately. So yeah, there's really not much you can do in regards to the detail. There probably is still stuff that you could do in regards to the coloring, bringing that out a little bit more. Maybe you could try that. Yeah. But yeah, very cool. I think the selling point in this image, so on the upside, the selling point in this image is the eyes, very cool and intimidating here. The look is amazing. And while the body may not stand out very well, the eyes do, because you got a good exposure on the eyes that make the eyes very dark and contrasted. So the eyes stand out very well, even amidst all of this, this blending over here. So yeah, very cool image, Tate. Yeah, I appreciate you being in the chat, and very cool encounter. I mean, bobcats are amazing. The only time I've ever seen one, my heart was pounding out my chest. So it's so hard to pay attention in those moments to details. I know, but yeah, thanks for being here. All right, Jonal, I know you're here still. Alan's hummingbird right here. Yeah, this one made the finals. So congratulations on making the finals with this image. So that was 2 categories, I believe you got finalists in. And so very cool, very isolated capture here. Got this image here of the snake, very cool as well. And we got this image here of a little western screech owl. So I love that. Let's talk about the 2 that weren't in the finals. So this one I think could have benefited from just a little bit less clutter around it. Some of these twigs and rocks are cluttering the scene just a little bit more than I'd like, as well as this side, especially this side. And I wish that it was a little bit more simplified around the snake. Obviously, there's nothing you could have done about that without making it strike at you. But that is what I wish was better with this rattlesnake image. What I do like about this image is I do agree with how you lit it up. I'm not sure if any of that was in camera, but at least in editing, I think you put some sort of a radial mask around it to highlight this a little bit more, pull your eye a little bit more towards the rattlesnake, which is very smart, especially considering that this color blends with this snake, so you don't get a lot of color isolation. So the exposure isolation is very important, and you did a great job with that. So yeah, good job with that. And then the other image by Jonal with the western screech owl, I love this one. This is my favorite. Well, I don't know, the Allen's is also really good there, but this one is great, probably my favorite personally. I love how you got the little kill right here from the owl, so that's super cool. And this isolation and low-key style is just beautiful and stunning. I do think maybe you can give more light to this, but it does seem like you might have done some sort of like masking here right on the top of the head of the bird. That is, it's, at least to me, unless I'm wrong, it does seem like it's a little bit obvious that there was a mask going on right here to fall off to that low key completely. Correct me if I'm wrong. If not, then man, that's hard, because for some reason it does look like it. Because here you have good feather detail, and then right there it looks like there's a little bit of like a sharper fall off. That doesn't look like feather. But that could have been something that hurt your image. But still was very, very cool. I do like your position to frame him in the bottom part of the image and leave a lot of head space above him because of the way that this tree does a U shape around it. And that was great. And the eyes are incredibly engaging. That is my favorite part about the image. I like how you made sure that the iris of the bird right here around the eyes is like really bright white. Man, that is so good, because it really helps to pop the deep black of the eye, of the pupil. So that is beautiful and phenomenal, and amazing capture with that. So yeah, good job there. Yeah, so great job, Jonal, and phenomenal images. Let them know, guys, what you liked in the chat. I know some people already are, but yeah, beautiful images. Got the western screech owl, rattlesnake, and Allen's hummingbird. I saw some of the hummingbird chat going on. Yeah, East Coast doesn't have it. Yeah, you guys don't have a lot of diversity of hummingbirds out there, East Coast US, huh? It is more Western, but even comparatively to like Central America and places like that, it's nothing. Like, man, in Costa Rica when I was there, they had like 48 species of hummingbird or something, And in California, I think we have 5, but commonly seen 3 depending on your area. So yeah, I mean, the jungle is just crazy for that. All right, we got William Baines once again with a moose drinking from the water. Gone through some of his images, so just going to show that one really quick. Then we have Lee Dombeck with some loon images he submitted. One here, one there, and one right here. This one made the finals, so congratulations, Lee. Congratulations to Lee on making the finals. This is my favorite of the 3 as well, possibly with this one as well. I like the mood and scene of this one better, but the pose is cool here and the action. This one I think is my least favorite of the 3. I'd say that the green is unfortunately a little bit overwhelming here, and that could use some improvement in taking away from just the blackness of the loon. And also the contrast in the loon's feathers is not too existent. It is very hard to contrast those feathers, especially if you have a bright background like that. So I don't know if you really could have done better in editing, but exposing those feathers maybe would have been nice if you could have exposed them a little bit better to get more contrast in the feather, to see those individual strands. That's being picky. But yeah, good job, Lee. Loons are so cool. I agree. All right, we're getting there almost. All right, we got 2 bluebirds together by Elizabeth Sexton. Another one by Elizabeth, Great Egret. And another one by Elizabeth. So maybe speaking of this one, definitely could use a little bit more saturation, pretty grayed out, some more contrast. This one's a little bit overexposed, so just being mindful of your basics there in your editing and making sure to correct those. Leia Lopez, once again, she submitted these to other categories, so we'll just look through them. Some great images though. She did a great job. And this one won the New Photographers, as you guys are well aware. All right. Oh, almost there. Oh man, never been so relieved. I love these images, but it's just exhausting. All right, we got Chris Schultz. Chris, are you still in the chat? I know you were here earlier. Let me know if you're still in the chat, and if so, I'll dive into detail on that one more. I'll show this one really quick. This was also submitted to the New Photographers category by Christina Fulton, but just to show it one more time. Chris, let me know if you are in the chat. I'll mention one thing to improve on it if I don't hear from him. One thing to improve about it, I think, is definitely the night heron. Night heron is overexposed a little bit. Background is very low key. I think you could have afforded to easily expose this correctly and just committed to a low key, because this is not pure black in the background. I do see slight details here and there, which actually are distracting, if anything. So I think if you would have exposed this properly, this would have become naturally perfectly black, and I think that would have looked really nice in that image. So yeah, doesn't look like Chris is in the chat, so I'm gonna just keep going and move on from there. So that wraps up our event. Woo! All right. Wow. Let me turn on my camera again really quick. 2 seconds. Whew. Lost that battery near the end, so. All right. Well, you guys, thank you for joining me today. Whew. I can officially say now I've done a 9-hour live stream. Whew, that is crazy. That'll Yeah, thank you guys for sticking around. For you guys who stuck around with me from the beginning, geez, yeah, thank you guys so much. This would have been very boring doing this all on my own. It already is a lot doing it even with you guys encouraging me, but doing it on my own would have been felt very pointless and very exhausting. So thank you guys, man, so much for sticking around from the beginning, and thank you for being engaged in the chat.
letting me know you're around. And yeah, really, really appreciate you guys. I'll give you guys a second to just like thank you for all the encouragement and stuff you're putting in the chat to me. Thank you for saying what you're saying about other photographers. We truly had an amazing set of wildlife photography submissions for this year's competition. I'll give you guys a chance because you guys have been around this whole thing till the end. If you guys want to leave any quick thought, obviously this is not the place for long thoughts. You can feel free to email me on my contact form on my website if you want to give me more in-detailed thoughts on the competition. Anything you'd like to see. I love hearing feedback. It's always welcome. So if you want to give me any feedback, you can email me in more detail. You can also let me know really quick here in the chat if there's anything that you like. But yeah, I really, really appreciate having you guys on here. To answer Tate, your question, this will be available to watch later. This is just posting up right after this. The live chat takes about a day to process, so people won't be able to see the live chat for the next few hours, but they can see the video. But then later on, they can see the live chat side by side with the video. But yeah, it will be up later. Yeah, nice seeing you on here, Curtis, at the end. But yeah, congratulations, everyone. Thank you guys all for submitting to the event. Remember, if you'd like to support a little bit more, get a little bit more feedback with some special videos, lives I'll do occasionally on my main channel, you can become a member for $2 a month. And yeah, beyond that, you can also take my Lightroom course, like I've mentioned many times. That supports me directly. All that money goes to me, and I also feel like it's probably the most valuable teaching thing I've ever put out. Yeah, thank you guys for entering the competition. Excited to see you guys next year. I don't even know what else to say. My brain's fried. Excited to see you guys next year. We will be rebranding, remember that. But I'll see you around. All right. Have a good rest of your day. Bedtime. Yeah, for real. My neck's closing. My back's broken from being twisted both ways. See you guys.